Ahem. The hind D's have left the heaven. The patriots haven't bled. Red velvet lines the cardboard box. Solid Snake is dead. Hello, Charky. Hello, Johnny.
Hey, Cass.
Hello.
Welcome, one and all. Welcome to the Bad Game Hall of Fame. Welcome to Snake's Revenge. This is the show in which we play Snake's Revenge for the Nintendo Entertainment System. Exclusively, not the Famicom, not the family computer. We'll get into that in a history section at the top of this, but to quickly fly through the release info. Initially released North America sometime in April of 1990. Nothing more specific than that. And later in March 1991 in Europe. That is somewhat speculative as well. Again, we'll get into that. Released exclusively for the Nintendo Entertainment System, developed by Konami, and published by Ultra Games, which is, of course, just Konami. It's just Konami. So, this one's been a minute coming. It's one of those games that we only went and read about back in the day, badgamehalloffame.com/snakes-revenge. It's also probably the most infamous of the Metal Gear spin-offs, squeakquels et al. We've previously on the show, we did Metal Gear Solid Mobile for the N-Gage 2.0. That was a fun one. Before that, a while back, I did the NES conversion of Metal Gear, the original Metal Gear. And we'll have some things to say about that too. In just a bit, some things I forgot to say the first time around. But this one has loomed over the coverage of Metal Gear games on this channel, in my mind. But we'll get into that when we get into that. We'll get into the game, we'll get into the history. Before all that, I do want to ask you at the top of the show, my two compatriots here, my two commandos dropping in with me on this mission. What is yours' familiarity with this Snake's Revenge?
Well, I mean, I had the original on the NES. I had the original Metal Gear that they released onto NES, I guess is the verbiage I should say. And I like that, but I never ended up beating it. And I've played most of the Metal Gear games in general. But this is my blind spot. I've never played this one. In fact, I know very little about it, despite having read the article, despite having watched videos on it, despite watching a video on it last year. I keep forgetting literally everything about this game. So, it's going to be kind of fresh to me, somehow.
And we'll lock it in this time. You'll never forget after tonight.
And after I voice acted.
Yeah. Johnny?
This is one, again, I only know by reputation. Even the original NES to this, again, another one by reputation, because I would have come into the series on Metal Gear Solid 1. So, yeah, this going to be all new stuff for me.
Very good. For my part, having been a Metal Gear fan since Metal Gear Solid as well, since around the time it first came out on the Sony PlayStation, something I thought it was important to do, important in my little preteen mind, was to go back and find the original game, because I had known that, it was the third in the series. So I'm like, well, okay, so there's this original game on NES, not knowing about the MSX2 or any of that stuff, being in the bubble of North America. So I managed to track down in a bargain bin copy of the original NES Metal Gear, play through that, and I get to trying to find that sequel. Eventually land on Snake's Revenge, which I figure out, it's Solid Snake. They don't call it Metal Gear in the title, but I'm pretty clever. And not clever enough to, use the internet, which was at my disposal at this time already, to figure out what the actual backstory was, what the actual Metal Gear 2 was. So at some point, this is all a roundabout way of saying I do get hands on Snake's Revenge. I do, at a point in time, own this on cartridge, and don't care much for it back in the day. I think I've warmed up on it since writing the article even. It's cheesy, it's fun, it's slight. We'll get through it tonight. And we'll have feelings and thoughts. Perhaps we'll even share them at the end of the show when we go over our final thoughts on the game. Novel concept, I know. So yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. Looking forward to covering this one. Reading through some of the plot twists, the Kojima-esque plot twists to be seen in this game, even though Kojima had nothing to do with this one, as we'll get into in the history section. But again, I repeat myself, before any of that, we have a segment that occurs on this show. It's a segment that we're not going to be able to call for a minute, so I got to enjoy it while supplies last. That segment is Sharky Stream Snack.
All right, well, tonight's stream snack is those Atkins Indulge, I think it's called, nut bars. They're over there. I'm not going to go pick them to look at them. One of these days, I'll actually eat them because I've been having them as a stream snack for weeks. And every time I'm like, nah, I'm not hungry. But they're sitting there. They're ready. Tonight's drink, which I definitely will partake of, is Pumex Shot Energy Mango Flavored. I'm probably going to also have a V8 later tonight, somewhere in the middle of the show. Ooh, this one is fizzy. This one is getting everywhere as I open it up.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda had a V8. Can't imagine that fizzing. Yeah.
But let me have a taste of this real quick. Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, I'll be sipping on my Monster Energy Voodoo Grape.
This is It's very sharp for the moment I drink it, right? Going in, it's very tangy, very, not super acidy, but it's definitely sharp. But the taste really mellows out past that. It's not a very strong flavor. It's just a strong impact, and then it just kind of smooths out, like, immediately. There's a mango aftertaste, like a dull mango aftertaste. But this isn't very flavorful, which is surprising. I kind of like these shot ones, but I don't know. Hits real hard at first with the sensation, and then just immediately mellows out that flavor to the point of just kind of being like a memory. Almost like a LaCroix, if a LaCroix had any sort of kick to it at the start.
I was gonna say
that's like the closest I can say.
I was gonna mention it later that I'm on my 2-drink arc tonight as well, because I also have here from the nearby gas station, they have horchata on tap from their fountain soda section. You can get horchata drink. I love horchata. It was great coming out of the gas station. It was great when it was cold. I just took a sip of it right now. It's warmed. It's most of it is settled to the bottom of the cup, and that was a noxious sip. That was a rough sip, which is why I had to just interject real quick. Oof. I think it'll be one drink tonight.
I'll say I have never had a good horchata. And I know that is because of the source of every horchata I've ever had. I've never had a good one. If I want a good one, I'm going to have to make it myself. I think that's the way you get a good horchata. Because earlier tonight, I actually went to Sonic's for dinner, and they had like a free, included with a coupon, strawberry horchata. And it's not that good. It's kind of better than any other cream offering I've ever had to Sonic's, but Sonic does really bad cream stuff. So it's like, I didn't expect this to be good. But someday, I'm going to have a good horchata. I'm going to have a real, not made by a fast food place or in a can or from a soda fountain horchata and actually taste a good one for once. Johnny, what are you having?
Yep, I have a vanilla latte. And I got something light. You know, you go on a sneaking mission, want to keep light on your stomach. I have here Crambles, bruschetta, tomato, and mozzarella. They're like very small pieces of like bread, like baked. I did have another flavor of these in a past stream snack, but these are cheesy now.
None of us got calorie mates. None of us got rations. None of us did our bit to tie it into the game.
If I had more time. I have had calorie
I did not have the time today.
Yeah, no, we did not have time in general because we changed what game we were going to play tonight like a couple times in the week building up to it. But that's just behind the scenes.
That was good though.
And if that's it, then that will do it for the stream snack tonight.
Very good. Thank you, Sharky. Yeah, nothing to it but to do it, huh? And by it, I mean my history section. Cut to that main stage. And, show us on the screen because I like looking at our faces so much. And we will commence with the slideshow in just a minute. First, I want to mention that I have written about this game in the past. As we mentioned at the top of the show, badgamehalloffame.com/snakes-revenge, which is where I'm going to be cribbing most of the notes for the show tonight from, but I've added a bunch. I've added a bunch more quotes, a bunch more context, some updates on some things I may have said back in the day. But, I still recommend reading the article if you want to see my long-form writing from back in the day. And it comes very highly reviewed as well, that article. Let's just see what the critics are saying. Let's see them rave about my article. Ahem. I don't remember reading such a biased, smug, self-important review ever. I mean, sure, that's an opinion piece, but one with so much loaded language that asserts said opinion to be conclusively factual when it's not, perhaps aside from within Cassidy's mind. You don't like the game, fair enough, but you expressing it as if you were the king-ish and inferring that those disagreeing are implicitly wrong is what's wrong with this. So thank you to Trouble I Am. Thank you to commenter Trouble I Am for that review.
I know it's an opinion piece, but it's your opinion, and that bothers me.
I reread the article too, and I'm just like, am I really that smug in this? It's on the scale of Cass smugness and the scale of me like lording my opinions and my knowledge over people. It's one of the least egregious articles I think I've written in my time. So
I know you are. You're one of those reviewers that gives low scores for attention while drinking their wine and eating their cheese.
I aspire to be. Anyway, that was just a bit of fun. You read the article. Tell me if that person is right or wrong. Let me know who's in the right on this one. Anyway, let's get on with the history, why don't we? Pictured here, one Hideo Kojima playing Metal Gear on an MSX. But he was not always playing games on the MSX. For a while, he was developing games for the MSX. We should probably fly through very quickly Kojima's pre-Metal Gear career. Would you be surprised to know that Hideo Kojima, as a youth, was looking for a way into the film industry rather than games? His passion had always been film, and he just couldn't find an in. He didn't have any people in his friends groups who were into film. So eventually he just kind of as a second, third, maybe cool fourth choice settles on the video game industry because he had seen games on the Famicom and he's like, I could probably make those. This is at a time where game industry jobs are seen as very low status jobs in Japan. In fact, when he first joins Konami, his first company, where he comes in as a sort of low level programmer and game planner. He has this job. There's a story that is relayed of him going to a friend's wedding, and his groom introduces him at some point during a speech. And there's a quote where the groom is speaking of Kojima as a very talented and otherwise likable person, but I'm sorry to say that for some unknown reason, he has decided to join a video game company, much to the laughs of everyone in attendance, because that's what it was to be a video game developer at the time. We'd be remiss not to mention that, a big, the fact that game developers are seen with some amount of respect now is something that is accredited to and attributed to Kojima and, modern auteur theories centering around, him as the singular vision behind his games. But before all that shit, back in these MSX2 days, back when he's working for Konami's MSX home computer division in or around 1986, not a thought in the back of people's minds, not a major going concern, and Kojima not at the forefront of the games he's developing. One of his first projects is the sequel to Penguin Adventure, which was a game about a penguin going on an adventure. He develops Antarctic Adventure. And,
game's cool.
It is pretty cool. It's pretty all right. It's an MSX game, so it only runs so smoothly for a sort of behind-the-back platformer type thing. He does try to put his little authorial spin on it, puts some variety into the game, equipment that you pick up along the path, multiple endings, etc., etc. Finishes that project.
Colonel, this is Pingu. Come in.
After that,
Little
he starts...
fish.
God damn it. He starts developing a game called Lost World, which gets canceled at a point in time. So like his follow-up project, his sophomore project, just doesn't materialize. And so Konami's trying to figure out what to do with him. And they have this other game in the works, what is to be known as Metal Gear. He and the senior associate on that project drops out, and Kojima is put in his place on that project and told basically just like make a combat game, make a combat action game with like a modern military aesthetic. And this is what leads to Kojima's light bulb moment, the sort of recognition of the MSX hardware and how that had been like so hampering for him. Like one thing he really hated was like the lack of colors on the MSX. You can only have like 16 simultaneous colors. When I say MSX, I mean like MSX, MSX2 specifically. It's a whole thing. Line of Japanese home computers. Maybe you've heard of them at this point. We're going to quote from Kojima's 2009 keynote speech at the Game Developers Conference. This is where he was awarded with a Lifetime Achievement Award, and he also speaks on the development of some of the early Metal Gear games. And so this is Kojima's recollection of taking on the project that would become Metal Gear and how it became the game it became. I was tasked with making a combat game. And as a result of taking into account the hardware specifications, I created themes such as, I can't fight combat games. I can't fight combat that game that escapes. I run away, but I hide. At that time, it was only heroic games out on the market, so it is said that the genre of, quote, stealth game was born when I created with the flow of heroic games that are likely to be negative, to hide and stay still, alone. That's a very rough translation from a summation of that speech from GameWatchImpress.co.jp. But, you know,
I was done with making the idea of making heroic games. I wanted a game where you played as a sniveling little cow who's like, no, don't hurt
That's to
me.
the unlikely.
Yeah, that would have been his if he'd only been around on the SNES. If only they had tasked him in that division. You know, what he's basically saying there, to summate that, is just he realized that the MSX was not great for an action game of the sort of caliber that, you know, he was being expected to produce. So his thought was, and heavily inspired by The Great Escape, you know, the classic film about prisoners escaping from a POW camp. Funny, The Great Escape. I wonder if that'll ever come up in Metal Gear again. I wonder if we'll ever explicitly reference The Great Escape in a later Metal Gear game. Anyway, he's basically saying that, like, you know, it became a stealth game because I realized that the action was going to suck. There could only be so many enemies on screen at the same time. So I came up with the idea of like, well, let's make it so that you want to avoid combat. And that may be sort of going against the grain of heroic action games that were popular at the time, the likes of like your Commandos. Would Ikari Warrior have been out by 86, 87? You know, games of that sort of lineage, of that sort of type. And so going against the grain, but like trying to design it in such a way where you still feel like a hero, despite the fact that you're not just guns blazing throughout the entire game. And it's a novel idea, and you know, let's see if it pays off. Let's see if that idea works out for him. When Metal Gear releases on the MSX2, it is moderately successful, as it turns out, in its home territory of Japan, bearing in mind that we did not really have MSXs here in North America, let alone the MSX2. Europe had an MSX2. Metal Gear does get a European release for the MSX2. Later Metal Gear, which is, say, Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake, we'll get to that one later, does not come out in Europe, because by that point, by like 3-4 years later, the MSX2 is no longer going concern in Europe. Funny that, you know, like Microsoft did want to market the MSX because it was like the system that they developed and then quickly abandoned, left to ASCII Corporation to continue manufacturing and marketing in Japan. But the idea was, you know, in a time before like IBM PCs had really caught on in the home consumer range, Microsoft had a thought that the MSX might be like a leading computer line. And they tested it in Japan, tested it like, you know, in different test markets, but just did not catch on in North America, which is why we never got, you know, big deal around the MSX in this community. We eventually just moved on to DOS, while the microcomputers flourished in other territories. Anyway, that's just all a bit of a tangent in it. So with the success of Metal Gear for the MSX2 in Japan and to some extent in Europe, Konami decides, well, we should bring this to North America, and if not on the MSX2, what are we going to bring it to? Well, the year's 1987, which means that the choice is ultimately going to be the Nintendo Entertainment System, and the Family Computer in Japan. So Family Computer owners did get a version of Metal Gear that is much the same as the North American NES version. That comes out in around December 1987 in Japan. I don't remember the exact release date. I don't have it indicated here. It's probably one of those things where there's not an exact release date for the North American release of Metal Gear, because again, in case people are wondering why you can't like really lock down release dates for NES games, it's because they always released in Windows. You might get a month if you're lucky, but they would ship the games out to retailers who would sit on them until the appointed time where the game was to release, so it could release in conjunction with the marketing and whatnot. So you just have them like sitting on inventory, and whether a store releases at the same time as everyone else or decides to leak some copies early, or maybe they get delayed a little bit. It's all completely variable. And it was not particularly like tracked. It was not like notated exact release dates, unless it was a game that was being like really like heavily marketed to have like some sort of like event type release where they'd schedule it for a certain day or what have you. Okay, I'm reading here actually. I think it would be around June of 1988 when Metal Gear comes to the NES, if I'm not mistaken here. We should mention that development of this version of Metal Gear, of the NES version, was given to Konami's Tokyo branch, a branch of Konami that was not under Kojima's purview. So, the version of Metal Gear on Nintendo hardware that we ultimately get, that most of the world experiences, has infamously been derided by Hideo Kojima, with him stating in a 1999 interview with one Stephen Kent on behalf of Gamers Today that the care I put into the original wasn't there. An oft-quoted article here that we're linking to in its Wayback Machine capacity. And Kojima would again comment on Metal Gear's NES conversion, as well as Snake's Revenge, in a 2011 interview in Nintendo Power's 268th issue. Rather than linking to a scan of that Nintendo Power issue, we're going to link to this Nintendo Everything article, which has the relevant snippets here. So I will again read for Hideo Kojima here. I had absolutely no participation in the development of the NES version. The NES version was a pitiful title developed cheaply and simply by a small team in Tokyo. That was during the bubble economy, where anything and everything that was released would sell. I came across the game in a bargain bin and tried playing it, but the game design is pretty bad. There's even some new gameplay that includes infiltrating a base that didn't exist in the original. However, even I, the developer of the original game, was unable to infiltrate the base even once. Furthermore, being Metal Gear, it goes without saying that Metal Gear should make an appearance at the end. However, from what I've heard, due to technical difficulties in displaying the sprite on the screen, they swapped Metal Gear out for a gigantic monitor. That made me see that those who created the game had no sliver of appreciation for the players. However, even though it was an abomination, it was during the bubble economy, and it sold millions overseas. That title has only soiled my reputation. Tell us how you really feel, Kojima. Okay. So these complaints would seem to have less to do with the aesthetic changes. It does have like a pretty garish color palette compared to the grungier, dirtier, grimier MSX2 original. So less to do with that and more to do with possibly inadvertent changes made to the overall balance and difficulty of the game. That's one of the major points of contention when it comes to the NES version. To be clear, the MSX version, the original MSX2 version, is obtuse in several of its own rights. It's packed to the brim with hidden passages, insta-death traps, the hell of keycard swapping that comes with every locked door you come upon. It's full of bullshit. Let's call a spade here. But that NES version, it does up the frustration in a few new ways with what is like some pretty careless design, quite frankly. The placement of enemies can often be downright unfair, with detection being completely unavoidable in many scenarios. I wrote that in the original article. That happens in MSX2 Metal Gear as well. Like, there are screens where you will walk into them and be immediately detected, so that's not like an innovation of the NES version. Past me. Pitfall traps in the NES version can sometimes feel downright impossible to circumnavigate without the use of an exploit where you would pause the game, go to the codec, go to the radio, and it would freeze the traps in place. The desert in the game, which exists in the MSX2 version, in the NES version is now a more elaborate Lost Woods style screen maze where you have to, traverse in a very particular order while getting very little in the way of feedback. So it becomes an exercise in tedium and guesswork. The list goes on of changes made to the game for the worse. On the other hand, I'd also contend there are a number of concessions that actually make the game more fair by altering some of the more outright unfair designs from Kojima's original vision. The nightmare that is the obnoxious spiral room in Metal Gear MSX2 with its half dozen breakaway walls, they just strip that shit right out of the NES version. It's all the better for it. On that note, you also don't need to use C4. You don't need to use up your precious C4 to reveal hidden passages behind breakaway walls. You can just punch them, and that works just fine. There is a change made where they get rid of these enemies who were like jetpacking on the rooftops. They just get grounded in the NES version, which makes them a lot easier to deal with. You could say that, yeah, that's less enemy variety, but ultimately those things were a fucking pain in the ass to deal with on MSX2. Alerts can all be rescinded by changing screens, so they don't have the double exclamation point alert status that follows you from screen to screen. That's gotten rid of in the NES version. And another big change they make is that while the original game, MSX2 game, focused on 3 buildings that become sort of labyrinthian in their structures past a certain point, the NES version turns them into 5 buildings, which is theoretically more complicated. There's more to do, and it means that you have to go like backtrack back and forth between buildings more. I found it to be like a little easier for me to navigate just because the buildings are more straightforward. And there's less to do, like, busy work going between the floors and whatnot. That's a matter of taste. That's always going to be a matter of taste. This is all to say, just like, I could continue with the changes, but what I want to say is that in having to adapt the game, Metal Gear, for this technically weaker hardware in the version of the NES, and having to omit certain features, I would dare to contend that the NES version generally feels more streamlined than the MSX2 version. That's at least my personal take, and I'm sure it's a contentious one. But there was one thing that Kojima pointed out, one thing that a lot of people see as just downright unforgivable. That is, of course, the fact that the titular Metal Gear does not appear in the NES game Metal Gear. It's instead replaced with a supercomputer, the supercomputer. Now, okay. Obviously, not being able to spar against a super weapon which the game itself is named after is a curious bit of design, and one which is certainly worthy of some amount of scrutiny. It's certainly not very climactic to just blow up a big computer. However, I'm going to drop a bit of a controversial take on y'all. How do I say this? The original battle against Metal Gear in the MSX2 version fucking sucks. It's not a fight against Metal Gear. You don't fight Metal Gear. You fight against 2 laser security cameras at the top of the screen that just keep scrolling, and you have to plant the bombs on Metal Gear's feet in a very particular order that the scientist tells you like an hour earlier in the game, and if you fuck up the sequence, you fuck up the entire fight. It's bad. It's really bad. It's the low point of the entire video game is the Metal Gear confrontation. So, yeah, you might just blow up a supercomputer in the NES version, but you know what? You can put that C4 wherever the fuck you want. And it is, I would take that fight any day of the week. I would take that version of the ending any day out of the week. And, that's not even the final boss. The final boss is obviously in the next room where you fight Big Boss. And that's, like, where the story really, like, culminates. So, say what you will. All things are a matter of taste. I do have an interview snippet here with one Masahiro Ueno, who was the programmer on Metal Gear for the Famicom. This is an interview conducted, unfortunately, by John Scapenziak, one of the most reprehensible and noxious and unlikable human beings in all of games preservation, writer of the books Untold History of Japanese Game Developers, books that were only written because he harassed all the developers and hounded them for interviews over a course of months until people eventually, said, all right, fine, just to shut you up, I'll let you interview me. So who's to say whether that was the process that led to this interview coming into being? But just a reminder, fuck John Scapenziak. Masahiro Ueno says of developing the NES version, as you probably know, Kojima-san does not like the NES version. My team was asked to port the original MSX2 version to NES in 3 months, and we had to make some changes per management and due to the hardware limitations. Since Kojima-san was not involved and he does not like the changes we made, he does not think the NES version is an authentic Metal Gear. What I did is simply porting the game as management asked, so I don't deserve to get credits. Management wanted to differentiate the Famicom version a bit since the MSX2 version had already shipped. Having a different intro was the easiest and most efficient way for us to do so, since we only had the 3 months. He's asked by John about the lack of Metal Gear, to which he responds, the lack of Metal Gear was simply due to the hardware limitations. It's probably possible to implement the robot if we had used a better mapper chip, such as the VRC4, but it was not available for us back then. End quote.
He then shrugged and said, "Hey, bubble economy, what you gonna do?"
I guess what I'm trying to get at with everything we talked about before, my personal opinions being put on the record, I guess what I'm trying to say is that Kojima isn't infallible, right? The NES conversion of Metal Gear isn't completely irredeemable. The narrative that the lack of Kojima's direction led the conversion completely astray is dismissive of the team who worked to repurpose the game for this new hardware and the efforts they went to try and rebalance the game for a new audience. It also sort of overlooks the fact that Metal Gear on the NES was largely a critical and commercial success for Konami, with English-speaking consumers who didn't know any better being plenty happy with the version of the game they received. As a matter of fact, it did so well in North America that Konami decided to target an NES-exclusive sequel directly to that particular market, leaving Kojima out of the creative process yet again. Here is the key art for the game that would come to be known as Snake's Revenge. This was drawn by Tom Dubois, who I believe did most of Konami's key art for their games, for a lot of their covers and so forth.
Did he do the Castlevania box arts?
I don't know offhand. I couldn't tell you that offhand. I can tell you he did this piece, and that's about it. You can look that up if you so choose to. Now, folk may be asking themselves at this point, having heard what we said, why did Konami shut Kojima out of his own franchise? Well, it's because Kojima...
Same question we'd ask 25 years later.
Some things never change. Some things are circular in that way. But the answer, at least back then, was that Kojima was a part of the MSX division. He wasn't a part of the NES division. It's as simple as that. Back in the day, developers within Konami were seen as specializing in specific hardware and relegated to working on projects within that architecture rather than having to be retrained in order to develop for different consoles. You can see a precedent for this sort of business practice set with the development of Haunted Castle for the arcades and Castlevania the Adventure for Game Boy, where none of the development team from the original NES Castlevania, let alone Simon's Quest, none of those staffers crossed over to work on those projects for those different consoles.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I think so too. I think it makes sense from a business standpoint. It certainly made sense at the time. It makes a little less sense now, which is why developers typically don't do work this way anymore, but alas. Now, you can argue that this approach of having very specific divisions based on console, and then like having a game that comes out across multiple consoles, gets sequels for one console, not another, that this could lead to a lack of consistency between games in a given franchise. I would counter that this method did allow for like fresh perspectives and more innovation within existing properties. You give one team the template of a game that exists on another console. You tell them do something with like these characters in this style, but otherwise go wild. And so, for as much as can be said for Castlevania the Adventure on Game Boy or Haunted Castle in the arcades, and these are things that we have talked about, games we have played, shown off on the show, on the website before, they at least try shit. They at least try. They have some amount of charm for the fact that they do deviate from that formula, deviate from the norm. So I think there's some sort of merit in that. And so development on Snake's Revenge is primarily localized to Konami's Kobe branch. They drop the Metal Gear moniker entirely from the title in favor of a more character-focused title in Snake's Revenge. The impression that I get that this was a decision made by the American localization team for marketing purposes, figuring that rebranding the game around its protagonist, centering around Snake, and tossing a buzzword like revenge into the name, they figured it was probably going to help sales in some capacity. That Metal Gear is kind of a nebulous thing. It's kind of nonsense, right? What is a Metal Gear? You don't know unless you've played the Metal Gear games. That being said, I've also heard an argument. I've heard people make the claim, at the very least, that by dropping the Metal Gear title, Konami was somehow trying to disassociate the game from the brand, disassociate Snake's Revenge from the larger Metal Gear franchise for the fear that the sequel might tarnish the reputation of this franchise, which was not a franchise at this point either, by the way. It was, one game. It could potentially become a franchise if the sequel works out. This is not how game publishing works, right? If Konami didn't have faith in the game, they didn't have faith in Snake's Revenge or the team behind it, they just wouldn't have put the game out to begin with. Or at the very least, they wouldn't leave the references to Metal Gear within the game intact. They wouldn't have centered it around Solid Snake as the protagonist of it. All that being said, between designing the game with North America specifically in mind, leaving out Kojima, generally wanting to iterate on the previous title, that there would be changes made to that underlying original gameplay formula, that Snake's Revenge would be a markedly different beast as developed by this Kobe branch. Now, here's the thing. We mentioned North America-centric release, English territory-centric release, because it does come out to Europe eventually. Does not come out in Japan. We had another comment on our original article back in the day, left by a Johnny 2x4, who I believe, I'm fairly certain, is Johnny Undaunted, who is the author of Lunatic Obscurity, which is a pretty good video game blog that I'll link to here. They left a comment where they call me disingenuous for calling the MSX the Microsoft MSX, even though that is the actual fucking name of the piece of hardware, how it was marketed for a time. But they also go on to have their own take on Snake's Revenge and the NES conversion of Metal Gear. It's a pretty lengthy comment. I'm not gonna read the whole thing here. I'm just gonna read this bit at the end where they talk about the intended Japanese release, and they write. There's definitely some evidence that Snake's Revenge was intended for a Japanese release at some point. The in-game logo has the same colors that the Metal Gear logo had on the Famicom's version box art, and the attract sequence refers to Metal Gear's codename as VRC4, which is a mapper that Konami only used for Famicom games. I'm assuming the Famicom version was canceled after Metal Gear 2 started development on the MSX2 in order to avoid having two overlapping sequels to Metal Gear on the same market. End quote. Which is entirely reasonable. I have a different take on it that we'll get to in a little bit. But let's talk about during development. There's not much known about the development of Snake's Revenge specifically. I don't think anyone's been interviewed as to the process of the creative behind or programming techniques or any of that stuff. Any of the folk behind Snake's Revenge haven't been grilled on that. But there is a story that goes around during development of Snake's Revenge as recounted by Hideo Kojima. This quotation here is going to come again from that Stephen Kent interview. And Kojima, at this point, is asked about the NES version of Metal Gear, and he responds. When I was in this MSX division, this one guy in the Famicom division developed Snake's Revenge without talking to me or anybody else. One day, this guy and I hopped on a train, the Tokyo Transit System, together. We were talking to each other, and he says, "By the way, I'm developing this game called Snake's Revenge, but I know it's not the authentic Snake, so please, create a new Snake game of your own." That was when I decided to create Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake. So, this story, as repeated by Kojima, and he has repeated this repeatedly, has some holes, by my estimation. For one thing, Kojima, or his translator, makes it sound like Snake's Revenge was somehow developed entirely in secret, with Kojima completely unaware that Konami was iterating on the franchise he gave birth to. Now, for as disorganized and shrouded in secrecy as Konami may have been at that time, I have a pretty hard time believing that. You're working in an office, word gets around, you're going between floors, even if you're not working on the NES floor, you're on a different floor, the MSX2 floor, however they section that stuff off. You're gonna still have you're gonna meet each other at on the train, at the cafeteria, wherever else. Now, the other point, Kojima wasn't really up to much at this point. So he wasn't working on another game at this point. Okay. He released his Snatcher in 1988. That's a pretty big deal. That's basically what gets him really established within the company, because Snatcher does very well, better than Metal Gear did in its original MSX2 release. So he's finished with that. I guess he's working on SD Snatcher in 1990, but he's not actively programming that. He just writes the scenario for it, and then the team gets to implementing that. So, what else is he up to at this point? Is he just, twiddling his thumbs and getting paid for it by Konami? No, he's probably, in the planning stages for Metal Gear 2 at this point already. Realistically, he was probably already tasked with, hey, think about what your next game is going to be, and, we wouldn't be mad if it's a Metal Gear 2. Right? So, are we really meant to believe from his testimony that Konami hadn't or wouldn't consider calling on him to develop another Metal Gear title for the MSX if and when Snake's Revenge ultimately like falls through, like to have like a backup to cater it to the market that originally gave it a success. All I'm saying here is that Hideo Kojima might not be the most reliable narrator in recounting his own life story. Controversial thought there, but it's one I stand by. And so we're met with a sort of, let's call it a twin snake situation here, as two very different Metal Gear sequels are set to debut in two different territories at roughly the same time as one another. It's possible that Konami contrived this scenario in a way. My belief is that Konami did this very much deliberately, had two different games for two different platforms for two different territories at the same time. They did it in a way to determine like which vision for the potential franchise's future they would go with, whether it would be a more North American oriented action franchise or whether it would be, more catered to an Eastern audience with intrigue and elements of like, puzzle stuff and all that. That's if they even decide to make it a franchise. Because at this point, like this franchise as it stands is going to live and die based on this second entry, whether it continues or not, which one of these, if either of them wind up being successful. So what I gather, because Snake's Revenge does come out first in North America, was it March 1990, I believe, from the first screen of the show, or was it April?
April, yeah.
Thank you. From what I gather, comes out in North America, just kind of came and went. It did get a 3-page feature and partial walkthrough in the 14th issue of Nintendo Power, but never went on to be rated or reviewed by the editors. I'm sorry, there's a cat who wants out of this room very badly, so speculate, vamp for like a second while I...
Cass prepares the Fulton to release the cat into the AWACS.
Oh boy, the cat wants in.
Iron Cat.
That's an A-rank cat right there.
That cat's eventually going to want back in, so we'll just cross that bridge when we get there. So I mentioned Nintendo Power, right? Their 14th issue. They do a 3-page feature and partial walkthrough for Snake's Revenge, but they don't review it. In fact, outside of a single mention in an issue of Electronic Gaming Monthly that gives a password to take you to the final level of Snake's Revenge, I couldn't find basically any other coverage or mention of Snake's Revenge at all in North American games press, at least not when I initially researched for the article. Maybe if I tried digging deep again with new resources available to us I didn't have back like 8 years ago when I wrote this. But it's still to say that it was pretty obscure release, at least in terms of like the marketing behind it. There was a very minimal amount of it, let's say. There was a magazine advertising campaign. The only one I could find was like a dual advertisement with Super C that Konami would have been issuing at the time. Apparently that appeared in several games magazines and maybe some comic books, but I couldn't tell you which ones exactly it was printed in. That seemed to be like it as far as marketing machine behind it. And, I couldn't find any definitive sales figures as well for Snake's Revenge. I can at least report that the game never surfaced in Nintendo Power's Power Charts, which was their attempt to chart the most popular Nintendo titles on a month-to-month basis without actually revealing that precious sales data that kind of just like completely abstracted the numbers and just showed you like what were the top-selling releases in order of ranking. So with that in mind, the fact that Snake's Revenge fails to chart above the likes of more niche titles like The Chess Master or Jack Nicklaus's 18 Greatest Holes of Major Championship Golf on the dealer's pick lists indicates to me that Snake's Revenge probably wasn't a smash hit, to say the least. Failing to find so much as a single review score surfacing from the year of its release, I had to fast forward to 1991 when the game finally sees release in PAL regions to find any reviews for it. Unfortunately, even at this stage, I couldn't actually find a review written in English. Only foreign language magazines picked up on it, and barely any of them published their reviews before 1992, which leads me to believe, did this game even come out in 1991 as it's credited, or was this actually a early 1992 release? Again, entirely speculative. If you average together the Moby Games collection of European magazine review scores from the era, you can come up with something like an average score of 66 out of 100, which is not particularly impressive, needless to say. And so for all of Konami's talk of targeting the game towards the so-called Western market, it seemed as if nobody on this side of the world was particularly receptive to what Snake's Revenge was trafficking in. I do actually have a few quotes here. I have 2 reviews I'm going to take some snippets from. The highest rated review I could find came from Nintendo Magazine of Sweden. This was published in their March 1992 issue. They give the game a 4 out of 5, and they say, Snake's Revenge is a worthy sequel to Metal Gear. We don't think you'll be disappointed. A modern-day Zelda with access cards and enemy soldiers instead of magic and monsters. That's certainly a way of putting it, an adventure game of that ilk, of that caliber. For a differing opinion, for a lower score, we go to Consoles Plus, a French magazine, their April 1992 issue, in which they review the game with a 33 out of 100 score. Their reviewer, Julian, writes, Unfortunately, Snake's Revenge is a real letdown. Not only is the control unsatisfactory, but the game also sorely lacks variety. As a result, the player doesn't feel much interest in these adventures. The little enjoyment one had at the beginning of the game disappears very quickly. The appalling graphics and sound effects completely finish off the poor player. In short, Snake's Revenge is a poor exploration combat game that could have been so much better. So, we mentioned, the lack of promotional push, and I think that comes down to a matter of timing. So, at the same time that Snake's Revenge was slated to hit shelves, Konami had a few other games from some of their more established franchises that they were looking to promote. There's a little game by the name of Castlevania 3 Dracula's Curse that was getting heavy coverage in Nintendo Power and other publications. There was Super C, which quickly outclassed and outsold the game it had been made to be dual advertised with in the magazine ads. And there was that conversion of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2, the arcade game, to the NES that was basically guaranteed to be a million seller for them. So at some point, Konami envisioned a ceiling for how successful Snake's Revenge could be, and they budgeted their promotional resources accordingly. It sounds strange to say it now, but there just wasn't room for a Metal Gear game in the North American market at the time. There just wasn't. It didn't have the cachet that it has now, and so they didn't take the chance. They ultimately got a little gun shy. They put it out, and if it took off organically, that'd be one thing, but it didn't, and so we instead look to Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake, which launches exclusively in Japan on July 20th of 1990, goes on to immediately top MSX Magazine's rankings as the top-selling game on the console, where it would remain for a period of 6 months. It quickly establishes itself as the true game to succeed Metal Gear. It feels almost unnecessary to explain that it not only improved on the original game in almost every conceivable regard, but also far surpassed anything that Snake's Revenge was trafficking in terms of iteration and quality. And what I find worth noting here is that what Solid Snake does here, what this Metal Gear 2 does, is it really doubles down on all the eccentric puzzles and hidden paths that you see in the original Metal Gear, in stark contrast to Snake's Revenge, which doubles down on the action element, which I think that does demonstrate to an extent what the actual appeal of the original game in the series was. I think more than the action, people came to original Metal Gear for the adventure element, for the intrigue, for the Draga-inspired hidden walls and bullshit. Like it or not, that's what people liked at the time. And from this point, fans of the Metal Gear franchise know how the rest of the story goes. Metal Gear Solid comes out and acknowledges the continuity of Metal Gear 2 over Snake's Revenge, fills out the details of the MSX2 title that the North American and European markets missed out on via info and exposition dumps within the game. Not only that, but Metal Gear Solid proceeds to repeat several of the same set pieces and beats from its MSX2 predecessor, almost as if to make up for the fact that players outside Japan never got to experience them the first time around with that MSX2 game. And all the while, Snake's Revenge is completely buried in the franchise chronology and made to be forgotten as quickly as possible while the brand continues to grow and prosper. And so Konami seems to learn their lesson about taking Metal Gear out of Kojima's hands. At least for a good long while. So, this is the point where I want to address, and I know Johnny has been eagerly anticipating this section, Kojima's changing tune on referring to Snake's Revenge over the years and the years to follow Metal Gear Solid, as he becomes a more integral figure, as he becomes sort of a spokesperson for the franchise, as he becomes, Konami's golden boy and gets the auteur label tossed on him and all that stuff. People end up being curious to know, what do you think of this game that you had no involvement in? So the first quote here is from the 1999 Stephen Kent interview linked to earlier, where Stephen Kent asks him straight up, "What do you think of Snake's Revenge?" To which Hideo Kojima responds, "I thought it was very faithful to the Metal Gear concept. I enjoyed it." Okay, well, there you go, folks. No, Kojima approves of Snake's Revenge. So, what's that? I'm getting a word. There's some more quotes here. Okay, this next one comes from that Game Developers Conference 2009 keynote. During the course of this keynote speech, there's a point in it where Kojima's talking about the NES game, and then he follows it up with something to the effect of, "Snake's Revenge on the NES is a bit of a shitty game because I'm not involved in it." The tone of that is sort of brought into question at different points in time. I know you have a picking point with this, Johnny. You have a bone to pick with this quote?
Yeah, Wikipedia says this is a joking, like, facetious quote, but I can't find a source that actually confirms that. I could see it, because it is such an egregious quote that it's hard to read it not as a joke. But
we would
also
have to
some of
find the actual keynote
video.
speech. We'd have to find video recording of it and judge from his intonation. And we're not going to be the best judges of that, you know.
Some of the other quotes we've had from him, I could also believe it being 100% serious, so...
Well, we do have one more quote from the 2011 Nintendo Power interview, where, again, he's asked about the NES games, and he goes on to say this about Snake's Revenge. "I wasn't involved with Snake's Revenge for the NES either. However, this was created by the Kobe development team and wasn't what I would consider a bad game. Actually, one of my juniors was working on the NES Snake's Revenge, and he said to me, 'We're making a sequel to Metal Gear, but what I really want is a true sequel made by you, Kojima-san.' It's because of that request that I ended up creating Metal Gear 2 on the MSX2. If Snake's Revenge for the NES had never existed then, there would not have been a Metal Gear 2, and there would never been a Metal Gear Solid for the PS1. So he says, it's not actually a bad game. He says that, its existence is the reason why there's Metal Gear 2. Whether that's true or not, whether it's just him mythologizing around himself, as he's somewhat entitled to do, we'll never get a full, concrete answer on this. This is the same guy who claims that he couldn't make it past the first, section of NES Metal Gear, despite it not being, that bad, right? That much worse than the intro to Metal Gear on MSX2. Who knows how he really feels? Who knows if he even actually played these games?
That's my guess. My guess was going to be he's not played it.
Oh, and why would he? Why would he care? He didn't make it. And he doesn't acknowledge its continuity, and why should he? He had his own vision, and, for as much as I can say about Metal Gear 2, Solid Snake, in terms of, how hard it is to go back to actually playing, most people, got their first exposure to it from Metal Gear Solid 3 Subsistence, where it's included in that collection. And it emulates, fine, accurately enough. It is a hard game to go back to, especially with the way that the puzzles are integrated into it. But, it's a fascinating game. It's really interesting. I think the story is fucking great in Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake. It has some great character stuff in it. So, ultimately the right game won in that battle between the two snakes, between the two different visions, the two paths that the franchise could have gone down. We think it went down the right one. Let's just agree that it was probably right to go with Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake over Snake's Revenge. Hey, look at this cool image. This was drawn by Eduardo Garcia for our original article on Snake's Revenge. Just wanted an excuse to show it off here and also to take a quick breather from the history. I'll link to Ed's ArtStation page here. And I just want to ask you two, knowing all that, do you think that Snake's Revenge, do you think Konami was right to bury it completely? That was, at the time. They have since, very recently, the Master Collection 2 came out, the Metal Gear Master Collection, and they did include Snake's Revenge as a sort of bonus ad for that most recent release. And they do have some documentation about it, but was it fair for them for so many years to just completely ignore its existence?
I don't know. I think business-wise it makes sense. It didn't really set the world on fire. It was overshadowed by the real sequel to it. So it's in a preservationist sense, it makes sense to keep it around in some degree. And I do like that they put it into the collection now. So they've, acknowledged it by this point. But for the sake of, celebrating the, Metal Gear as it has, known to be as Kojima's baby, it's it makes sense to not really dredge that one up. It's and here's this thing that doesn't count, technically,
What's
here's
really
a little
funny,
weird thing.
I should mention this, too. Let me mention this real quick.
It'd be if
So there was a tweet made where they advertised Snake's Revenge coming out as part of the Master Collection, and Konami issues a tweet that says, "I experienced this non-canon entry in the Metal Gear franchise," and then within a few minutes of making that tweet, they deleted it and then reposted it without the mention of it being non-canon. They just stripped that bit out of the tweet as if to imply, like, we were erroneous to say this was non-canon. This could be canon. It's just a strange thing they did.
That is strange.
It would like if I in my it would be like if that remember Splatterhouse the remake thing, the newer version. It'd be like if that started referencing Wanpaku graffiti. It would be cool. It would be kind of funny, but like it makes sense to not.
Sure. Johnny, your thoughts?
And yet, I would say, hearing that history, I get why people assume that Konami, like, not fully buried it, but like the idea that they didn't have much faith in it, and that explains like the title and the labeling. It's ultimately hard to say. Probably lead on the side of just dumb business decision more than anything. But because as you point out, Metal Gear Solid wasn't a franchise at this point. But you know, considering how little coverage it even got at the time, and I think that speaks to reviewing outlets being like, they must have looked at it, messed with it a bit, and thought like this is not even worth giving a low score. So I can see why. It took video game companies a long time to want to acknowledge the stuff that's not as well received in their library. So I get, even outside of just the whole Metal Gear canon thing, I get why Konami didn't talk about it for a while. But it's all games should be talked about, should give people the option to play them.
Yeah, and I also want to mention again briefly that, you know, the Konami would play around with, you know, the canon of Metal Gear, the timeline, divergent timelines again. Something I mentioned in the article, but I didn't put into this document, but I'm going to mention it here now. Metal Gear Ghost Babel for the Game Boy Color, also known as Metal Gear Solid in North American territories, which is a direct sequel to the original Metal Gear, to Metal Gear 1, that ignores Metal Gear 2, that ignores Snake's Revenge, obviously, that ignores Metal Gear Solid, to tell a story about, like, you know, another alternate timeline, another alternate sequel to Metal Gear. And again, Kojima, not involved with that one, not to the extent that he's writing the story for it, but it's still, like, a very worthy successor. It is more in the style of original Metal Gear, but, like, with the modern amenities, with some of, like, you know, the functionality and mechanics of, like, a Metal Gear Solid. So it really is, like, the best possible vision for what could have been. You can almost imagine it coming out on the NES in its era. You know, the Game Boy Color and NES are somewhat similar in a lot of different ways. But yeah, that would have been interesting as well, somehow. A third timeline, a third game in contention with Snake's Revenge and Metal Gear 2.
Metal Gear Acid is also its own timeline that's, like, technically a sequel to Metal Gear Solid, I think.
Yes,
it's like if Metal Gear Solid 2 didn't happen.
I know Slow Beef has recently been playing the Metal Gear Acid games on stream, so maybe consider checking out those VOD archives, see what Slow Beef's take on that series is. Maybe we'll cover that some capacity one of these days. Who's to say? That's about it for the history, except we need to get into the story of the game. We do need to get into the story behind Snake's Revenge and what version of the story we are going to go with here. I see Sundown McMoon mentioning, how does the Worlds of Power Junior novel fit into all this? Funny you should mention that. Next slide. So, we mentioned earlier that Konami, in their business dealings in North America, uses the label Ultra Games. It's basically a shell division operating out of North America. And it was just done to bypass Nintendo's publishing limitations on the NES. You know, you can only publish so many games per publisher per year for the NES. So they just created another company to skirt that fucking thing, as a lot of companies did at the time. And so, as a matter of fact, the first title credited to Ultra Games is none other than the NES conversion of Metal Gear, which, in the course of, in the process of bringing that game over to North America, gets a alternative story from what is told in the scope of the game itself. It is a story told through promotional material and the game's own packaging. Whatever team was responsible for marketing Konami's games in the States took major creative liberties with the titles that passed through them, outright inventing plot points that never actually materialize in the games themselves. In the case of the NES Metal Gear, their version of events would pit Solid Snake against the nefarious Colonel Vermin Katafi, a pathetically weak attempt at parodying the name of real-life Libyan dictator Muammar Gaddafi. The back of the game's box also references your primary radio contact in the game as being one Commander South, despite the fact that the game's translation never once references anyone by that name throughout the course of the game. Obviously, Commander South is meant to refer to Big Boss, while also being a spoof of notable war criminal Oliver North. He'd get his video game proper debut in a fucking Call of Duty game later down the line.
Yeah.
Obviously he's meant to be like Big Boss. Colonel Katafi is an invention by the marketing team, likely created in order to give a face and name to the enemy forces, while at the same time, like, not spoiling the reveal of Commander South, of Big Boss, as the actual leader of Outer Heaven. So they're just, like, playing fast and loose here with plot details. And it's this continuity that is carried over into the Worlds of Power novelization of Metal Gear, written by one Alexander Frost under the pen name FX9, published in July 1990. Pictured here. This was a series of books that Scholastic would put out that would be primarily sold at book fairs, so that you would these events would come by to the schools in a lot of cases, and they'd be like, here's some books that you kids will like, and Scholastic thinks to capitalize on that by, like, we'll do a licensing deal with Nintendo or with these companies that are putting out games for the Nintendo, and so you get these, sort of like young adult novelizations of these games on the market. And, what does FX9 here, what does Alexander Frost have to go off of? He's a writer, he probably doesn't play the game for himself, and so he just goes off of the instruction manual, goes off of, what he is told of the game, what is, the Ultra Games canon, if you will. But, with the success of Metal Gear for the NES in North America, players are probably more likely to connect with the story, like, told within the game itself, right? Like, that's the one they experienced. So there's really, like, no reason why Konami or Ultra Games would need to maintain this weird alternate continuity for Snake's Revenge. Except, of course, they did. Of course that's what they went with. Of course that's what they continued to go with when it came to marketing the game in North America. And so, the story told in advertising for Snake's Revenge, as seen in this 10 Ways to Stay Zap Happy. This is a fold-out bit of promotional material that Konami put out to advertise some of their games in the Ultra Games line. They have a blurb on Snake's Revenge here, and it goes on to describe a Colonel Katafi escaping from Outer Heaven to continue his reign of terror. After losing everything in the events of Metal Gear, he's described as going psycho and having retaliated against Snake by killing his two best friends. Now on the run, he aligns himself with a fellow bad guy, Ayatollah Khomeini. Let's rephrase that. Hyarola Cockamani. Let's clean that up. Let's not actually reference the real-life Ayatollah Khomeini. Again, love this continuity. So those two, Colonel Katafi and Hyarola Cockamani, get together. They take refuge in the Fortress Fanatic, their version of Outer Heaven, I suppose. And as a repayment for being offered this safe haven, the Colonel gifts his new friend his ultimate weapon, given the terrifying moniker of the Ultra Chic Nuclear Attack Tank. Naturally, it is up to Snake to save the world once again, only this time, it's personal. And that's why it's called Snake's Revenge, because of this one fucking ad blurb that mentions two of Snake's friends getting killed. That is the basis for the title, as far as the marketing team was concerned. Because those two friends, they don't pop up in the instruction manual. They don't pop up, certainly in the course of the game. This is the only ad blurb that makes any mention of them. This is the only telling of events that makes any mention as to why Snake would be revenging. So,
has anyone, as like a creative writing exercise, ever try to make a ad blurb for Metal Gear Solid, continuing the continuity of the ad blurbs for the first two games?
The corpse of Colonel Katafi has been frozen. So, that continuity, by the way, that Ultra Games, that does continue into the manual here. They have their own summation of those same events with the Colonel Gatafi name and so forth. Another funny thing from the manual, which just goes to show how much effort and care was put into the manual. If you look at the bottom here, they have the row of characters that you will see in the game of your protagonists, the 3 commandos, as well as, what do they call Jennifer in this? I have to zoom in on this, got to put my peepers on. Their foxy friend, Jennifer. So they show from left to right, Solid Snake, or place your name here, JT, Commando, Nick Meyer, Jennifer X. Except what they've done is, the guy with the crew cut, the second from the left, that's Snake. The guy on the left is JT, so they forgot who was who. They forgot who the protagonist of the game was when they were putting the names under the images and put them in the wrong order. So that's pretty good. That just shows, like, again, like how much of a shit they gave when they were just like under crunch to like get these fucking manuals out. And just like, you know, you're not gonna bother playing the game, right? So you're just gonna just wing it with this shitty ad blurb, make a story out of this. What a mess. So, you know, this is all pretty funny. And by funny, I do mean it's kind of trite and kind of racist with the naming conventions here and whatnot. But before we get into the game, we should probably talk about what the real plot is. It's a far more straightforward affair, as it turns out. The plot of Snake's Revenge, the game we were about to play, thank you for waiting through this history section, folks, is that 3 years after the events of the Outer Heaven incident of Metal Gear, Operation Intrude N313, an unknown terrorist group has now taken over a factory made to mass-produce Metal Gears. Now a lieutenant, Solid Snake is tasked with leading a 3-man Foxhound unit into the facility, located in some unspecified region in the Middle East. His team consists of former Navy sailor John Turner and former Marine Nick Meyer on the ground. There's an unnamed chopper pilot who serves as your primary contact and coordinator, and later Jennifer, who is a returning character from the first Metal Gear, as a double agent on the inside. No mention is ever made in-game of Snake losing his best friends or seeking any sort of personal retribution, just to reiterate that point. And so that is as much context as I can provide to all of you. So the time has come. Let us finally play Snake's Revenge.
Whee.
All right, loading.
Also, I just one addendum from me.
Nope. Hold on. We got to start the game. I don't have time for this, Johnny. Let's start that game up right now.
Oh, I thought you needed more time to start the game. Never mind.
All right, we're getting into it now. And, you know, these aren't the most impressive graphics for the NES necessarily. But, you know, the sampled speech is really impressive, I will say.
I've got key card number 1.
All right, we're making good progress so far.
I like the framing device they use for this game.
Yeah.
Plot-wise, you know.
You see the rank,
the same actor as the in television.
Yeah, the rank carries over from the previous games. Hold on. I didn't mean to talk over that bit. I don't want to talk over this. I'll rewind.
Don't shoot. I don't know any.
So anyway, this is an upload.
Someone shot the food.
This is an upload by a classic gaming console of the Tiger handheld Metal Gear 2. This has not been dumped on MAME yet, so this footage does exist, and I'm grateful for it.
Ammunition.
This is probably one of the most impressive Tiger Electronics games.
You have accomplished mission 1.
It does eventually get to like a Metal Gear fight.
Recast this guy as David Hayter of all people.
Yeah, you know, the original performance, keep the original voice actor, keep the continuity going. Anyway, yeah, this game goes places. It's a wild ride. I hope to one day play it, but until then, this YouTube video will have to do. I wish we could just play that video and then be done for the night. But no. We will get to the actual game now. Sorry for the bait and switch. I couldn't resist. What were you going to say, Johnny? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
I was just going to say, for me personally, I do find that opening forest jungle bit for Metal Gear on NES like a very terrible first impression. It is a pretty horrid bit. It is questionable that Kojima apparently couldn't beat it. I'm like, how long did you try?
Yeah.
Like 15 minutes?
Just a little bit pleased with yourself, and rightly so.
And you mentioned the alert status not carrying over screens, and that is easier, but that's always the thing I think of like, oh, this was kind of low rent. They did not get this working on this hardware. Like, it's certainly easier, but it's definitely, like, comes off janky as a result.
No doubt. Thank you,
With
Howie
the
GG,
comparison,
by the way, who says, wow, I never knew a Tiger version has existed. I always had the NES version. Yeah, the inferior version, clearly. Your loss, our gain. We're going to show you that NES version right now.
I wonder what the plot of the Tiger version was, though.
This one rolls into a demo. If you remember, infamously, the NES version of Metal Gear, if you wait like half a second and don't press start on the title screen, it gets directly into the demo. They give you a few seconds on this one for this to start rolling for this bespoke intro.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that was a lot of Ultra games back then. I remember like trying to do the code for TMNT 2 and being real pressed for time before it just rolled into a demo.
Yeah.
We could continue. This is a password game. Let's see how long those passwords are, just for my edification. Someone's got to voice this helicopter pilot. He's going to do the most speaking throughout this game, believe it or not.
Oh, jeez.
Oh.
So,
Right now? For the password screen, we have to do a voice?
Yeah, just try it. Try it out.
You want to return to the operation point by heli. Give me your password.
All right. Oh!
Oh, hell yeah. River
Case
City
sensitive
Ransom.
snake. No, it's not.
Yeah, no, it's almost River City Ransom levels, which is case sensitive.
I would probably
I guess
need
they're
to actually put a
tracking
password
ammo
in.
and
Let's restart
everything.
it. They might be. Yeah, there's a lot of variables to keep track
Oh.
of. But we will
I also
just...
want to mention
go
the
ahead.
stuff about this may be coming out in Japan because of the reference to that ship and things like that. That's like those are self-references. I don't think that really adds any evidence to it coming
Any
out
credence to
outside.
it? Yeah, I'm not sure
Yeah.
either about that. Lieutenant Snake, we received information from our intelligence man at the enemy's base. They have a weapon. Is it Metal Gear, which you destroyed 3 years ago? Go to the enemy base with 2 men. The pilot knows the route. John Turner, in the Navy's Info Center for 6 years, is an infiltration pro. Nick Meyer, a Marine, is an explosives disposal and weapons expert. Lieutenant Solid Snake is a martial arts expert. He destroyed Metal Gear 1
juice.
and is now Operation 747 leader. On the
Oh,
juice
he's about
big
to die.
time.
This is a Konami game. I know how that works.
All right, very inconspicuous in our red camouflage. All right, we're ready to get in a call. Who could it be?
Snake, the purpose of your mission is to infiltrate the enemy stronghold. You must collect information from your coworkers.
Go to the
Meet 'em
water
at the
cooler.
water cooler.
Yeah.
Introduce yourself. Get to know them.
All right, so this is us. Very similar to
Yeah.
the original Metal Gear out the gate, believe it or not.
I did like some of the presentation touches there, doing like the flare.
So we do have a choice of melee weapon that is always equipped, always our B button is always melee, and we start with a handgun in this one. This is not procure on site. If we use the punch, it takes 3 punches to knock someone out, but there's a potential they drop an item if you do that, whereas the knife is an instant kill, but you do not get the ability to get an item, as I'm to recall. We have no
Because it
equipment
vaporizes them.
yet. We should also
Super
probably take
hot
a look
knife.
at the transceiver screen. Oh, right, no, of course it's going to be that.
Snake, the purpose of... Don't interrupt me.
The porpoise.
Oh, cool. Great. So, as you may have noticed, we had no opportunity to not get caught on this screen immediately.
Yep.
Oh, this is
Let
the
that
action
set a
game.
precedent. Now let me look at the transceiver screen. You can see we have 3 people we can transmit to. We have a tune level that we can't actually adjust. We have a radar map. Ooh, Metal Gear 2 would have this too. No contact. This screen is used exactly once in the course of the game. Only
Oh,
once
nice.
does this contain any information that is relevant to the game. And also, for that matter, just calling people at random. It's called Jennifer. Nothing. Nick? Nothing. John? Nothing. Oh.
Wait.
Oh. Let's see.
A little late.
Lieutenant, be careful of the enemy's gyrocopter.
You know what, Johnny? not to spoil anything about this character, but can you give this guy the Liquid Snake voice?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Give me a second.
Me.
Snake. Oh, it's been a while. I'm gonna have to get into it.
All right.
Lieutenant, be careful of the enemy's gyrocopter. I'm gonna have to practice. Give me a minute.
That'll be
He
fine.
does look like he just stepped out of the shower.
So it's very rare that you can actually communicate to anyone else on any of these screens. So I was actually pleasantly surprised to find that worked. Great! I guess be wary of the gyrocopter for sure.
Yep.
Luckily, I can punch him out for right now. Where will it be next? Oh, thank God.
Oh no. Snake, I have bad news for you. You went into the enemy's airspace. You're flying, Snake, like a bird. We can't help you anymore. See you at the meeting point after the military operation is over. Good luck.
Thanks. Thanks for that. Thanks for the update. Yeah, we knew. I knew I was going into the base.
Hey, Snake, you're fucked. Bye-bye.
All right, the spotlights
very
are a lot
casual.
easier to contend with, as it turns out. Though sometimes you can't just walk into a screen and be immediately in spotlight vicinity.
He should have
Will this
peeked.
count? Yes, it will, because
Yes, it
the
will.
top of our body counts as detectable.
Intruder alert. Make it daytime. Stacked.
Well. That'll be the first of probably several game overs here. Again, combat in this game, not great. And we will start from here at the top once more. Let's see if we can maybe speed through this and knowing what we know now, yes, potentially avoid some of these gyrocopters. Oh, nope, I walked into a wall at the top there, and nope, that one is just
Wait, how did that catch
unfucking
you?
avoidable.
Is it line of sight?
Yes,
The
but the line of sight is
helicopters?
not a cone, it is a straight line emerging from their eye line for any of these given enemies. We'll skip the transceivers the second time around. You don't lose anything for not answering the clarion call. Oh! Brutal. Hey, here's a prisoner of war. You rescue a certain amount of these, you get a rank up. Rank ups confer benefits including more health, more ammo you can carry. They are also strictly necessary. If you miss any POWs, if you fail to rescue every POW in the course of the game, you will not have enough rank to beat the game. So this is non-negotiable. And also, you don't want to
that's
accidentally
me.
kill them in the original Metal Gear because then you lose rank. I think they took that part out of this, mercifully. Oh, come on. I know there's...
Yeah, I was going to ask actually if this also carries or doesn't carry alerts over screens.
It depends. They do have the double exclamation point alert in this game that they did not have in original Metal Gear NES. Come on, make it to the top. Yes!
You found bongo drum.
Let's use that straight away. And now, in one of many returning features from Metal Gear that they could have done anything to improve.
Oh.
Yep.
No, this
One
seems good
ration?
to me.
2
Why
rations.
get rid of this?
Right.
3 rations. Instead of just giving you the maximum stack, you have to, 1, just know offhand what the maximum amount you can carry of a given item is. In the case of this ration for our rank 1, it is 3. But, like, you couldn't just top us off the second we collect 1. We have to do this fucking song and dance still from the original game.
And it does feel unintended, though.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. Is that just the NES or did the MSX have that issue as well?
Original MSX Metal Gear definitely had that. I believe
Okay.
Solid Snake on MSX2. I couldn't tell you with any degree of certainty, but I feel like they amended that.
I know NES Metal Gear had issues with, like, remembering anything when you did anything at the screen. Like, if you cleared all the enemies on the screen, used the binoculars to look one screen over, and then took off the binoculars, everything was respawned while you were standing there.
Yes.
Yeah.
A lot of problems with, like, states being saved between screens and whatnot.
Thank you for rescuing me.
Gonna have to use another ration. I'm not gonna go back and collect the stock up on
Thank
rations
you.
again.
I was stuck in the jungle and tied up. Now I'm just stuck in the jungle. Thanks.
Well, at least you're slightly more comfortable.
I actually
All
live
right.
here.
We've chosen the wrong entrance. We will return to this screen at a later point in time when it is relevant.
Oh. And this is the first level?
Yep. I mean, this is still more straightforward than NES Metal Gear in some ways. Than the jungle scene in that goddamn game.
Yeah.
I feel like I remember the jungle in Metal Gear Solid 1 NES not being that complicated.
It
I don't know,
starts off
it's been too long since I
simple, and
played
then
it.
there is like a 4-way split after like some of the dogs.
Yes, and that jungle does have to connect all of the bases as well. That whole overworld, as it were. Oh,
Yeah.
come on.
Right, I just remind myself though, the 4-way split is kind of a lie because it just loops if you go down one direction.
Oh, come on. I might do some rewinding here. I was, in the back of my mind, I'm like, yeah, no, that's all right. That's okay. I'm going to do a mulligan on this so we don't have to do the entire section from the start again. So we killed the enemies here. Let us just know that we need to go through the bottom of this screen and come to this exact spot to get another transceiver call.
Lieutenant, I've arrived at the point A. Let's put the plan into effect. Good luck infiltrating the enemy's base.
Thanks. Cutscene.
Yeah, I do like the cutscenes.
Yak, yak, yak.
I love Snake just in clear view here. It's
Oh no! I fucked up.
I don't know who says that. I don't know who's meant to be saying,
Yep.
I'll take you. Go ahead. Is that just John shouting it to us? Is that what it's meant
I
to
assume
be?
that was a guard.
I do have pretty bad peripheral vision on my right side, so maybe the guards have the same issue.
Isn't this song familiar? I will say, soundtrack to this game, bangers across the board.
Yeah,
I really
it's
like that
kind of
cutscene
a
music.
it's kind of a rearrangement of Theme of Tara.
Yes. No! I was so
I'll
close.
definitely say I wouldn't say it's a bad soundtrack, but at least just comparing them, I never liked much of the original Metal Gear NES
Okay, so
over
you
the
start here.
MSX soundtrack.
Yes. Better checkpointing
we
in
go,
this game than
continues.
NES Metal Gear, which
Yeah.
depends on your rank where they choose to respawn you, which is a weird way of doing that.
I assume it remembers that you collected those two guys.
Yes. Oh, what do you know? What could this be? Oh, keycard number 1. Don't mind if I do. And so it begins. The keycard shuffle. The absolute worst part of original Metal Gear. Carried into this. We will collect a collection of keycards over the course of the game. And they will all remain relevant. We will continue to use keycard number 1 until the last seconds of the game. You can never tell what keycard is required of a given door until you try every goddamn keycard in your inventory.
Right. Yeah.
So count your blessings at this early stage that we only have like 1 or 2 to deal with for a while.
Yeah. I was trying to think what my most fresh memory of Metal Gear 1 is, and it's probably Dan Reichert's playthrough with Giant Bomb East. And yeah, I have a memory of them just walking up to doors and just cycling key cards through the inventory.
The enemy has a truth gas. If you find some, you can get some classified information from the enemy. Oh, and what useful information that will be, surely.
I wonder
So-
if it's common guard procedure to, when you're patrolling a hallway, to just walk 3 steps, turn around in place, and then walk 3 more steps, and then turn around in place. 'Cause you never know someone's coming behind you.
I think if you guard a place for so long, and you get to the point where you're just like, I need to look busy because I hate this job, that's what you do.
Perspective
so in a
is a
sense,
little
video
fucked
games.
here, by the way,
Yeah.
in case you couldn't tell. That is a complicating factor, to be sure.
Yeah.
Doesn't see me
Oh
here.
yeah, it's the old top-down issue where.
Oh, come on! And none of those punches landed either? This is a big problem with this game that I was fully aware of going into this, but which really comes into focus as soon as the action starts, which is that the action is not any good because of the fucked perspective here. But,
Yeah,
you
I
know,
don't know
maybe
what the name
some
for it
weapons
is.
will remedy that later.
Yeah. But that isometric issue, but the objects that are like leaning over are actually fully solid in like 2 dimensions.
It's hard to say, because it's
Yeah, like
also
you can't-
inconsistent in this
Yeah.
game. Ammo
What's
box.
the name of that view that old Ultima games used to use?
3/4.
No, it was a very specific name for a very specific style of like rendering at an angle that they eventually went away from. I don't mean like the original ass Ultima, which was just like, you know, 2D images.
Don't shoot! I don't know anything. So these are enemy
Oh,
commanders.
You need some truth gas.
Yes,
Is it-
precisely. But watch this screen. Watch this fucking.
hmm
If you take a step forward walking out the door, that's instant alerts. So they at least had a thought that would be annoying to immediately get like detected coming off that screen, but they also don't give you much in the way of wiggle room there. You seem to like know to lay off the controller immediately, and that's still not, you know, a solve for like most screens in this game. As it turns out, I did not mean to use the food. I did mean to get this guy though. John moved to a different spot. Thanks.
That's got nothing to do with the mission. That's just in general he moved houses recently.
Yeah, he's been apartment hunting. Come on. More ammo. Not what I want right now. Also don't want to go here right now. We'll get to that later.
Ooh.
We'll get to that side, that profile view in due time. Let me cook. I'm going off of memory right now. I'll just fucking eat this detection. Notice how much farther their bullets travel than ours. It's one of many ways the game is completely unfair towards you in this. Luckily, punching them will still grant me that ammo. And rations occasionally, too, like there. So that is why I am primarily punching people. Except when it is inconvenient to do so, like right now. Yeah, sorry folks, I'm not going to be the master of stealth in this. I do have most of the progression memorized in this. I don't need like a guide for the early part. There's going to come a part where I need the guide to be like in any sort of way efficient. But also this game is like mostly straightforward in a way that original Metal Gear is not, which I do kind of appreciate.
Just to close the loop on the thing I said earlier, as you get the truth gas, military oblique projection, which Mirrorsbud and Chad also got the oblique projection part.
Gotcha. All right.
Oh, it's a limited thing.
Yes.
It's not just an item.
Oh, okay.
3 stack. Okay. Now I really want to go through this door. This is something you can miss. There's an item we're going back for right now. Remember this screen earlier? This wasn't here before.
That wasn't there before.
Suppressor. Now all our pistol shots are silent. Now we can actually use the pistol and not set off an alarm the second we use it.
Yeah.
That is
the
the
that
only...
perspective here on the north door really messes with me there.
This
I
is
just
the
realized how weird that is.
only opportunity you get to get the silencer, and without it, this game is nigh on impossible. So
I'm going to assume it's not limited then.
No, it is unlimited. This is long before Metal Gear Solid 3 had the idea that, you know, suppressors actually have like little rubber like baffles in them. You can only use them like so many times before they completely become ineffective.
Oh,
You know, realistically.
Dario-
on chat. Yeah, go ahead, Chucky.
Dario says, if you call Mick inside the base, he tells you that he left the silencer there.
Interesting. Oh. Let's see what progress it saves, and I'll decide whether I rewind here or not. Okay, it looks like we still have some ammo. Let's call Nick.
Or Nick, rather than Nick.
Oh, we're running out of bats.
It's going to be a very specific screen. No, we do not have... We have the key cards. Let's go ahead. I'm just going to... For the sake of expediency, for the sake of this playthrough not going for like 4 hours tonight, maybe coming in at a cool 3... I'm like so curious now to call Nick on every screen to see what screen it is precisely. Because the thing is, you don't get any indication.
Possible. It's entirely possible also that it wouldn't work now that you've gotten it.
Entirely, yeah. One more try. One more. Nah, no dice. Again, without any indication, with it's like, you know, just knowing that you have to dial on every screen. Get a load of this snake. This screen is not dissimilar from screens in the original Metal Gear where you would take the elevators and it would use just the same sprites as, like, you know, the top-down perspective. But they've come up with bespoke sprites for Snake this time around. Oh, come on.
Wow, they just pumped guards in the room there.
Let's see where it starts us. Good, I'll take it.
And let's see what you have.
I got everything I need.
Got the silencer. Except for the truth gas. Nope,
Nope,
there you go.
we have
Never mind.
that.
Different screen.
Okay. Jojo will follow up saying, I called in from that room you're in with all the boxes. Should mention, in case we didn't mention at the top, that in the Discord, the game room, this is our bad game of the month.
Oh yeah, we
in
totally
the
forgot to
Bad Game
mention that.
Club. Yeah.
Whoopsies.
So, you know, folks are playing this alongside us.
Discord.gg/BGHOF for the benefit of folk at home. There we go. That's how it's meant to be done.
Yeah, people are always good about trading their tips and tricks.
And then I can show how it's meant to be played. Oh, I forgot to truth gas the guy on the first floor. So I have to go back and do that real quick. Weapons are ready to be shipped. It's difficult to get near the port. Not the most useful classified information.
Well, if you hadn't used the truth gas, you would be like, oh, it's so easy to get near the port.
No, they just say the same shit. They just say, don't shoot, I don't know anything, I'm a complete dummy. Can't believe I have to backtrack. All of, like, 3 screens. And I'll just, skip that alert status, assuming it's not going to carry over. Yes, it does not. Lucky me. It should be right down... Oh, wait, hold on. Was it this door? No, one on the right.
No, I think it's up there.
Somehow didn't get detected there.
Yeah, I've been paying
detected there.
attention. Yeah, I've been paying attention to when you get detected and not, and it seems
Fuck this.
very hard to discern. It probably isn't random.
It's so bad.
Yeah. Someone did mention the re-res video on this goes into great detail on how the sight line stuff works. So I'll have to look into that. Always shout out to re-res. Always doing amazing work.
Our weapons are ready. Again, useless, but I think these are essential to maxing out rank. Therefore, they are essential.
Yeah, did your rank just go up?
No, I'm still rank
Off
2.
of that one? Oh, okay. I didn't notice when you went rank 2 in the first place.
Just running over, making sure that I'm snatching motherfuckers' birthdays as quickly as possible. Okay, now we can go up. I mean, I could... I'm trying to remember what door had the truth gas in it. Is it this one?
Not
Do
this
I want
one.
it?
No.
What am I doing?
More to the left.
Let's remember, take the bottom screen here. Ooh. And then don't keep holding left.
There's the door up from here, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it's best to just, while you can, stock up on any given resource. Just make sure you're always carrying maximum. because if not, it will bite you. Basically every goddamn time. I needed to know, I'm sorry. Yeah, so it'd be this top door then, which means shuffle the key cards. Alright, so we could carry 3 at rank 1. How many does that mean we can carry at rank 2? I should have, what, like 4 on hand right now? Nope, just 3.
Yeah, I think it caps at 3.
Oh, God damn it. It's such an innovation in Metal Gear Solid where the key cards just stack on top of each other. You basically just have the universal key card that you keep upgrading. Oh my god, it's such a better system.
So you get the key card that needs to be microwaved.
Yeah, because that's how it was in Metal Gear on MSX. I can't imagine it was a technical limit, right? To like replace items in the inventory.
Just have a key card that has the same value as the previous one plus. Yeah. No, I mean, it's done deliberately. It is a very deliberate design decision made to increase tension as you are like fumbling with keys at a door. Like that is what they are deliberately trying to evoke there.
Yeah.
Because, you know, you'll be under alert and you'll be like, all right, I gotta get through this door to get away from the alert status. And you're just like cycling. You have to go back and forth in and out of the inventory to figure out like which key is the right key. It's not very effective. It's more fucking annoying than anything else. But, you know, it is a thought.
Because I've been on my VR kick, I've been thinking about if Kojima made a VR game, and I could see him making a game that is fumbling with keys to open a door in a hurry. Would be a
what
game
is the difference between 1 exclamation point and 2 exclamation points?
1 exclamation point means that when you leave the screen, the alert status ends just immediately on screen transition. A double exclamation point means that they're going to continue to hound you and annoy you until you clear all the enemies from a given screen or find an elevator.
Is there any action you take that changes which one is going to be versus the other, or is it just dependent on the guard?
It's contingent on the guard in the room. And you know... Oh, here's a submachine gun.
All right.
You know, it would make more sense. The double alert status is probably like, you know, what it should be at all times. Just because, you know, that makes the stealth more rewarding, engaging, whatnot. Eventually, Metal Gear Solid, you know, just lands on, like, you know... Yeah, I mean, have alerts end when, like, you've, like, stayed out of the spotlight, when you've, like, evaded capture, rather than just, like, you know, walking into a room and immediately being clear of it. But, you know, it was a thought at this time as to, like, you know, what degree of severity an alert status is going to incur. This is plastic explosive. This is essential.
Use this to destroy any plastic you find.
Yeah, I meant to do this earlier, but I've got maps up now from Game FAQs, courtesy of Starfighters 76. They are very detailed, tells me like, well, which key cards you need to use and everything.
All right, 15. Let's try calling Nick, because Joe Darriel's mentioning it in chat. That there's another call you can make to Nick to get some sort of guidance. Up, here we go.
Hey!
Lieutenant, be careful. That room on base has a trap in it.
Handy. We'll see where that actually materializes.
Yeah, what room he meant.
Let's go into the room on the right first, because I figure there'll probably be an item in there. And also, you know, it's an excuse to stock up on some rations here.
Yes, there is an item there, I can confirm.
Okay, so this is an oxygen tank. Very handy to have. You may notice this is a gas room, so we take damage for every second we're in there. Can I equip the oxygen tank? No, I can't because, well...
Well, it looked like you did.
I mean, I can, but I can't open the door.
Oh.
Until...
Oh, I get you.
Oh, okay, this is very Metal Gear on MSX.
Oh, and by the way, it doesn't work. So there is no actual gas mask in this game. That is a trap.
Huh. So what
So
is the
the oxygen
tank
tanks
for?
are for something completely different that we will get to in one of the absolute worst, most
Why-
aggravating, tedious,
No.
fucking awful portions of this game that repeats repeatedly.
I was say, why would you go back in there? But I realize now what you're doing.
I need the full reservoir of oxygen tanks at any moment in time. If you have any less than the full reservoir of oxygen tanks by the time that the oxygen tank is called for, you are fucked. So there is literally nothing to do here, nothing to it except to take that damage, go in and out of that room repeatedly, fill up on oxygen tanks. Anything short of doing what I just did there, you will not beat the game. Something nice about this game. We already said banger soundtrack. They're giving you weapons basically straight away. So, you know, if you...
I'll say in a lot of ways, this is closer to Metal Gear 1 than I was under the impression that this game was.
Oh, it's just straight up, like, iterative on Metal Gear 1. There's, like, one major distinction that it has that we will get to. First, let's pick up some grenades.
Mm-hmm.
And your birthday present.
And some ammo. Does ammo refill the grenades? I think it might. Let's double check. I have 5
The
grenades
ammo's
to
coming
start
back.
with. Fill up ammo. Oh, right. 10 grenades.
I mean, you did pick up the grenade thing.
I just want to see. This is just for my edification. All right, 10 grenades still. 15.
15. Okay, so it does
So
not.
ammo is just bullets. And grenades are grenades.
Let's triple check.
The ammo also covers the machine gun, which I do want full ammo for as well here at this point. It will come in handy. I meant to punch that guy, but that's okay. Security camera.
Officer, I meant to punch him. My bad.
All's forgiven. Ah, well. You know what? I don't like security camera dodging anyway. This is fine. I'll just take that. And down we go into the belly of the beast. Yippee skippy. Do we really need 2 guards to patrol this one room? This one empty room?
Big room. You can hardly see from one end to the other.
Welcome to the fucking side-scrolling view. This is the big differentiator between this game and Metal Gear. We can switch between knife, handgun, ration. We can't use our SMG here. If I'm standing, I can jump. I can shoot. If I'm on the ground, I can plant C4. I cannot shoot. This is
Hey,
a
look at that,
problem.
Crawl in before Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake.
Let me hold on to that C4 just in case I need it. I don't remember. Let's move to the screen right. Guards will patrol these areas.
You know, being on the system that actually could do smooth scrolling, it's really funny that this specifically does not do smooth scrolling.
Specifically so you can have bullshit happen. So, I guess we're in alert status now. No enemies can spawn on this screen. But oxygen tanks can and will be used.
Snake was not trained
okay.
how to hold his breath.
Yeah,
The
so that's my
moment he goes
question.
underwater, he keeps breathing.
What happens if you don't have any tanks? Does he just immediately...
Drains your health. So watch how quickly this is draining. That's 1 tank. 1.5. Oh, come on. I have to hit select, use the ration, switch back to pistol.
No, it's nice they let it pauses when you do that.
Oh, come on. Yeah, there are times later where guards will just be facing the direction you come in from, so if you don't crawl onto every screen, the chances are more likely than not that you will be caught.
Yeah, now you might think Solid Snake's inability to breathe underwater is unrealistic, but it's actually commentary on how much he smokes.
No one can avoid our attack! Welcome to the first boss of the game. Welcome to the worst boss of the game. We are not in a good position to deal with this boss right now because I do not have full health or full rations. So I'm wondering how the fuck I'm going to do this. This is a team of, like, football quarterbacks. There are 5 of them. Ooh, how do I want to try to do this? This probably isn't going to go well. I'm just going to forewarn you on this first attempt. I'm going to give this a genuine attempt.
What if you call the codec while you're fighting a boss? Do you have any sort of, like, boss information?
No. I want to call this as like Snake. This is a team of former NFL quarterbackers. They've gone mercenary. I want the full backstory on them. We don't get backstory on these guys, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, because that is, even in Metal Gear 1, you got a little bit of that.
Okay, they do 2 damage per tackle.
Their home was raided by mercenaries. They were the only ones left alive as children. They were forced to play touch football.
All right, 1 down.
I mean,
Do I still have food? I do.
you joke, but Running Man in Metal Gear 2 is a sports person turned mercenary for hire.
Yes.
So
I was just trying to, like...
parallel thinking there.
I was just trying to, like, use, like, the Beauty and the Beast unit's backstories, except, like, football.
Oh, yeah. I always remember the Snake Soup website had a little tool where you could make your own Beauty and the Beast back story by filling in blanks.
I can't believe I did that first try, by the way. I'm
Oh,
amazed
yeah.
I got that first try. That fight is fucking ridiculous with anything short of full rations, because the first, like, waves of it are basically undodgeable. When it's the full 5 of them, you need to rush to get at least 1 of them gone. Then you have a chance of being able to dodge the attacks as they home in on you. And then as you, like, whittle them down, it becomes a bit easier to dodge. But, like, it's a damage race at the top of it to kill at least 1 fucking guy before you have any chance of surviving of not taking damage. I'm getting my due flowers in chat right now, and I appreciate it, and I fucking deserve it, by the way, for that. Moving on up. Okay.
You ever played... Yep, go on.
So, look at these things. Can't walk into them, they hurt. Can't punch them. I mean, we can, but I don't think anything's gonna fucking happen here. What can we do about this? What do you think the solution here is?
Truth gas. Have them tell you the truth.
There's 2 things blocking the door. One tells the truth with the effects of truth gas. Okay, now, I mean, so obviously this is going to be where we use the explosives. All right, fire in the hole.
I was going to say the grenades.
I would look at that, and I would think, okay, the C4 isn't effective on this. And I would probably go backwards, and I'd probably be, like, fucking around, going back and forth, trying to figure out what can I do here. Let's try the transceiver. No one. Okay. Let's continue to count. 2. You can be damaged by the explosion, by the way. 3. 4. 5.
For one of them.
Fucking 5 C4 with no feedback or indication that what you're doing is the correct thing to do. Absolutely unfucking forgivable design. That is so shitty. That is so fucked.
Dario says you can actually destroy them by punching them too, but it takes longer.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's just a matter of feedback. Like, C4 is a quick way to do it. You could, I guess, they have a certain amount of health, right? But why not set the health way fucking lower to where 1 explosive does it? Maybe 2, if you want to be, like, egregious. But fucking 5?
There used to be a, oops. Lieutenant, it appears that John is a hostage of the ship.
Say your bit before you get cut off again.
Oh. there used to be, got patched out, a hidden door in Elden Ring that the door's health was like 9,999. So you could open a secret passage, but you would have to spend like 5 minutes hitting this door.
Of course.
Yeah.
From here.
That at least was like a, that was a joke on the player, having gotten trained for finding hidden walls by hitting stuff. That I can appreciate. This is well, we put this in so we have a reason to sell the strategy guide or the tip line and that kind of shit is what I get from this.
Yeah, it's just unforgivable. By the way, that was 5.
Yeah, I noticed that.
6. It depends. It's.
I mean, I pointed out earlier that you used 5 and only one of them blew up.
Yes, it's all about positioning. So there is like some degree of like damage is more intense towards the center of the explosion. So if you're putting them between the, it's just all bad, man. That's just wretched. That's just like, I hate that more than anything in this game.
Bobby9 chat says, I've said this before, but a lot of NES games were kind of bad, weren't they?
Yeah.
That's.
Yeah,
a
but
similar
Rocket
take to
Cats
that.
exist. It's so there's good.
It all
out
evens
there.
out.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, that,
Oh, come on.
it's
Those
a very small
exclamation
percentile.
points. Those exclamation points. I always think they're like hearts. For the brief moment they're up there, and I think it has to do with that particular shade of red and the little like highlight on it.
The ship seems to have started. The ship has started to move, one might say. That's a reference to Metal Gear 1. What? Fuck off.
I was punching this guy in the back of the head. How do you notice me?
Well, that takes care of that. All right, we're aboard a ship now. We don't know it yet, but this ship is where they have a whole bunch of Metal Gears in the bottom deck. So we're gonna eventually have to blow this shit up.
Just like Metal Gear Solid 2.
John has moved to
Kojima,
another
you
place. It looks like there's something important in the bottom of the ship. We're never gonna find this John guy. The second we go one place, he's captured somewhere else. We just keep moving him around.
Yeah.
Have I mentioned how bad the perspective is in this game? Have I mentioned how it inhibits and is basically ruins everything in terms of the stealth and the action gameplay? Have I mentioned yet that this is like really bad core gameplay and that when the entire game centers around this action, it becomes really hard to love this game? It becomes really hard to defend like any other decisions that are made in the course of the design of this game. I don't have any rations.
But this is an aside. But when I was, let's say 10 minutes ago, when I made that joke about touch football and flag football, etc., I started thinking, like, is there professional flag football? And like, so I looked it up, and 2 weeks ago, the NFL partnered with TMRW Sports for a professional flag football league.
Great, can't wait to not watch that.
Flag football's fun. I like flag football.
Yeah, but to watch? I mean, regular football is already fucking boring.
I would be interested in seeing how violent flag football could get. Right? I mean, the whole point is to not be, but I wonder if they're still going to, like, turn it into NFL Blitz in real life, but with flags.
Yeah.
Like, suplex a guy and then stand back up holding his flag.
Okay. 15 appears to be our cap right now.
Okay.
Should I also
Always
say, is
let
that
you
just
know-
American football for a flag? It is, instead of
This
tackling
room might be
people,
empty, by the way.
No.
Oh, never
Nope.
mind.
No, instead of
Thank you,
tackling
guys.
people, everyone has flags on their waist that you pull off, and that means, I got you.
Metal Gear has no weak spots. Let's destroy the ship and ammo dump.
So, is this a truth gas or a, like, change side gas?
It's incredibly curious.
Mind control.
What it is bad translation. You know, like it's probably meant to say you'd have to destroy the entire ship to get rid of Metal Gear. But the way they write it makes it seem like we've completely turned him. He's a total double agent. He's now working for us, which is very funny.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Less funny is this shit.
Do getting those guys affect the rank?
I think so.
Okay.
I would have to think so because they are part of the system of capturing and gathering information.
Say something nice about the map, and then they don't mention what's in that room.
Okay. Keycard 2. Alright, so that's one wing of the ship explored. The ship is still a relatively small environment that we'll be in and out of relatively quickly. That first operating... Ho-ho! Assholes! Well. What's in this room? Oh, we can stock up on C4. Wonderful. I will avail myself of that. And you know what? I should probably also, every time I exit this room, punch this guy and see if he drops a ration. We have to do ration farming at a certain point. Because,
yes.
That is the most valuable item in our inventory. I'm full up on C4, but can I fill up on rations slowly but surely by knocking this guy over the head repeatedly?
Send the fourth guy over to the shift in the aft of the boat here. I don't know. I don't know where they keep going. Everyone's on lunch break, apparently, but...
Yum, yum, yum. Oof. My god, it's so bad. It's not good at all.
Oh, hey, it's a good thing you picked up a ration. Oh, whoops. Oh, well.
Fuck that. I'm not getting caught. We're just gonna egregiously rewind at this point, folks. I'm sorry, but this is such rank bullshit that, we have to fast forward through it. Otherwise, we're wasting so much time cycling through alerts here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. I will say you will need to check that door in the middle.
Can I get these guys? Can I dodge bullets? Yes.
Hey!
When I have a little bit of range, it's a lot easier. Truth gas. Gotta use that valuable ration. Anyone have anything to say? Anyone have any cool advice? Anyone, you, Jennifer? No. Also, do you notice the battery level on the transceiver?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting touch.
Is that
not tick down
progress through the game?
You will see.
It is interesting how much ammo they give you, considering that, if you do want to get health items back, you have to completely ignore it.
I would just kill for a ration right now. In fact, I am killing for rations right now. Hey, there's one.
Yeah,
there
literally.
Okay, so there's a few different places we could be going right now. That one there, let me check this door. I'm pretty sure this is the elevator.
This is the elevator, yes.
Okay, so there's one thing I want to check before we get on the elevator.
Yeah, if you go up from here,
yes.
there's something you need.
I got a flare bomb. Now, Johnny, I hate to let you know, but you're actually
someone's
wrong.
back pocket. It'll be funny.
You're actually incorrect as to needing that right now. I will explain when the time is appropriate. It's a good thought. I appreciate you looking out. But,
well, I assume you need it.
Oh, God. I shouldn't have even left the screen.
Let's just stay here. It's safer.
Oh, come on. Rude, these sight lines. And everyone here is like a double exclamation point every time, which... Okay. Let's go down. I hold down on this, the down elevator, and it will drop me off on this floor. I will disembark, and we will get to work. I hate it. It feels so inconsistent. It feels like magic when it works. Thank God the checkpoint has moved. Like, that doesn't even make any contact. Those punches completely whiffed, but that was somehow...
Just wacky, wacky. Oh, that's fucked.
My hitbox extended, or like my visibility extended when I punched, is another thing to consider. So you can over punch, you can punch too far, and then as you are punching them, they will detect you. Again,
yeah, you can't go in here yet.
Not yet.
Save your time. No, you need another card.
Oop, ring-a-ding-ding. Sharky.
Oh, hey, Snake. You okay? I'll see you soon.
Hey, Snake, you up?
I mean, basically, that's... Hey, Snake, just checking in. Everything's going okay? Cool. You know you're my best friend, right? Never mind, Snake. All right, we have the flare gun.
I'd gotten a codec call in the middle of the stream.
So, let's check our flare gun ammo, Zero. The ammo we pick up doesn't count until we actually have the weapon, Johnny. So you could farm that flare gun.
I see.
All day, yeah.
Yeah, until he has the flare gun, he just assumes it must be food and eats it on the spot.
Yeah. To the map's credit, it does say to get them in that order. It just doesn't say why.
I would really like some rations. Oh, I do have some rations.
Yeah.
I wish you did the Metal Gear 2 thing where it had bespoke descriptions. So like, okay, this one has meat, cheese, beans.
Oh yeah, those are that's specific to a puzzle that you do in Metal Gear 2.
Yeah.
Claymore mines. I don't need to read the text description on that. I just need to collect them multiple times and figure out what.
I haven't had a ration in a very long time. I would not mind having one again. I think they can be good.
Oh yeah, I had some good MREs.
So let me just...
I'm not sure exactly what stream it's going to be for, but I definitely want to get some for a stream.
Would have been this one, but oh well.
I bet it's going to be 15. I bet the explosives are a universal carrying capacity. Nope, 10, just to make things confusing. All right.
You know, it's not a new observation, but the worst part of MREs are the crackers. Because they are literally just a vehicle for, like, the cheese or jelly that you get on there. They somehow have negative taste.
Here are 3 graves for you!
We're giving you a choice!
I'll take the one on the left, thank you.
These goofy guys.
Now that you've chosen this one, I'll show you that the middle one had a goat in it. Would you like to change your choice?
I don't know why. These guys look like the NES Kin Hippo sprite from...
Yeah, I see it. I see it.
I was going to say Karnov, but either works. Those grenades take half of our fucking health. I'm going to see if I can get through this without... It is a pretty simple pattern that you can do here. Oh, nah. Oh, well.
Imagine if Otacons, you're the shit codec call from Metal Gear Solid 4 was about this fight instead against the tank.
Yeah. You took on the 3 guys with grenades all by yourself? Okay, you know what?
Boys.
Oh, boy. Okay, how do I do this? I think I just gotta, spend some time, waste a cycle, dodge.
I don't know how you avoid some of these attacks.
And, you know, we can only be rank 2 right now. There's no one else, so we can't have any more health than this. I don't know how to have more health than this.
Yeah, you rescued them all.
Oh, I'm out of grenades. You know what that means?
Huh.
Fish.
Switch to a different explosive.
Did that...
Because these guys are only hurt by explosives.
Oh, okay. Because it's not clear this is working.
Yeah, no, that's the lack of feedback. That's the lack of, like, flashing or, like, sound effects that permeates every one of the bad decisions that gets made in the course of a game like this. Yeah, sorry, I didn't want to just, like, have to do that all in one go. That fight in particular, just because it's 2 hits and then dead, is particularly tedious. It means you'd have to use a ration after every time you get hit.
I just I
Speaking
just
of tedious,
realized
you got the third key card now.
Yep.
I just realized they dug 3 graves for you, but they went in the graves themselves. There's just something really funny and poetic about that.
You know,
It's like in Price is Right, where they show you the prizes, but they have the ladies on stage like using them. They're showing off how fun these graves are once you get in one.
when you go on a path of Snake's Revenge, dig 3 graves. 1 for your enemy, 1 for you, 1 for your friend who's coming along on the journey.
2 for the show.
1 for Elijah.
So we used keycard number 3. We got ourselves a mine detector that will come in handy later down the line. But before we go down to the last floor, now is the time where we need to stock up on flare gun ammo. We're briefly sojourning back to here. Right, it's this screen. So that means I gotta go right here. I think this is keycard number 1. Nope.
Sorry, no, 2. Yep.
Keycard shuffle.
Those are the flare bombs?
Yes. This is the flare gun ammo. Oops. Yeah, we collect 3 at a time. Let's see what it caps out at. I'm gonna bet like 9.
8 somehow. Okay, no.
Well, if it caps out, it's probably got to be 12 then, or 10. One of the two. 10. Okay.
Not 10.
Oh, God. Let's see. Is it left here? Nope. It would have to be hug the wall right is the way to avoid that. It's so specific when it's just like the same doorway, but just knowing exactly what side to approach the doorway from to avoid getting alert status. It's not even worth it at a certain point, it feels like. I mean, it's absolutely worth it to conserve like your rations and whatnot. If you were playing without the benefit of rewind or save states or what have you, you know, it would absolutely be worth it to memorize every goddamn door, every goddamn like screen transition in the areas they got to backtrack through.
Mm-hmm.
All right, there should be keycard number 3.
Yeah.
Stands to reason. Oh, someone forgot to design a screen for this one. Nah, I'm just kidding. This is where the flare gun comes in handy.
Ah.
That's a whole lot of Metal Gear.
Okay, that's...
Genuinely
You know
a
what,
kind of
if-
cool thing they're doing there,
Yeah.
yes.
If that guy you interrogated didn't say, oh, by the way, the Metal Gear's down here, that would have been a really cool reveal. It's still cool, but I wish they had took that line out at least.
Charky disconnected briefly. We'll see what the deal is there. I don't see any word of warning as of yet, but
Yeah.
okay. I know that this is the door I need to go into.
Yep.
This is the ammo dump. Now, I have to issue a warning here for a brief screen flashing effect that is unavoidable. I'm going to plant the C4. It's going to start a little cutscene. And then we will pick up control.
Oh, interesting. The map I'm reading makes it sound like you can just straight up use the flare bomb.
To blow up that ammo dump?
Yeah.
I want to try
Let's set
that.
up the transmitter.
Sorry to, you know, show that, to show this effect again, but
Nope.
no,
Okay.
absolutely not. No, I figured that was going to be the explosive and nothing else because it has this little cutscene for it. So, okay, one more time with the flashing. And it's done. Charky would read for the helicopter pilot, but apparently they lost their internet, so hopefully they'll be back soon. I set the transmitter. Climb up the deck and use the radar. Hurry up! Now there's no
yep.
need for the flare gun. We're just gonna get the fuck out of here. We got 60 seconds on the clock. Right, we still need to use keycards though, don't we? Wait, I do have the keycard equipped. The screen shake made it so I was in the wrong pixel position there. Alright, getting up the elevator is as simple as holding the up button, but it can be a little bit sticky, waiting for these things to like show up too. But we should be on good pace. We should be fine. All the enemies are gone. They're all abandoning ship. At this stage,
Okay.
I imagine.
Yeah, this is keycard 2.
Now, what you'd want to do here is open up the transceiver. And hey, I said the screen would be used exactly once. This is where it is used. To show you, like, in terms of screens, relative, where you are to the point that you need to get to. So
This is a bit odd because you've got to go inside the ship. I would have thought you would have to go out on the outer deck to, like, you know, get pulled out or something. Very strange. Oh, sure. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, so presumably he shoots down the wall to create that entrance. Congratulations! Metal Gear is destroyed. Oh, well, shit. Wait, hold on. Whoopsies, sorry. But we have confirmed the existence of Metal Gear 2!
Oh, shit.
Now Nick is missing! Contact your person at the enemy's base! Yes, it continues. We've destroyed a whole bunch of mass-produced Metal Gears, but you know what they say about mass-produced Metal Gears? They don't count for
What
shit.
a twist.
Yeah, that makes sense.
All right, let's go ahead and equip the mine detector. Something tells me I have a hunch. Yeah, there we go. So you can detect a few pixels in front of you, which is often not enough, and often they are so close to one another. Oh, getting a call on our transceiver. Let's hear this out. Our battery's out.
How does that work?
Well, we forgot to refill it between the first mission and the second one.
No, I mean, how does it work that you were still able to receive a call but not answer it?
Who is to say? What I can say is that this is a very easy fix. Grenades. Got a battery. And that's all it takes. That's the full extent of the battery saga in this game. And now from here on out, you don't got to worry about the battery running out. That they don't pull the same trick again. I'm just counting grenades right now. I think 15's our cap. So now if I return to this screen, we can actually answer the transceiver. The secret entrance must be somewhere on the grounds. So the hint is there is a secret entrance. They don't tell you how to unlock that secret entrance. I know. And I know where it is, too. And I will get to that. But first, I'm going to go to all the available doors and just stock up on whatever resources they're willing to offer us here.
Yeah, keycard 1 for these two.
Yeah.
Figured I could help save some time with the keycards.
What do they call the Nikitas here? Remote control missiles. We don't even need a bespoke launcher for it. The missiles are just like their own weapon that you can switch to. And they will come in handy, so we will fill up on that, as well as the rations that they are handily providing us here. And, you know, as a matter of fact, eat up.
Mm-hmm.
I think, is it 5 or 6 that's our capacity?
Is it changing with your rank?
Yes.
How much you can carry? Yeah.
And also just want to see. Our contact in the base is Jennifer, so I was wondering if maybe there's one of these screens where we can contact her and she can start to actually talk to us. But who's to say? Also, I didn't even realize we hit rank 3. When did we hit rank 3? It must have been just after the mission, I guess.
I think so, yeah.
Which means I can actually go collect more grenades, doesn't it? Could and should. Alright, keycard number 3. Alright, let me just double check. Yep, 20. I'm assuming 20 is going to be the maximum, but just to double check that. I wish they had like an out of, you know, like 20 out of 20 on that screen somehow, just to show you what the theoretical max at any moment in time is during the progression, but that would be too convenient. God damn it. That's what I get for being lazy. Nick says to be careful of John. Oh, those two. Always bickering. It's always some drama between those two.
He's very sensitive, so you just, you know, careful what you say to him. He might...
might walk away from this with hurt feelings. You know, you're making fun of him like, oh, John's always getting captured. And then, you know, he feels that. He internalizes that.
Yeah.
So how many rations can I carry? That is... We're up to 8. I hate menuing here. You have to press select to open up the menu screen here. And, you know, like, no... It's like the muscle memory is what gets me, right?
Mm-hmm.
And also the fact that you can't exit from the screen, having pressed select until you decide to go into a menu. And then it's return from there. Welcome back, Sharky. Welcome back, Sharky.
No, yes. No audio for a second. I'm back.
There we go. We'll get you back in the parsec.
Yeah.
We replaced the battery in our transceiver. Also, we blew up the ship. But,
okay.
You know, that's all taken care of. That we'll never be worried about ever again for the
Typical.
rest of the game.
Enemies using jamming on our communication equipment. Typical.
Oh wait, no. The mine detector is equipment. Because now I actually have to navigate away from the safety of these screens.
Mm-hmm. Up from here, there's some more oxygen tanks.
Oh, we need those.
Yep.
We do need those,
You want
unfortunately.
Key card number 2.
Thank you. I prefer not to do the keycard shuffle.
Yeah. However, I will be working on a new dance craze called the Keycard Shuffle. So be tuned for that.
Taking over all the clubs in London. Oh, how many oxygen tanks can we maximally carry right now?
How much can you breathe in at once?
Well, Snake, apparently not at all. Again,
I think it's
smokes
5.
too much.
I believe it is 5. I feel like there's a mine, like, right there.
Do people still do oxygen bars? Are those still, like, a thing?
God, I hope not. Number 2.
Yeah, number 2.
We're gonna need the C4 as well. Especially now that we're rank 3. Oh, wait. I went into my inventory thinking, like, you know, get the keycard out. But no, they spawn you 1 pixel down from where you need to be to quickly exit and re-enter this room. Just to be dickheads. Knowing full well that this is the only way to max out anything.
I have to wonder. One thing I found in my research is that this was apparently a few people who worked on Castlevania 3. It's most of that team. I also starting to get the impression that they maybe did not have a lot of time on this, much like the NES conversion of Metal Gear.
So we've gone from screen to screen here. What about that secret entrance? Where is this secret entrance everyone is talking so much about? Where could it be? Is it a hidden wall? Is it a hidden, room inside a room? No. It's been staring us in the face this entire time. All of these sandbags can be blown up. Enemies will be within.
They will kill you.
They will kill you and make you start over from the very beginning of this section, so we're not doing that. We're just going to skip that busy work. Also, I wonder if this will work. I wonder if healing here will... No, okay, good. So you notice that
I wonder
there's...
where that trap Nick was telling us about was.
Yeah,
At
you
the
know...
start of the game.
Interesting. Yeah, I guess they didn't really have that trap, did they? There wasn't like a falling floor or anything. Well, I'm going to heal up real quick and then use keycard number 1 to refill our rations. But you see how there's a dirt pile there?
Mm-hmm.
Which implies that some of them, well, they just put the sandbag right back up. That, you know, you knock them down, they set them back up.
I do know where it
I know where it
by
is
the way.
too. But
Okay.
it is to demonstrate that they want you to try each and every one of these sandbags, and that most of them are just going to have an enemy. In fact, all of them are going to have an enemy.
Yeah, just time wasting.
Jodariel, by the way, mentions they think that Nick meant the gas in the oxygen tank room.
Yeah,
Oh, that's
that's
sure.
my theory. Nice.
Oh, I accidentally triggered the second guy. And I don't think my grenades are landing where they're meant to.
Yeah, the map mentions using the remote missiles here. I don't know if that would have been better or not.
All right, third squadron, line up. Your job today is to guard these casks of Amontillado.
And our reward for finding the secret entrance is another one of these goddamn sections. And here is, I think, one of the worst design decisions in this game. Pure time-wasting bullshit. Okay, so first of all, you know, start the oxygen tanks draining. It's a wall. We have to use C4. Wait for the C4 to detonate. If we are too close to the C4, we'll take damage from it, proximity damage. Oh, hey, cute. Another one of these. All the while, our oxygen is draining. We only have so many tanks. You need to make them last. So, imagine that getting way worse by the end of the game. Imagine a sequence where you have to blow up like 5 pillars with C4 while underwater in a tunnel, just watching your oxygen deplete, watching your precious resources fucking go away. That doesn't add any challenge, it just adds tedium to the game. It just makes you feel like you're constantly like butting up against the game's own unfair, shitty design.
That one little musical sting that keeps happening in this song just makes me think of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Konami game.
I accidentally triggered a... These things count as things that can be alerted, I suppose. Luckily, I developed a tactic. You see, this is how you get to lieutenant in the military, is by...
Okay.
Whew. And now, guess what? Now it's time to recharge our oxygen tanks. This is the most efficient way to do it.
Da 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 da.
Again, this is baked into the design of the game.
Yeah, I can only think of this just being a beginner trap of just, hey, players will think, oh, pick up one, that's fine. And just, yeah, you mandatory have to max out items to make progress at certain points. That's the only reasoning I can come up with.
Oh. Who could this be?
I've been captured in the transport train, but I've set up the transmitter.
Thank you, John.
Oh no, they found it. I really am the worst secret agent. John's entire story thus far has been like, don't worry, oh god, I got captured. I got captured again. Oh god, oh no.
Oh jeez Louise. It's like those trucks in Metal Gear 1 that are just like full of... I was hoping to knock these guys out and try to get some rations before we get on the train. In fact, I'm still hoping to make that happen. Yeah, no luck. Okay, well, how many do I have? 6? That'll be fine. All right, it is time to board the train. The train have started to move. I'm sorry, the train is beginning to move. They did improve the syntax here. They did improve the... I'll answer that call in a second. All right.
There is no trap on the train.
Wink, wink.
Says you, yeah.
That's reassuring. I'm glad that, you know, despite being captured, John is still feeding us really good information.
All right, number 3.
You know, not to discredit John, but this looks a lot like a fucking trap to me.
Hang on now.
Those are French squares.
Yeah, these might be better nails, which are technically you can lie on.
So just lay on the ground and roll over all of them.
So in case you haven't flagged it, first of all, there's no way to not take damage there. Just the sequence there.
Ooh!
You got drunk.
Oh, they were having fun with that screen.
Secondly, they're doing the They're doing the big boss at the end of Metal Gear 1 thing.
Yeah. I'm in the third car. There are no enemies here.
Which, of course, means there's going to be enemies in any of these given rooms. But yeah, they're just doing the thing. Like, at the end of Metal Gear 1, as you're, like, nearing Metal Gear, and Big Boss is, like, ultimately revealed to be the guy in charge of everything. Colonel South, if you will. He starts feeding you misinformation, saying, there's no trap in the next room, over. And then you'll walk into the room, and it'll just be, like, a giant pit. Which is, it's cute in the first game.
Yeah.
But,
that's been retconned. That's a Venom Snake now.
We'll get to that.
Yeah.
You have been trapped! This guy has the same sprite as John, but this is not John. This is just a enemy who happens to share some attack pattern stuff, if I recall correctly. I think we want to use... No, I think we want to use grenades, right? And I think...
His evil twin, Jean.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought.
Claymores on you?
Yes, he is. And I do need full health to withstand even a single hit. Because they spread. Great, but luckily they paid me in a ration, so it all evens out at the end of the day.
I was gonna ask, could you just not go in there?
You could.
Would that make progress? Okay.
Not a necessary room, but one I'm going to do anyway for completion's sake. Keycard shuffle.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I lost track of what room you're on.
Don't worry. I know.
Room 10.
So did you see that? Is that the first hole trap we've had here?
It is, yeah.
Yes, I think.
Now, you don't have to spring it if you don't want to. You can just
You don't
go
have to
around.
spin it if you don't want to. You can leave the trap holes behind.
You can even get a little fancy with it there if you accidentally walk into it, like I did, and then manage to save it somehow at the last second. All right, we got full ammo on that stuff. This door we can't open yet.
Really?
I don't think so.
I think that's try key card 2.
Okay, different door.
Okay.
You have been trapped! Ha 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 ha! Again.
Another trap.
Alright, let's try a different approach just to see.
Yeah, I believe it's the next door. Nope, the next.
Oh, asshole! Look at this shit. Alright.
It turned around on its own.
Yes, that is what these mines do. They track you no matter which direction you go in, so that the only recourse is just to be a certain distance away from it.
Before this thing explodes, I need to eat a sandwich.
Bad.
Ring, ring. Snake! In the next room, you don't have to wear pants. No one will be in there to laugh at your tiny penis.
Also forgot that the machine gun, not suppressed. Despite its graphic looking like it has a suppressor on it. I mean, I guess that could be the barrel, then, the fucking...
Mm-hmm.
Anyway. The screen is pretty cool. It's a cool effect.
Alright, this should be keycard 3.
Oh, router.
I can get online. X-ray camera. This will come in handy in the next section.
And then it's this door you won't be able to open. Coming up. I can't tell if these guys have mohawks or, like, really long, like, black goth hair.
I think they're meant to
sprites are
have,
very
like,
strange looking.
beanies
Like
on.
Misfits hair?
Yeah, the Danzig.
Right, it's this door, right? Yep, you even just told me it. Yep. Just walk directly into my fist, please.
Okay. Oh, lucky. Okay, this is number 3.
Something tells me that I'm correct to do that. Jump off the coupler between cars when the train stops. That is how we will progress. Okay, this is not a room with a trap in it.
No.
Overabundance of caution.
You'll see one very soon, I think.
Oh, you don't say. Key card number 4. Yet another key to add to our key ring. Yet another entrant into the key card shuffle.
Okay,
And,
this is
you know,
keycard 1, but I don't know what's even in this room.
this guy.
Ah,
Yeah, someone needs the gas. That's who's in this
okay, I
room.
guess I know what blank room's been now.
Don't shoot. I don't know anything. We used the
That's
gas
the
on him.
truth.
This man literally knows nothing. This man is just completely useless. There's no information we can possibly get out of him. Strange to even have him there at that point. I guess it's just, you know, an excuse to give you like a little bit of rank here at this point. Ow. All right,
Why are you heading all the way back?
because there was a
Oh,
door we
keycard
couldn't
forward.
open.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
What's behind door number 4? This is John.
Quickly, release my ropes.
Okay. You know, just to
Could you do that
demonstrate it.
again, but stand closer to the... There you go. Thank you.
All right. Took damage.
Oh. I am not John Turner. I'm a spy. I'm shocked that I'm a spy. Wait, no. You got so far. Now, prepare to die, Snake.
What a twist! The guy giving us bad information, who kept getting quote-unquote captured, turns out to be a baddie? Wow.
He said he's not John, so is there a real John?
Yeah,
Is John
I
ever
think
real?
the idea is that sometime either during the mission or before the mission, the real John was killed, replaced with this spy, this decoy octopus type guy. Let's see
Kojima,
where
we know where you get all your ideas from.
Let's
I
see where
see.
it would continue from, just for... Oh, at the very beginning of the train section of the game. No, thank you.
Yeah, that's poopy.
Are these like stingers that you have control over?
Yes. They're just called remote control missiles. And you don't need to fire them out of a launcher. They just come out. He turned into a ham hock. What a shame.
Like
The
True
Zo
four.
O domain mentions that we're on a train, right? Wouldn't that black pit lead to the track? Yeah, somehow.
Yeah, but it'd be
bottomless
at high
pit.
speed and we'd get run over by the train, I would assume.
Oh yeah,
I got a powered armor for
yeah.
killing.
But it's funny. It's funny just to assume these are bottomless pits that they somehow fit in these carts.
Train seems to have stopped. Can't be sure till we go up a screen, though. Yep, and disembark. Beautiful thing. So that's the end of John Turner's role in the game.
Sorry about this late communication. The military operation is a go. You are free to head to...
Huh?
You are free to head to the Middle East now.
We weren't. Yeah, we weren't actually on military operation this whole time. We're just faffing about. This time it's official.
What do you mean you're already there?
I think what they're meaning to say is that their end of the operation, that they are commencing with the business that they are meant to do on their
4.
end. Yep.
Oh, is that a
C4.
personal computer? Oh, that's the C4 icon. See, it looks like a computer with its like
No, I see it.
tower next to it.
You gotta use your imagination, John. You gotta be, you know, you gotta pick up on the wavelengths that the developers, with their limited options, were trying to paint with here.
I'm worried that
2.
entire row is going to be cards. That entire column.
Not quite, but close enough to it. That...
Oh, okay. Well, I just spoiled how you beat this area, and
I think, actually, are we full on oxygen tanks? I think we're already full on oxygen tanks. I don't think we need to do any oxygen tank stuff. Okay, interesting. A dead end. Again, don't worry, Johnny. I know how to get through this section.
oh, I know. I'm just the principle of it is what's annoying me.
Yeah.
Morally.
Yes.
Okay. Big ass rock in the way. Let's use the power armor. This will allow us to push rocks.
Oh, it's like the Goron glove.
And if you let go, it immediately starts going backwards. But you may notice Doesn't really help. I mean, it's still a dead end, right? But wait. X-ray lens.
Oh. Okay, so there was a gameplay hint.
Yes, so you have to know to use that. And when you use that, it does stop time in the same way that using the binoculars in like classic Metal Gear would. So that is what will tell you that, you know, where to... What we ultimately got to do here is plant fucking C4.
Your friend who told you about this military operation could have mentioned something, though.
And of course, every time we use C4, that is a mandatory alert status that we now have to deal with.
This is number one.
Nothing interesting out of this guy.
Thank you for rescuing me.
Some free rank for us. Oh. Cool. All right.
I assume you have to do that again.
Yes. And again, and again, and again. Let's get that C4 out again. Let's immediately, just as soon as we end that alert status.
Yeah, it is interesting because, like, having the maps in front of me, I can see how this game is quite linear, especially compared to Metal Gear 1.
Oh,
got
bad
this,
position.
Like, illusion.
Bad positioning. All right, let's try that again, because I don't want to have to push the rocks and do all that shit again. There's a better position we could take here. I think it's just right here if they continue to spawn from...
Well, they can shoot in an angle.
Yeah, those angled shots are brutal.
You could farm that guy if you really wanted to. Or not.
I'm going to have to make progress eventually, right? It would be nice to have, like, a ration room again.
Let me double check. Not on this level, there ain't.
No, not for a long time. Took so much damn damage. Okay. Okay. I think the way I want to do this is I'm going to go down first. This door on the right doesn't open from this end, or doesn't need to be open from this end at the very least. I think there's a door here that should give us an item we can stock up on.
Key 2. You do want to go in here, though, yeah.
Oh, nope. Rank 4. There we go. Nothing new to say, but it does give us rank 4, which means more health, more ammo, more better, more snake. Gotta remember to equip the power armor. Again, why these couldn't just be passive effects, passive gear, is purely for tedium's sake. Purely to make the game slower and more methodical, and worse, arguably. But I mean, this is just, you know, the Kobe team going off of the model that Kojima had come up with for the original game. Hey, binoculars. Or telescope, as they call it here. Same difference, right?
Yeah. I mean, that's the whole thing with, like, Metal Gear Solid. Like, Metal Gear Solid feels like what Kojima, like, you know, all those ideas realized, not only with, like, the polish, but also just, like, what that hardware let them achieve to have, like, you know, like, the way you swap equipment is so much smoother in that. You just hold a button and cycle through and things like that.
It's always the last card you try. Shotgun. I got a shotgun. That's a Resident Evil reference. Different franchise, different developer, but we got it now. Will we ever use it? Probably not, because it's not silenced, so...
Oh, okay. I just had a room with, like, squares on it, so I couldn't figure out what this did.
And this, of course, spits us out there.
This is the room full of oil with a bunch of shipping pallets floating on top of it.
It's all crude, baby.
Yeah, Jerry asks, so the MSX Metal Gear does have all the items you've got to swap around and stuff? Yes. Again, it's worth mentioning how much that original game was built around the limitations of the hardware.
Oh!
Of course.
So, needless to say,
Twisted your ankle.
There is like a single frame where that connects to this, and you can walk across them. Anything earlier, and you die, because the second you touch the black, you die. But, ay, ay, ay. Cruel and unusual. Speaking of cruel and unusual, guess what we gotta do again? I'm gonna skip using the X-ray view, because I just know you can just context clue, kind of, that...
At least here you can, yeah. Look at these guys.
I almost feel bad for them. Okay, so I could just blow the wall, then have to deal with them.
Sir, we're being attacked by the walls.
Do you know what? I don't even know why I did that, because you know what I'm about to do right now.
Well, it's a little safer. You're not going to get immediately shot.
I wonder if these guys can even drop items, the ones that spawn as a result of an alert. Could be completely fruitless what I'm doing here. In fact, it feels like it is.
Yeah, I have a hunch that they can't drop items.
Okay. So now we're down here.
Number 4.
Thank you. More claymores. Great. Something I don't think I ever use once in playing the game. Get some ammo, though. This, I think, is nothing, right?
It's shown as being open, but you might have to do some other stuff to open it.
No,
But
okay.
there's
So what it
something else
is
you can open here.
I know exactly what it is then. So you see those sandbags up there, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's another secret passage we have to take. And you'll notice that... Well, let me just go ahead and deal with this first. Ugh. Grenades might be the best weapon in the game, because the effect lingers for a couple frames.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That seems to be the way for killing bosses, at the very least.
Yeah, I think I'm slowly realizing the thing that's most egregious is just there's absolutely no codec information for most of the way you progress through this game. Like, even Metal Gear NES with its bad translation, I think is somewhat more direct.
So watch this.
About things.
This, if we go left here, it'll spit us out here. Okay, I really thought it was going to spit us out at the door. Where is this? I know I'm going the wrong way. I'm deliberately going the wrong way right now. I just want to see where it spits us out. Okay, no, so it does. It spits us out here.
Yeah.
So I don't want to
so
do
it's
that.
like
I don't actually want to do
yeah.
all that.
It's a one-way door, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, so the idea is that if you felt like you weren't prepared to do this, which, you know, I'm not. I have no health. And I had the wrong thing equipped. I had the knife equipped, so I couldn't shoot. And you can't crawl and shoot at the same time, which is a huge pain in the ass.
Yeah, I noticed that. Yeah.
And it starts us all the way back here. Which, to be clear, is here. So, let us try to get through this without taking any hits. I don't remember this section being particularly bad. I mean, they're all... I take it back. This is bad. Okay. So, this is what I mentioned before. We need to be crawling. But again, the thing to remember is that while crawling, you cannot do a goddamn thing except plant C4. Which makes something like this completely untenable. Right? Which isn't good. So how would we do this without getting detected at the top? Well, we can't touch. We obviously can't collide. We can't pop up and shoot this guy. Or we can. It's just... Their cycles are, like, not in sync with each other. They're on two completely different timings. There's maybe a grand total of, like, 1 frame where I could pop up. I guess I gotta do it based on that guy on the right. Yeah. It's like they really want you to fight here. They really want you to just engage with these enemies. They really want you to shoot it out, even though, you know, it's not fun, and you can only use the pistol. At this point, you know, I have other stuff and I can't use it. the SMG, the shotgun. Even though it looks like, Snake is absolutely not carrying a pistol in this shot. They drew him as if he was carrying a rifle of some sorts. Oh, are you kidding me? That it auto jumps when you crawl down, so I have to. So, you get why they add sections like... You get why they add sections like this to the game to make it more action-oriented. I think of Predator on the NES, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Which is mostly platform, and then it'll cut to like these sort of sections, and it'll just be like a scrolling screen. It'll be more action-oriented.
Yeah, someone mentioned Zelda 2 earlier as well.
But like, in actual execution, this is awful. Just heinous. Especially with like the limited resources you have at any moment in time. It's just not conducive to like facilitating action in any capacity. The slow, methodical approach, and also like the limited inputs. The fact that I can't shoot while crawling, I can't do any sort of attack except for planting C4 while crawling, is basically unforgivable. It's basically like so mean. Everything about this is incredibly mean.
Yeah, it's entirely speculation, but I really get a rush job. Like, not in every aspect, but like these devs were definitely not given the time.
It doesn't reach.
Of course not. Yeah. Oh, we're at an impasse.
Ay, ay, ay. At least it's training me to, like, always be crawling when I screen transition. Oh, thank God. Wasn't a super long one that time, at the very least. And our reward? Let's find out. Perhaps a boss fight, maybe story development. Nah, it's just more of this shit. We're not done with this yet. I would hope there's, like, a checkpoint here at this point, that if we die here... In fact, let's do a little test. I just want to see where we spawn.
Yeah. If there's not... Oh. Because this is a long-ass level. Hey, look at that.
I had thought it was going to send you back to the start of the game again.
Yeah, that would be funny if it just like started us from the jungle from Metal Gear 1. It just cuts us back to the previous game. All right, from the top. Okay. We're getting a call. Oh, hey, it's Jennifer. You almost forget this character exists. You can reach me at the... You got this. You got a voice for this, I'm sure. I have to let Wally in, too.
No, I don't.
Guess who's scratching the door again?
You can reach me at the main base. I have some important information.
But yeah, this is the first time we've seen her. We were told, oh, hey, contact her. She has this information. And then
She's going to contact us, yeah, on her own damn time.
But she has confirmed she has the info.
What info that could possibly be? Who can say?
Oh, door 2. No, 1, sorry. They're using color coding.
Three.
Keep all the colors in my head.
I do kind of want to max out
And
ammo.
also, this map is very long and interconnected in very confusing ways. Not the map maker's fault. The in-game map maker's fault. Okay.
So this is looped back around. We remember seeing this screen
Yeah.
earlier. That would have been like the shotgun door over there. Okay.
Okay, this is number 2.
Yes. What is this? I got mine. You get yours.
I got mines. You get yours. Yeah.
I definitely want to stock up on these because I know what fight is coming up next in terms of the boss fights. They dust off a classic for this one, I'll tell you that much. God, I wish we had any rations at this point. Okay, so 20 mines, 15 explosive, 13 claymore. I think 25. Is that what we had before? I already forgot. Oh, let's see.
Oh,
At the
no
very
idea.
least, let's see if 30 is... If it's 30 or
Yeah.
if it's 25. Okay, very
There
good.
we go.
Now, this door here...
This, if it's black, I'm assuming these are like the one-way exit ones.
Yeah, I think you're right. You know what that means? Alright, this isn't Metal Gear on NES. This is Metal Gear 2 on NES, which means I can't punch these walls. I have to go use C4 and set off another damn alarm.
I'll let you know now. That's keycard number 3.
Those guys just lined up for it. They wanted it. You could tell. That's how, there's a line in Metal Gear Solid where Snake is on the codec with Naomi. He's talking about how he killed Big Boss. And she's like, but that's patricide. And Snake says, yeah, he wanted it.
I think the first time he just goes,
killing.
yeah, he just goes, yep.
Oh, that's right. No, yeah, he goes, you killed your own father? Yep. But that's patricide. Yep.
Yeah.
He's right, though. Some people just need killing. I mean, it's... That's another one of these. Ooh, hot transfer.
Yep.
Now, if we go all the way to that left one and it's going to spit us out, it's going to be a dead end. I didn't touch anything.
Yeah, the left one I think is a dead end, looking at the map.
Yeah. I wasn't touching anything. It transferred me, and then I fell into the void.
Yeah, where it's split funny, yeah.
Yep. Well, in any case, I know, mercifully, I happen to know that this is
God,
the one I go down.
Yeah. Just a lot of fuck you, you went the wrong way designing this.
Fuck that alarm. We still don't have any rations. We gotta do another one of these sections. God, they spawn so many. Oh, come on.
Yeah, you're forgetting the pro strat. You gotta crawl into the screens.
Yeah, you know, I'll take this one from the top. How about that? That's my way of saying I don't want to replay that entire previous section. God, I know. Okay, so original Metal Gear. Oh, God damn it. Forgot to crawl again. I'll get to say something nice in a minute. But, you know, I forgot what point I was going to make. Original Metal Gear, you know, like you've... Okay, I remember it now. They mentioned that, like, you know, you're sort of like a coward in the way that you're having to hide. Right now, that's, you know, different from heroic action games of the time. But no, never more do I feel like more of a coward than in this game when I'm like 2 feet away from someone and I'm just crouched so I'm like not in their immediate vision. If they looked down, they would see me. There's nothing that feels lamer than this. Yeah, alerting those ones sets an electrical charge off. That lasts for the screen. It's still possible to proceed here,
That was
though.
that was a really fucked obstacle, though.
The alternative is timing it so you jump over the rolling mines. But then, of course, you know, we come into this screen, which is just a cavalcade of shit. So I guess we're going to have to do this the right way, aren't we? So we have the mine there. Then I jump over it, just barely. Remember, this consumes oxygen.
I guess the top fins have like a very random pattern. It looks like it's not as sequenced.
Yeah, no. I think they do stay equidistant from one another for what it's worth. Can I jump over both? Yes.
Maybe.
Maybe not. Ooh. Right in the foot.
I
The perfect
do
shot.
like his sprite just flew off screen. Didn't fall down and die, he just went, woo.
Somehow this guy doesn't see me. Or his friend dying, but you know, let's not even question that at this point.
I mean, the main... I feel like the only say something else I can think of is that...
Oh,
they
yeah,
did
we forgot
come up
about
with
that.
The crawling before Metal Gear 2 did.
Alright, yeah, repeat message because, you know, this was the same screen we were on previously, but now from a different point of view, if you will. Where does it continue from? Right here, luckily. So we have a tank to fight. I don't know if you gathered or not. And the classic strategy applies for dealing with tanks in a Metal Gear game. Which is, don't get hit by it, first of all.
That's classic strategy.
Okay, so what I need to do is get to this side. You know what? Fuck it, I'll wait. I'll wait for a cycle to go by. Also, by the way, you can also I'm gonna rewind after this in a second, but you can do that. You can totally just fall into the water, which is very funny to me.
And we definitely know this snake would not survive that.
Fuck. So I guess he must be. You have to predict where it is. I mean, let's just for the sake of showing off. I have the binoculars. I guess there's no tank. I guess we're okay. I guess we're A-okay, aren't we? Yeah, if only it worked that easily. So it can shoot missiles to the side as well, so we're not actually safe in the alcoves, basically, at all. So there is a very specific cadence that we're gonna have to like lock into here. I'm gonna do it from this point. Oh, okay. So stay on the right side. Every time it gets hit by one of these, there's a chance that it goes backwards. There's a chance it just keeps rolling through it and continues to run you over, but there is a chance it goes backwards, and we are counting on that chance. See, it went backwards that time. Ugh. Now, the quick way to like lay like multiple mines is to use like left-right. Like, you know, the quickly like aim left and right to put down like 2 mines in basically the same spot. You know, so this is also very wasteful of mines at a certain point, but I don't think it takes every single mine in our inventory to kill the tank, so we should be okay past a certain point. Oh, God, I would have assumed. I would have assumed he was going backwards at that point. Never assume. Go for the safety. Oh, all it took was one more mine at that point anyway, so there you go. That's how you destroy a tank. And we're back to base sneaking, and I think this is the point where I lose the plot. This is the part where I forget. I think it's pretty straightforward navigation for like a minute. We get like a little bit, and then at a certain point, this is going to go off the rails and become a labyrinth for the first and last time in the game. But for now, I will slowly move from room to room and try to remember which room. Okay, not this way yet.
I gotta figure out what building this is.
Pretty good spot I have here. Awesome. I didn't take any damage. That was, I think, the first alert we've had where I've not taken damage. Can I get a round of applause? Can I get... We can fill up on truth gas here for the first time in a while. Is 5 the limit? Is 5 the ceiling on this, even at rank 4? I don't even think there's, like, more than, like, 5 guys to Truth Serum left in the game, so this is probably unnecessary, but... I am Headful in chat asked, there's still POWs, right? Yes. And also, if I... Oh! Whoa! Alright, so security cameras on this screen. Yeah, well, what did I expect?
Yeah, no, I've unfortunately completely lost where we are in the game now. Because I've...
So, I should be able to help here. This is where we get the night vision goggles, the night sight as they call it in the game. Or they call it infrared goggles
Or the
here.
infrared goggles.
If I go to equipment, Night Sight. Sight spelled wrong, even though they had enough characters to write sight with GHT. So, it's... Every which way you can fuck it up, they found different ways to fuck it up. Impressive. Okay, here's how we don't get detected, theoretically. Oh, I wasted too many steps. Because of the wonderful perspective in the game, Ugh.
Oh,
it's
I
so
see
hard
what-
to gauge. Yep. It's just so hard to gauge. Anyway, these guys completely... Oh, fuck off. I don't accept that. I reject that reality and I substitute my own. Okay, now we can go to the elevator here. Going up. So thoughts on the game so far. We're reaching something of a point now. We got a little bit of downtime.
I'd rather play the first Metal Gear, I think.
Yeah, it does just come off like a
Whatever.
really sloppy take on that first game.
Sloppier than the NES Metal Gear in many
Yeah.
respects, I would say. All right, very cool.
But it's funny how much it also just reminds me of that game. The main thing is just like how little the game tells you about how to actually make progress.
I think we want to skip that. Take this one, if memory serves. All right, so we're like above. We're like on like a second floor right
Oh.
now. Cable cars.
I was not picking up on that.
All right, so this is a section where they'll intermittently pop out of the windows. If they see us, it's a hole to do. It's really
Oh, dear.
tough to survive that fight, let's say. To put it mildly, this is not a fight we want to get into. Luckily, there's a trick.
Yeah.
So if you just stand on the very left-hand side of the cable car, you won't get seen. They'll all completely miss you.
You swapped tracks, by the way, somehow.
Yeah, don't ask me how. Waha. These screens are also very reminiscent of the rooftops in NES Metal Gear.
Mm-hmm.
That's where they choose to deploy the laser grids for the most part in that game. I believe
Yeah,
it's this building.
the main gameplay changes is very much in the side, like the proper side-scrolling areas, and that definitely seems to be the worst additions for sure.
I'm amazed I didn't get detected there. I whiffed those
Yeah.
first like 3 punches, and somehow managed to do it in time to not. Maybe the game's getting easier. Ooh.
But yeah, I even think like some of this, just the general sprite and look at this game is just weirder looking than the first one as well.
There's a lot of contrast stuff. Like, we joked.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, someone read for, I guess I've been reading for these guys, right? But
Yes.
Yeah.
Metal Gear 2 is 7 times more powerful than any Metal Gear 1. I'll be
Now
the
divide
fucking...
that by 6 and multiply it by 30, and you'll have your birthday.
Oh, for fuck's sake. What were we saying about Metal Gear 1?
Oh, who knows?
Oh, thank God, another ration. I think I'm in the right building. I think I need to collect some items here, then I'm gonna get on the other cable car. Yep. What keycard number is this? 6. Wait, 6?
It's the classic release the pigs prank. You put in key cards 1 through 4 and 6, and then everyone's gonna be looking for 5.
That's not good. That seems very wrong to me. I could swear I would have keycard number 5 at this point. I'm immediately very concerned because there's the entirely real possibility that we're soft locked here. There's the entirely real possibility that we just lost the game. And Johnny took, now of all moments, to stay 1 minute and step away. Okay. I'm gonna try something. Very conveniently, this is pure fucking luck that I happen to have a save state from just around this time. Save state 2 is where we're saving to now. Save state 1. This is where I was, just in replaying the game to practice a bit. No, okay, so we shouldn't have keycard 5 by this point, I guess, I hope, I assume. Keyword assume, which makes an ass of you and I, but we'll go back to where we were. We'll see.
Actually, my assumption actually was that was kind of what was happening, was that you're not supposed to have 5, and you'd be like, where's 5?
I'll find another
Hopefully
reason.
that's
I'll find a
right.
different way to fuck up instead there. And of course he doesn't drop rations this go around in this timeline. Oh, whatever. What? Whatever. Yeah, okay. Joe DeReal in chat, who I believe is someone who has played through the game as part of the Bad Game Club, or just for whatever other reason they may have chosen to play this game. Anyway, I think we're, it seems like we're in the clear. I mean, okay. A big thing, I'll admit, this is a partial error, a user error on my end, is going for the punches, right? Because I want them to drop rations. Because I desperately want rations. But realistically, I could be silenced pistol shooting these people from a little bit further away, playing it safer, technically. But then, on the other hand, no goddamn rations, no goddamn healing. So, you know, it's risk-reward to a certain extent. The risk being that the game controls so badly, that the perspective is so bad that you're more likely than not to get caught every time you try to do stealth in this game. You know, it's an interesting little quandary we're presented with, nonetheless. Okay. Is this the one we came in on? I believe it is. This is where I would love for Johnny to tell me, get on this tram at this point. Because my instinct tells me, get on this tram. Even though I know there was a second cable car that we could have potentially gotten on. You know, from the first base, from the first place we left from. I'll just go stage left again.
Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Beautiful night out.
Get a look at those
those
stars. Those red stars. As you can tell, this is a commie state that we have to take them down on behalf of the U.S. government.
Communist state in the Middle East.
Where the fuck are we? I guess we'll find out. Do me a favor, Sharky. Look up keycard number 5.
Days.
Find some guide for this. Look up where keycard number 5 is. Otherwise, I'm going to, like, have an anxiety attack.
I was gonna say, back in the old days, they didn't have a Johnny Baghead around to tell him where to go.
It's true. We're spoiled.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry,
Alright,
my
there
cat
you go.
mini had to have a tactical latrine dug.
So, card 5. I assume you're looking it up.
It's going to be a tough-ass room unless I get lucky with the keycard. Ooh.
Hang on.
The key
I think I
card
know.
shuffle. Fuck.
Hang on. Go left and then I'll know where you are.
I'm betting we need keycard 5 for that door.
No, those are one-way doors.
Okay. Oh, come on. That's what I get for not just... I don't even know what I don't even know at this point. What's there to be said that I haven't already said,
This
what
is
I've already griped about? What is Metal Gear? I have never heard of it.
I was supposed to be on set for Contra. Where is this?
Wrong game. Oh, whatever. Yeah, somehow didn't get seen there. Okay. I'm gonna keep going this way and just take it on faith that eventually we'll find something good. By the way, ugly ass buildings. The tile work here, garish. Who's the interior decorator for Outer Haven? For various Outer Havens that spring up across the world. Is there a franchise model?
Oh, yeah, 6. 4, wait. Yeah. Oh, you don't need 6 yet. That's for the next level.
I got a high sensitivity antenna. We need this for...
One of those antennas that when they take an edible, they get really paranoid.
Oh, one-way door. You're right. When you're right, you're right. Okay, from this point, what cable car do I need to go? Do I need to go all the way back? Did I fuck up by not taking the other cable car at the very beginning of this like whole thing? Johnny is what I need an answer to.
Okay, I believe you want to take the north one.
Just keep going north.
To get to building 5. Because, yeah, that was building 4 you did.
Yeah.
And building 3 we're done, yeah.
Yeah, so we'll just keep going north without keycard number 5. Just confirm for me that we should not have keycard 5 by this point. Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to double check. Yeah, you should only have keycard 6.
Okay.
You should only have 6 and 7. You don't need 5.
By the way, just a fun fact, the map that has some tips on it for this section, it says, in brackets, save state. At the start.
Good. I love playing games on my original NES and looking up a guide and seeing it say save state here.
These are 2021 guides at least. Though apparently this guy's been making stuff for like 20 years on Game FAQs, so good on him.
What's the name on that? Who wrote this Game FAQ?
Star. Well, these are just the maps I'm looking at. Starfighters 76 says they have made over 5,100 maps.
Lieutenant, Nick is coming to us ahead of you. Follow him.
Don't gotta tell me twice. Look at these elite guards in purple.
She was trying to tell you, Trice. You heard the phone ring.
Okay. Number 3.
Yeah, at this point, I'm just like, fully guide me because this is where it starts to get a little labyrinthian and we just want to get through this. This is also the longest. This is the rest of the game is basically this base.
Yeah, yeah.
The commander holds the key to this secret weapon.
I'm legit going to be doing some vocal training on my own during my hiatus, just so I can see if I can get any better lady voice out of me for voice acting in these things.
Let's continue going this way. It's straightforward so far. There's this entrance, this hallway is pretty straightforward,
Yeah.
but I know this won't last. You know,
This one's not too bad. It's mostly just managing the key cards from what I can see.
yeah. And also I'm going to use this opportunity to get at least a couple more rations, fill up on ammo, etc.
Jojo says, Metal Gear? Aren't all Gears metal?
You can make one out of wood if you tried.
I'm trying to remember what it was
They're
called.
They're Lego gears for like Kinect.
Yeah, there's Lego Gears. There's another... I wouldn't call it Lego, but definitely like kids, like, construction mechanical thing that I had as a kid.
Connects.
It was more based... Yes, I think that's it. Yeah, where it was like kind of like
It's all
plastic
gears.
sticks that went
Yeah.
onto sprockets. Yeah.
There's 3D printing gears.
Where do we
Yes.
disembark, by the way? This floor or the next one down?
Oh,
What does the guide suggest? I'm willing to slavishly follow the guide at this point.
you know, if you go this way, I can tell where you are.
I'd rather do it for this, but not Colossal Cave, huh?
Okay, yeah, there's some stuff to get here, so we'll do this. This is keycard number Oh, hang on. Okay, now I know where we are. Number 4.
Okay.
Yeah, you need to go this way anyway. Watch out.
Forgot about those, huh? Yeah, they're still a presence. They're in fact they're worse now than they were before. But luckily,
Yeah.
the elevators serve as de facto checkpoints.
It's good to have one.
Oh, well, that's just my own human error there.
Yeah, no, I was really not a Lego kid. There's the Connect stuff.
I mean, they're the same company, ain't they?
I probably what, like 3 companies own everything now, so probably. There was that, and there was one that was just straight up metal.
What is Metal Gear? I've never heard of Metal Gear.
I don't trust
Did you
these people.
not already talk to this guy?
No, this is a different guy who doesn't know anything about Metal Gear.
Yeah. If you want to get more plastic explosives, those are to the right.
I think we're gonna need them. I think we are, like it or not, gonna need them. So.
And if you need more oxygen, and you definitely need more oxygen tanks, those are going to be up from here.
I tried to get cute. You know, fuck it. I want a. I can't even shoot him.
Wait, do you not have the
Whatever.
silencer anymore?
I do. It's just, you know, the perspective. I'm missing all my shots.
Ah, okay. Key 1.
Of course, 1. Why wouldn't it be? Like, if there's any rhyme or reason to this shit, it'd be
really
one
isn't.
thing. You could be like, you know, you could infer like, you know, like keycard 6 is going to be like for like boss
Yeah.
stores, or you know, like, you know, the highest level of clearance within this area, and you can almost, or you know what they could do? You could just print. They could have just printed the key cards, which one you need for each door. They could have had. There's
Yeah,
a million
color
things
code
they
them.
could have done. They chose not to do
Yeah.
any of them because they thought this would be more exciting.
Yeah. Heck, that's even a big advancement of Metal Gear Solid, is that the key card system, not just the fact it's one card that upgrades, but the fact that the doors actually make sense in world, what numbers are used where.
Yeah.
Like, it's gamified a little bit in that basement area that's like,
Where all the
you know, all the
weapons
little rooms?
and ammo,
Yeah.
yeah.
but for the most part, it's like, okay, there's at least some world building for like, okay, this is a higher security room than the rest. Oh, look, they got fancy. They're like, we could do a curved wall here. Do a little...
Show-offs.
Hey, you got it before I could tell you.
Still so short on food. At least we have like a massive health bar at this point.
And yeah, sorry, no room for rations, so you're just gonna have to farm enemies if you want more.
Yeah, of course. Again, assholes. Okay, 7 oxygen tanks. I have a feeling I need more. I could have also been killing this guy repeatedly and trying to get ration off of him. Ooh. Alright, how many? 9? Okay, so we didn't fill out. I still need to. It could be 10. It could be as many as 12 or 13. Okay, 9. 9 is the limit on that for now. There is still rank 6, I believe. Oh, I accidentally stepped forward too early. Again, user error, but also this game. Come on, game. This is where we came in, right? So we've done everything there is to do here.
Yeah, you've cleared this floor. So we actually did do it in the right order. Okay, so this is...
I'm going to take a guess here. I'm going to start
you?
from left to right. No.
Oh, okay.
I refuse.
Well, I have some bad news.
Oh. What about this door? Surely this door wouldn't... Oh.
Okay, I'm going to recommend going to the left one.
You're going to recommend the left one?
Yeah, because that will... A is the shortest. And then it will take you to another round room where you get key items.
Okay.
Like a bulletproof jacket.
Fuck. That would land in the center of those. Fuck this. I don't want to. Kidding me with this shit? I don't want to do this. What?
Like, I'm shocked at how shoddy some of the hitbox stuff in this. I really don't associate that with Konami on NES.
Oh, that's stupid. Obviously I need to just drown here for a little bit.
Like I don't know to
Whatever.
what extent Kojima's story about his junior is. There's always a little bit of truth to every story, though. And it really has come off that they
this is hell.
they weren't that proud of this, that this was just like a...
You know what?
Been asked to do it. I did want to mention, you mentioned like, oh, how likely is it that this got put in production and Kojima didn't know the whole time? The problem is, we do have other instances of that happening in the industry. Like
It's gotta
happening
take the
with Devil May
damage.
Cry and Hideki Kamiya.
Yeah, I suppose so. I find it hard to believe that people don't know. I mean, they could be like taken off the project, not like involved in the project, but to be completely oblivious to it.
Oh, well,
Existing?
the idea
Yeah.
he was intentionally kept out, I would not buy. It would be more just like a bad communication thing. And maybe they're like, oh, this is a US only thing, so we don't need to mention. The only thing is, I know at some point he was based in Konami's Osaka office. I don't know if that would have been that time or if that would have been when he would have, by the time he had his like own team, you know? Like Metal Gear Solid 1 era.
Ooh, there we go. Somehow I managed to avoid getting any spikes in my feet. Stepping on any of the Lego bricks that come out of the floor.
I remember what the entirely metal, like, kids construction kit thing I had was called. Meccano, I think?
Ah. Another instance of awful hitboxes. Okay, where should I go? Left or up?
Oh, this room's a loop.
Okay, I'll
But,
go up then.
This is key card 5. I think my phone just went off.
Okay, so problem, Johnny.
Oh, okay, hang on. 7... Where the fuck is key card 5?
Yeah, that's the question I have been asking.
Oh, okay. Just rewind.
How far?
You can see what I've done wrong.
Yes.
Okay. You want to go north.
God. Now imagine that in real time. Imagine not having the benefit of rewind, folks.
Yeah.
Imagine, just imagine a 30 wasted fucking minutes as you realize in vain that you've
But yeah.
Fuck, whatever.
Okay, it's because I see what the mistake I made is. I thought it was keycard 6 for that room. They're very similar colors in the map.
Oh, come. This is ridiculous. And they were proud of this. They thought this would, like, kick ass. They thought this would be, like, they're going to feel like such action movie badasses when they're killing dozens of these guys spawning in the same spot.
I don't know. I get, like, not full-on mercenary dev, but considering the other stuff this dev team's made, I don't see a lot of passion in this. Something I also think of is that Konami were very bad for fucking with North American releases of games to make them harder at this point.
Yes.
If you've never tried the Japanese versions of like Castlevania 1 through 3, for example.
Whatever. Fucking goddamn it. Piece of garbage.
Like some of those are very different. Castlevania 3 specifically, you take in the Japanese version, you take more like the amount of damage you take depends on how far through the game you are. In the North American one, you just take max damage from the first level.
This is an untenable situation. This is one where you just have to take the damage rather than get the water electrocuted and incur the alert. I think that's most of these situations because it is entirely random how the things on the surface of the water operate. And those are things that you're most trying to avoid because they set off the alert.
Yeah.
I'd rather just take the fucking 3 hits of health off of this.
It is
didn't
funny
have
that
to take
those
it there,
exploding
but,
doesn't set anything off.
it's ugh. This is such busy work. This doesn't add anything to the challenge. And also, it is... Okay, so do you realize what's happening here? Literally impossible not to get detected here. If you're crouched, they'll just walk into you. You have to engage in combat at this point to get through this room. And the ones after it.
These fucking guys. Getting into like Metal Slug style enemies at this point.
I guess I'll use another ration. I guess I don't have much choice in the matter. And just hope this is the last screen of this section. Yes. Okay. I'm gonna hazard a guess. Wow.
Oh. I'll be real, I was worried because the guide, the map, did not have the little X-ray indicator on it. But I couldn't see any other way into the top room.
No alert.
Right, so there's some goodies here, but tread lightly.
I had the right idea. I had... Okay. Ammo.
I'm trying to think. What? I think it was... I guess Metal Gear Solid 2 technically has not full-on trapdoors like this, but it still has equivalents.
Oh, I forgot to let it say what this item is. Mighty Boots. Now you can kick enemies instead of punching them. No, I think the boots are probably like anti-nails, anti...
Yeah. Okay. So do you just have to... Oh, no. Yep. I guess so.
Oh, and again, because you start every one of these sections, they default you to the knife. So I was like, why aren't I shooting? Why do I not have my gun, my trusty gun that I absolutely need for this section? Oh, I wonder, can I actually not get detected? I paused to give myself a second there. What? The bullet went through them?
That's happened a couple of times, I've noticed. Like, these sections in particular feel like they're barely held together.
Jotaro with a very good point. Imagine getting through that whole side-scrolling section and then dying to the pit and just having to redo the entire thing. I'd quit. Without the benefit of rewind. There are many instances in this game that I just see as antagonistic heat. As just, this is developers punishing me. This is developers not like, trying to teach me any sort of lesson or like trying to like teach me how to play the game. They are just being dickheads for the sake of being dickheads. I can't crawl for some reason. I think I have to take a few steps forward, eat those mines, and then just do it like that. Because otherwise I was going to either drown to death or get detected by the camera, or the orb, I should say. This is a camera. Just, ugh. Alright, that one comes down lower, so I gotta be booking it. Pistol, really the only gun we end up really needing to use in this game at any point. Wait, he can see me? Oh, right, because I'm not crawling, I'm just crouched. Right, I have to be fully on the ground, which is sometimes just doesn't let you do arbitrarily. Oh.
It is fascinating that they've done these side-scrolling action sections, but they're still mostly designed around how the top-down like stealth sections play, instead of like adapting them to the gameplay that would make more sense. Okay, so now
it's to the left.
Yeah. Well, that's right.
Oh, right. Yep. Again, when you're playing this for the first time, you have no idea.
Yeah.
It's all guesswork. You're all just like, you're just mapping things out. You're on the little discovery quests.
Yeah. Because, yeah, if you went that right way, that would take you to building 6, but I'm fairly sure you're going to need the key items that are in... That's what we got here.
It won't let me crawl! it's something if you're too close to a fucking wall, it won't let you crawl because of like proximity, because it doesn't want the sprite to intersect. But in effect, what that means is that there are positions where you'll be like, all right, and I'm gonna crawl the second I land on the ground, and you just can't. Just mean-spirited, shitty design by assholes. Because, you know, at a certain point, I'm going with the, you know, you're trying to give them benefit of the doubt to a certain extent. You're saying, you know, they were rushed. You know, they were probably rushed, but they were also contemptuous. I think, you know, there's some degree of people, like, probably resenting having to work on this project. Because there's things you're doing here that are just like a fuck you to the player.
I definitely see that, as I've mentioned, Konami making stuff harder for North America and design here that's, like, not difficult in a balanced way, but just difficult in a, yeah, this is going to take players a long time to figure out.
Again,
there's going to be random deaths that they can't stop kind of shit.
Jump earlier? No, because I'm in the water, my momentum is slow. So there's basically, I can't jump over these. And I say just as I managed to do it. Just barely by the skin of my teeth.
Yeah, like that precise timing is still far too demanding.
Too early.
And yeah, it's like there's, I get the logic behind, oh, don't let the player crawl here because the sprite would go through a wall, and that's not realistic and whatever. But obviously, it's like they haven't tuned the gameplay around that. It's just, you know, there's no afterthought to that limit.
I will say though, something that this occurred to me, something that this game is better than Metal Gear, about original Metal Gear, at least the NES Metal Gear, maybe also MSX2 Metal Gear. You know, the rank system, it is possible to D-rank in original Metal Gear. It is not in here. That's just a thing I'm remembering. I probably should have waited for a Say Something Nice to get that one out, so I could have one for a Say Something Nice, because I think I've run out of nice things to say about this game at this point. But,
okay. Yeah, numero 5.
Great. Truth gas. Just what I've been waiting for. Couldn't beat the game without that truth gas.
The other two rooms definitely have items you need.
Oh, God. Yeehaw! Oh, no.
So you gotta bank them.
I know I do, and I'm bad about that. I use them up too early. Maybe someone, can I talk to anyone? I don't even know why I bother calling John. They're dead. They're done for in this plot already. You know, you get a better sense of world traveling in this game than original Metal Gear. You know, original Metal Gear is one base. So far, we've taken out a couple bases. We were on a train. You know, so things are moving. World faring.
As much as I don't think most of the graphics look very good, there is some attempts at some neat presentation ideas, like the stuff on the train, the flares in the opening area, even if it sucked. This is keycard 4. One thing I do want to say, because I mentioned my doubts about if this was planned to release in Japan. One thing I actually think might lead credence to it releasing in Japan is that the way the text is formatted is very Japanese characters converted to English. Where they
it was definitely originally written in Japanese. It was a Japanese development team.
Sure, but like the way it's even displayed in game, like the speed the text is, the fact that, you know, they have to double line words in the menu. Like, imagine this going at like katakana, hiragana speed. That would be like a lot quicker to read. So part of me makes me wonder if they maybe actually like originally coded even the text in game in Japanese, and someone had to like replace those.
You know, I think ultimately, like, who cares if this would come out in Japan or not? It would have been like a Super Mario Bros. USA situation, right? Where they retroactively they put out Doki Doki Panic with the Super Mario Bros. Game, blah, 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 blah. Sharky were here, I'd make the joke. You know, they put out that version of Super Mario Bros. 2 that we got in the USA as Super Mario Bros. 2 USA in Japan for the benefit of absolutely fucking no one. right?
Oh, yeah.
Because like no one cared because they already played Doki Doki Panic, and they also had like their own versions of Mario Bros. 2, so it was a game for no one at a certain point. Here, put my boots on.
Yeah, what I found interesting was less about if it did release in Japan, but just
What?
how it looks like it's ooh.
So you can use the fucking knife while crawling. You can't use your gun while crawling.
That's weird. I wonder why. Did they just not make the sprite? And they were like,
He
oh,
learned
shit.
it from sticking forks into wall sockets as a hobby.
There's nothing I can do here. There's no way to avoid that. It's just assholes.
There's probably just one frame specific jump. No, in this game.
What if you waited like a cycle on the ground there? Like for...
I would have to wait for this, and my oxygen
You
would
would
be
actually,
depleting
now
the
that I
entire
think about
time, yeah.
Yeah.
And then even then, I would still get fucking caught.
Yeah, it really is just like, yeah, the oxygen, like you talk about that kind of like
Economy
anti-player
of-
design.
yeah.
The oxygen tank seems the most for that for me.
And it's like it's not like anything like fun or cool, right? It is pretty fucking lame that you're like going through oxygen this quickly. That just ducking in the water is enough to suffocate, to drown you.
Yeah. And yeah, because it's not even implemented in a realistic way. It's just a meter to tick down at a rapid pace.
And now we need to fill up on oxygen tanks before we go do anything else.
You're full on C4 as well, right?
29.
Yes, you should be good.
Where can I go to get oxygen tanks?
Okay, I will check that again. Room B. Hang on. Room 4. Okay, we need to go to basement 1. How do we get back to there?
Is that
That's up here. Yeah, this one.
and then up a floor?
Yeah.
At least they planned for this. At least they had this as a contingency where you can...
Yep, and then take the lower right path. And keycard number 2 here.
This would also be a good time for me to fill up on rations, probably.
And you can also refill plastic explosives a room down from here. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'll cap it at 30, just to be safe. Just to have that.
So, yeah, that's funny. So, yeah, they did, at some point, design this around the weird limitation of, like, farming items. Instead of just, you know, getting max or whatever.
You know, we talk about this. This is a point I've mentioned repeatedly in multiple different contexts, but the idea of the grind as an accomplishment, that someone's task for the day in playing the game, and the businessman way that that players approached a lot of games, it would be, all right, my goal today in the hour I have to play this game isn't just to make progress on the screens. They've already they've already done the scouting, and they're like, okay, I'm gonna need these items going forward. So what I'll do is I'll spend an hour just grinding to fill up my oxygen tank, my rations, what have you, and that would be their accomplishment for the day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and funny enough, Japanese audiences seem to prefer that style of gameplay. And that's just me talking my ass. Like, there's actual survey data that supports that. For example, Final Fantasy 15, when they did that weird exclusive demo, Japanese players were like, oh, this demo's too hard because you can't just, like, grind to high level to beat stuff. And then Western players were like, yeah, this demo's kind of easy. You could just be good at the combat and not level. And that was...
Biffed it.
2 different audiences playing the same demo and having, like, completely different reactions to the difficulty.
9 is the maximum on oxygen tanks, right? Yes, it is.
Oh, yeah. Because it caps a weird number.
caps at inconsistent numbers across all the items. That's the frustrating thing. This is just
it's a minor thing, but how do you actually find out what your password is if you wanted to, turn the game off and reconvene?
Okay, that's a good question. So you die, right? And there's a continue screen. If you say don't continue, then they give you the password before kicking you back to the main title screen.
Couldn't even do that in a good way.
Yeah, ideally it would just spit out the password on that continue screen, so you could choose to continue or whatever from there, but...
Or you could codec call someone and say, what's my password?
Yeah. That'd be the perfect way to do it.
Ooh, lucky.
Just, again, it's funny to think of, like, River City Ransom. You just go to the menu at any point and it's there.
This is my advanced ration farming technique.
Should have had battery saves, but whatever.
But in lieu of it, you do what you can.
Yeah.
You find ways to make it not completely inconvenient for the player if you're like, if you have a heart, if you have a soul. It just looks so wrong. The distance you need to be from, like when you're attacking from above, it just looks completely wrong. And the way the sprites are layered also makes it look wrong, because your feet end up being in front of them at a certain point. That somehow none of those hit.
Yeah.
Again, this is just I know this is like the major complaint. I know I've run this into the ground at this point. I know I've established a thing, but like, how do you ship a game when it's like the core loop is this bad? How do you not just like realize in that moment we need to do fucking something to completely overhaul the perspective here to make this like remotely acceptable before we ship this?
Yeah, see, this is why, during development, maybe not, but I could see like sometime near the end Konami having less hope for this, and maybe that's why they didn't market it. Looking at their other tentpole stuff, it's like, this isn't bad enough to cancel, but we got all these other games going out, so it's probably better to just put the money there and just let this shit out, and if it sells well like Metal Gear NES did, then whatever. And yeah, they, arbitrary deadlines, they would happen, for no good reason. Just like, oh yeah, you've got 5 months and we're not changing it.
Yeah, no, I mean,
like
of course there's like many reasons why. I'm being somewhat just like, I'm ignoring like obvious facts here, but at the same time, it's so deeply frustrating, and it's so like, it is the core of the thing. It is like on a list of like your development timeline, the first thing you should solve for is how the game feels and plays, and setting on a perspective and making that perspective work, and like hitboxes and stuff. And you can fine tune that as time goes along, and the need may arise to have to do that. But the extent to which it is just like completely inconsistent in terms of like the punches and shooting range and where bullets emerge from and the sight lines and all of that is just egregious to an extent that it is, in my mind, absolutely unforgivable.
And this is the big one.
Let's keep the fucking knife equipped, since I realized I can do this. Look at his face. Look at his stupid face when...
Oh, I forget it was the exact comment, but someone mentioned how Snake doesn't look like he's got a bandana when he's prone. It looks like he's got like a flat cap on.
And now they're making it so you need to use the handgun because they're getting away from you as you're... Oh, I'm not crouched. Ooh, lucky. I got away with it. Whatever.
Whee.
Oh, and you know what? So we filled up oxygen tanks, right? But we still have only half a tank because that's what we had the last time that we did this. So it remembers that variable. And if this is what I think it is, then this is the point. This is, I think, the worst thing in the game. Just the absolute, like, stupidest...
Oh, yeah.
It's like the ladder scene from Metal Gear Solid 3 if it fucking sucked. And was underwater.
Or the microwave corridor from 4.
Oh,
and it
yeah.
was like, you had to do more than just mash a button. Also, I've never looked into it, but I get the feeling in that section, like, you don't actually have to mash the button as hard as they say. Like, I don't know if you can actually fail that section.
Oh! Assholes.
Oh, okay.
I came back too soon and took damage. Ooh, we're down to 2 tanks. Oh, one more just to fuck with you. And one more where you can accidentally go off screen getting away from it, right? One more where you could actually go too far to the left to try to avoid damage and then just reset it and then die and drown because at that... Just... Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, we ain't done. That's at least you won't have to blow up any more walls in this water. I'll say that.
Is it electrocuting the entirety of the water to hurt you?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna fucking... I don't care anymore. Yeah, that's what I thought. Love the soundscape here.
I don't think this is going to end. I think because of that thing on the... Yeah.
Well, we got through it.
And the game ends right here, right?
Alright, get off on this floor, I think. Mm-hmm. Ooh. Ring-a-ding-ding.
I found the plans for Metal Gear 2. The enemy's commander is going to launch nuclear missiles all over the world. Hurry up!
Alright, this is number 6.
Great, more flares. I mean, it might as well. So I think all you need is one. You only need one of them. I think there's only one more thing you use a flare for. But that's not going to stop me from, in an overabundance of caution.
Oh, there's some funny tips for this area.
It's not going to be 21. It could be 20. It could be 25. I'm going to bet on it being 25. Wrong menu. 24. Yep. And again, I think you only need one flare.
Yeah, but what if you miss 26 times?
Ugh. It has to be 30. There's no way it's like 35 or 40. Okay.
This is keycard number 5. Ladies and gentlemen, this is keycard number 5.
Okay. Let's truth gas this fucker. Our commander is invulnerable. No weapons can harm him. And we'll see about that.
Is that the clue that you need to use a flare because it's technically not a weapon, it's just a tool?
No, there is a way to get
one
him.
of those no man born of a woman will harm me sort of a things.
Alright, yeah, go up there. And this is number 4.
I don't need to take that call. We know who's calling at this point. Oh, grenades. We haven't had these for a minute, have we? Don't mind if I do. You know what? I could actually... Something I could do just to... Does it show you the ammo counter?
Ah, look at that.
We get 5 grenades at a time, which means that 40 is the
There
cap.
you go. Yeah.
That's one way to do it. The right way. Whatever.
Okay, keycard number 2 here.
first. Just in case. Thanks for nothing. Nothing to say to me. Is there anything to the right here?
Yeah, this is where you're going.
No, it's not, because it would be down here, right?
Hold on, sorry. Oh no, right's where you came from.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is keycard 4.
Of course it is. Oh no.
Oh yeah.
Just to make things worse. God damn, I knew it.
Okay.
You saw me
No,
inch towards the
it could've
door.
been worse.
You saw me inching towards the door, like I knew, right? And I just... Oh, okay. So here's what you need to do. You need to trigger that one. Nope. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, You might need to go back to the elevator.
Yeah, I think this is just impassable. And you can't do the trick from Metal Gear on NES. Where you,
Yeah.
Let me try it just to... Might as well make some calls while I'm... How about our radar map? Is this useful at all? No? No contact? You know, look. Yeah, so the trick does work still. Now, that said, I think it's probably sequence breaking if we continue down this way.
It is. There's a nice sequence break though.
Yeah, it takes us all the way over here, so... Yeah, as reticent as I am... to do it the right way. This will cost us, time-wise, but let's do it the right way. So, yes, we need to go back to the elevator at this point, I believe, right?
Yeah.
Look at these guys! New enemies! Wait, is there anything, if we get to the left here, is there anything we need to,
No, that's blocked. There's just a lot of, like, giant boxes you can't move in this area.
Right, so down, or is it up?
Oh, yeah, be up.
Right, I already forgot where we came from previously. My spatial awareness is,
Yeah.
And I'll heal. Jodariel was surprised by me doing that. Who's our resident expert in the chat for this episode tonight? Having clearly played through this game recently, but yeah. Sharky.
Man, is no, Sharky might be gone. I don't know.
Yep. The commander is.
Commander's looking on the top level of the space.
Thank you.
Hey.
I ain't feeling good tonight, folks. Sorry.
Oh, right, yes. The guy does mention he used all the tips and tricks from the previous areas. Okay, this is
No, that's not what we're coming to a guide for. No, guide. You don't tell me you used all the previous tricks and trips. Tell me what to do. Yeah. We should probably fill up on the C4.
Yeah.
Knowing what the final boss of this game is. And things that you need to do before that. In fact, if I was smart, I would...
Yeah. To be fair, these are literally just maps with some text on them. They're not the full walkthroughs.
Okay, so 30 is the cap. On that.
Alright. And there's going to be a lot of... Oh, well, there you go. There'll also be hidden trap floors as well. You want key card number 4.
Yeah, duh. I should have known that one. I had an inkling of a suspicion. We are now rank 6. That is the real purpose of saving this guy. Not for any information, but we are now rank 6. Oh, wait, I already have the thing equipped.
Yep, guess this is the room to stock up on. Oh, nice.
Not so nice.
You did avoid it though.
Yeah, well.
yes. We just used card 7.
And now we will use card
2.
God, the range.
Yeah.
Our weapons are ready. Sure, I mean, why wouldn't they be at this point? You've had plenty of time to prepare. It's taken us, well, we're coming on 4 hours? 3 hours of actual gameplay tonight. You know what? This is one of those instances where I could do this the right way. Ooh, rude is what you are. Okay, fine, I'll do it your way, game. I mean, I'll still rewind. I'll still egregiously cheat, but...
Okay, key card number 5.
I'm assuming, yep. Now we gotta wait for this cycle to play out.
Mm-hmm. Well, you can go south here.
Ugh! I think we're playing the waiting game. Though I think the timing on this might also just be off. No, there we go. Wait, so I'm gonna go south here?
No. Yeah, go this way first. Because there is that.
Oh, mana
This
from
is key
heaven.
card number 2. And I'm not sure if there's any...
Well,
Okay.
yeah, I know. We never heard of Metal Gear. Great, cool.
I don't know why some of the prisoners and guards aren't indicated on the maps and some are. Oh well.
Alright, we're up to 10 of those.
Whoop, whoop, whoop.
10 might be the cap. No, thank God.
Jirio asks then, does this mean everyone in this base are themselves walking around with 7 key cards? Yeah, that's what people in Metal Gear used to do before upgradable key cards were invented in Metal Gear Solid 1.
It's so easy to fuck up the menus here too, by the way.
I know we're near the end of the game, but I think I might actually have to leave for the evening, unfortunately.
Alrighty. We'll take it from here. You rest
Save
up.
the world or whatever the plot of the story was. I don't remember.
Something like that. Good night. We haven't been going long tonight, so...
Yeah, I was able to restock on coffee while Minnie was digging her latrine. So I'm hanging in there.
$18 would
Oh
appear
wow,
to be
you
the
can
limit.
you can really stock up at the end. Okay.
Just triple checking. Yeah, 18.
Yep.
And my menuing is getting lazier all the while.
6. Yep.
By 6 you mean something that isn't 6. 5. Come on.
Oh yeah, no. You know, straight up it was miscolored on the map. I'm blaming the map for that. But yeah, now you want to go to that bottom one when you can,
Keyword when I can.
which is also 5. Yeah. Yeah, they just miscolored it. They colored it card 6, but I guess it was 5.
Wait for that bottommost one. There we go.
All right, now that should be card 6.
Oh, yeah, this room.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
and I can tell you ahead of time that the door at the bottom is card 7.
Great. That'll be good to know.
Yeah.
Give me a second. I'm going to just preemptively just get our avatars in the right places. I'm going to do some stuff for end of the show now. We are Sharky down. It'll pop us up. Like so. Close that space. Close that distance. Yeah, so this room... describe what I'm about to do in this room. Describe the stupid, tedious
you're
bullshit.
gonna have to...
Yeah.
Yeah, blow up these boxes while keep an eye on your health. And swap keycard. Oh.
Like I said, contemptuous, mean design. No two ways about it. This is something you do to viscerally annoy your players for no other reason than to annoy them. I guess to resource check them, right? That'd be like, you know, the term they might use to try and be generous towards themselves. You know, it's just making sure that you've stocked up and sufficiently, you know, you're playing the game by the rules that have been prescribed to. Fuck that shit. It's just annoying. Games never ever need to do this. Oh, and if you get too close, which everything looks to be too close, like it's there's something fucked about the hitboxes on these, to where I was not getting like as close as I thought I could get to them. I was getting pushed backwards.
Yeah, it's just a bullshit damage check. That's all this is.
And of course, you know, because it's not enough. And then it's taunting you with the ration over there.
Okay.
Oh,
This
come
is
on.
Keycard 4.
Up and out of here. Huh? You have been trapped. Ha 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 ha!
Yeah, I
Brutal.
don't want to warn you about that.
Yeah. These are bad guys we're up against.
Yeah.
Fuck this. Put the boots on.
I'm gonna find out what is in this room so I know why we're traveling this far. A backpack and more plastic explosives. Guess a backpack is probably important. Yeah, I don't know what's up with this. Just a really long corridor coming up.
Oh.
Haha.
There we go. I knew it had to be some bullshit. Huh?
Okay, this
Oh.
is keycard.
Oh my god.
7.
Oh my god, I know what the game is doing here. Remember we picked up an antidote? These are
Nope,
poisoned.
I did not.
We have the antidote,
don't remember
but
that.
we have exactly one of them. But because we got hit with those sticks, our health is now ticking down every couple seconds.
No, I legit forgot about the antidote. Yeah.
I picked up the backpack. What does the backpack even do? You don't get item descriptions for...
Yeah, unfortunately, the map thing I'm reading doesn't say, but it does say to get all the items. So
I'm gonna take the damage for now. What
let me
keycard
see
was
if I
this
can
again?
find out,
2?
actually. No, 7.
Right. I'm just gonna fill up on plastique.
Yeah, I'm gonna search and find out what this backpack does. Oh, doubles how much mines and missiles you can carry. So
Does
I
it
guess
double
it is
our plastic
optional, but
explosive?
probably the guide I read says mines and missiles.
Okay, so we'll fill up on those at some point. I have to go up and around.
No, I know for a very late encounter, having more missiles is going to be helpful in case we fuck up.
Oh, god damn it.
Okay.
Wait, should I use the antidote now? Because...
Yeah. Yeah, we got some walls to blow up.
You know what? I should have stocked up on the antidote. There are walls to blow up, you say?
Yeah.
You know what? So the answer to my question is no, don't use the antidote now, because I only have the one of them. If I had thought to have stocked up, if I had thought the antidote was an item that I could stock up on, rather than just being a key item, but instead we're going to have to make do.
There might be more of those pokey sticks, yeah. No, I get your point, yeah.
Wait, so we did use the antidote already? Also, hold on, I'm just realizing now that, yes, plastic explosive is also increase the capacity thereof, so we are going to have to.
Oh, okay.
Because, yeah, we had... Wait, 33? Yeah. Let me just quadruple check. Yep. Okay, for 40.
Yeah.
There's probably a way to...
See, I'd want to, but at the same time, I know it'd be pointless to hound a programmer and ask, so why do you only pick up one at a time? Because I bet the answer would just be like, I don't know. What was it? That was 40 years ago, kid. I don't know. I didn't mention it, but the history section was a stark reminder that Kojima has been in this industry for a really long fucking time.
Yes.
I always forget, because, like, starting with Metal Gear Solid, and that's, like, when most of the West would have known about him. It's like, no, he's long before that. And then still going.
Yeah, of course. And look at these guys. I don't know what their deal is, and I don't want to find out, truth be told. Okay, I'm assuming there's another thing I have to blow up here.
Yeah.
I'm just going to put it right in the corner here.
Mm-hmm. Perfect, yep. Keycard 7 for this door. I should mention today, I was playing a different stealth action game. I was playing Hitman 3, aka World of Assassination.
Very good.
I was having a great time. That was way better than this.
So this is the cue to use the hidden mic.
Right, yes.
Commander's only weak spot is the soles of his feet. It's just like Metal Gear and Metal Gear 1. Stupid. Still stupid as it was back then, stupid now, to have the feet be the weak point. Okay, so I there's going to be another spot I have to C4 here, I imagine. Yep. And I hope people understand why I'm, like, not using this antidote, like, straight away.
Yeah, I think the next corridor is also going to have, like, the long one coming up is going to have those poison tips again.
Yes, that is the idea.
I wasn't sure why you weren't doing it, and then I looked at it and I was like, oh, right.
No, might as well use the shotgun for the one and only time.
Hey!
Cool. Now let's not use that ever again. Now, theoretically, you would just stand on the other side of the wall, away from where these things appear, but the problem with that is you don't know which side they're going to appear on at first. Also, I don't think that works. So fuck it, just... I guess it was working.
Dobermane in chat says Hidden Mike sounds like the name of an NPC character. That does sound like an early Metal Gear character.
Yeah, the bosses in, like, Metal Gear 1 were, like, Shotgunner and stuff like that. Yeah. They were not the most inspired, but they were fun. They were goofy. The mercenaries of Metal Gear 1. Are we supposed to be here at this point?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Well, you can see these statues are going to launch missiles at us. I don't think this is going to help, but I'll feel better. I'll feel more comfortable. Wow, really didn't help.
That guy's back from the dead.
Do I need to actually fight these guys, or can I just run past them?
Okay, that I don't know.
You know, we should probably just heal. I should probably just...
Oh, that walkthrough does not have chapters.
I think you can just run past them. Unfortunately, these missiles are...
God, you know what? I'm just gonna stick with the maps. It's a lot easier to track. Okay, key card number 6.
Not this shit
Ah,
again.
what a mean trick.
Rude. It'd be great if you still got rank up points for that, though. At least I fucking tried.
Yeah, how about we do it again?
Should I use explosives, or should I use anything else?
Oh, no idea. Again, like, I'm using the map ones, which only have, like, basic notes on things. They don't have, like, use this item here stuff. Like, maybe the remote missiles could be better, but also it's probably better to save those. And you'll want keycard 2 for this door.
Not keycard number 2.
This is room...
I keep hearing you disconnect and reconnect, by the way, which is concerning. Oh, no, that's my controller. My controller is giving out in the middle of this, even though it's connected by USB. Ooh, that's concerning. We're up against it right now. Keycard number 1.
Ah, come on, God. These maps are so good sometimes, and other times they are not. Okay, and this takes you to...
this area that we saw earlier.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, they labeled it the right on the exit door. It's the right card.
What was in this room again?
Well, the trap. But for some reason, the door...
I meant this room here. Now we're back here. I think this is the room where we can stock up on rations, right? So now we've shown...
No, this is keycard 7.
No, it's not.
Rations...
It is not keycard 7.
No, that's what's in this room.
Oh, I thought this was the fucking ration room. Okay, yeah, good point.
No, I'll let you know where the ration room was.
You know, fuck it. We'll just play the hands we're dealt. I'm not gonna egregiously. I've already egregiously cheated enough.
You can't really get back. Like, that's way back. Oh, is that a frog chair?
That would be a claymore mine.
You saw why I thought that, though. It did look like a frog, kind of, on chair legs.
You have a magical way of thinking, my friend. You know, I gotta stock up on these claymore mines, so... we get to engage in this exciting gameplay. Again, would it have fucking killed them? Just pick it up once and fill out the maximum counts. What does it add, except for tedium? Why make players engage by this rule of the game? Why carry this forward for Metal Gear?
Well, you see, it's up in the playtime, which is more engagement, and that means a more successful game.
More bang for your buck.
Yeah.
Alright, these would be mines, even though they look completely different on that screen from this one. And we'll max these out. God, we're going long tonight, huh?
Oh, yeah. No, this last building is massive.
Thank you, folk who are sticking with us through all this. Tonight was supposed to be something of a send-off for Charky, who's about to go on a 2-month hiatus, but we did not account for it going this long, so... unfortunate, but you'll be hearing a lot of me and Johnny for the next couple months. And we were going to cover some stuff in the near future that is anemic to Charky, stuff like light gun games.
Mm-hmm.
And some other things that we've been sitting on. Oh my god, how many mines are they going to give us? Oh, well, I accidentally used up one. 75, right? It's got to be 75. Nope. 80.
Yay!
Let me just double check. Okay, 80. Fuck it. Oh, come on. That went right through their fucking legs, too. Well.
Alright. So, yeah, you're gonna go to the first floor first.
You mean this floor?
Even... Yeah. There's a floor above this as well, so... Because there's still more items to get.
Of course there are. And a call. Lieutenant, it was careless of me. I forgot.
Oh. Yeah, their line of sight is very strange. I see shirtless guys again.
These guys suck to fight.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm just taking advantage of the checkpoint we have, that we presumably have. Yes. Small miracles. Yes, it's double checking we still have all of the explosives that we... Okay, we're good.
Okay, it's up to you which one you want to go down first, because it loops.
I'll take the right-hand side.
Alright, this will be keycard 7.
What could this be? A smoke bomb.
Yeah.
I don't think you can stack that. I think that is just a one and done.
There we go. And then, yeah, you'll want to go left first. Hey, lucky ration. Oh, nice.
Okay, so when you say left, you mean it's upper left.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I didn't
No,
look
it's
at the grid
fine.
there.
How could you know? You're not the one
this
playing this.
is-
You're just the one guiding me through it very charitably and helpfully.
Card number 6 for this one. And... yeah,
Yep.
this is the time to restock these if we don't have them.
And I don't think we have a full loadout, so we will be... Alright, so it's going to be 47 of these. Arbitrary number,
Okay.
I know, but...
At least these pick up in stacks of 3. 5, I mean.
5, yeah. It would be the
Some items,
simplest thing, the easiest thing in the world to just max you out when you pick up an item. It would have just been such like a letter of love from the developers to the players. It would forgive so much other bullshit in this game because it would at least let me know the developers were on my side.
Yeah, or minimum, I'm thinking like Metal Gear Solid 1. Because what they would do at least... like
Is that them
A,
respawn
the
in
ammo,
time? Yeah.
Yeah, they would respawn or... well, A, the ammo pickups were bigger. They would also often, near the later game, they would just put like 2 or 3 next to each other sometimes. Like if, oh, we know you're going to need loads of ammo coming up, we'll just give you it. If they couldn't create a separate item to max it out, they would just, screw it, just put 2 in the room. Like, yeah, if it was like a programming limit of like, oh, we don't have time to... like, yeah, just put multiple in the room then.
But no, you're right. This is gameplay. This here, this is compelling.
Yeah,
Consider me
objectively,
compelled.
it is gameplay. If you're making a objective review of this video game, you have to point out that's gameplay. Alright, yeah, and then this is card number 4. you're coming up to here?
I think this is a big room. I think something happens in this room.
Oh God!
A chest burst is
Has
about
he
to
got
break out of his back.
Yeah. I thought the same thing.
All right, key card number 8. Well, bye. No, we should probably check in on this guy.
What the fuck?
This is.
Do you see?
This is what's his face? This is Nick. This is Nick.
Oh,
This is supposed to be
why
Nick.
is his butt doing that?
He's twerking in his last minutes. That's
He
all I want to
is.
go out to. We have discovered that Jennifer is a spy. A life support system is in Big Boss's room. Lead him out, then attack. I forget the rest.
Have you ever seen? I think he was on TikTok or Instagram, maybe. One of the NPC guys who did the "I need more bullets. I need more bullets."
Can't say I have. Anyway, R.I.P. Nick.
Oh,
So,
okay. If you want to see someone twerk like that in real life, you can.
So 2 big revelations there. One, not necessarily a revelation, but I think it's a mistranslation. This is something I speculate over. You know, where he says that Jennifer is a spy. We knew she was a spy. We knew going into it she was a spy on our behalf. I think what they mean to say, what got mistranslated, was that she got discovered as a spy by Big Boss, who was the other reveal here, who's just unceremoniously revealed to be Big Boss in this moment. Not built up to. They do a thing in Metal Gear 1, right? Where the reveal of Big Boss as the bad guy is, like, held to the last second. Someone, like, almost figures it out. The guy who goes on to become the ninja, the first cyborg ninja in Metal Gear 2, Solid Snake, but who is, like, the male resistance member in Metal Gear 1. Like, his last radio communication is, I've discovered the enemy commander. He's, ugh! And then presumably Big Boss gets him. And so that builds up the suspense for the last encounter. But here it's just like, nah, it's Big Boss. You probably predicted as much. You probably already knew.
Okay. God, I'm questioning if I should post. I mean, it's on TikTok. It's not. I don't think that's his original account. But if you're into army men,
Here we go. I'm just using the missiles here. I think we have plenty of them at this point for what we need the missiles for at this point in the game.
yeah.
I think I can afford to burn a few of them.
Okay, this is keycard number 8.
Of course it is.
And I believe.
Which is the last key card, by the way.
And this is the only time I think you use it.
Which means we are really in the final stretch of things now.
Okay, I believe these 2 north doors are fake. So you only need keycard 3, which goes to the left.
Yeah, let me just see.
Oh, yeah.
Let's just see. You know, a player would try this. A player would be like, well, I know I have so many key cards to go through.
I need more bullets. Thank you for the protein, sir. That trend was very confusing.
Nada.
But,
I know what these
I
doors
need
are
that
actually
guy.
for, but what's the key card for this again?
3.
Of course it is. Why
You
would
know,
it be 3?
just cause. You know what? It'd be fun if we make this room keycard number 4.
Not that door. Not that door. That door, of course.
Yeah. Oh, do you know what'd be even more fun?
What?
If this room used keycard number 6.
Oh, skip 5, of course.
Oh, wait. No, this is 5, sorry.
Oh,
Sorry, it's very similar purples on my monitor. There we go.
this is where I was hoping Charky would do their Fred Gwynn voice. Do you got a big boss in you? Do you have a comical big boss in you? This is Big Boss.
Hold on. This is Big Boss.
All right, now I'm just going to give him the Solid Snake voice. He has the same voice. He's David Hayter, so, you know.
I was trying to do... What's the guy who voices him in 4? He was the Fury, the fire guy in 3. I was trying to do that
Don't
voice
ask
and
me.
failed.
All right, here it is. My Solid Snake voice. My favorite Solid Snake voice. Him. This is Big Boss! You destroyed Metal Gear 1 and made me a cyborg! Now I want revenge! It's his revenge! It's Big Boss's revenge.
And he was Snake. Kojima, you stole again.
And also, notice, Cyborg, funny enough, parallel thinking, because in Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake, what is Hideo Kojima's defense initially for why Big Boss is still alive? Fucking snatcherized.
Yeah, he was snatcherized, yeah.
But, you know.
Alright. So the pro tip I do have here is to go back 2 rooms.
Not yet, right?
No, it says so. When facing the first boss, after it changes form.
Yes.
Also, is this... I swear, this is just Freddy from, not Freddy.
Jason
Voorhees. From the NES game, yeah.
So yeah, Big Boss, kind of a chump. Kinda ain't shit. I mean, he could take missiles, but...
There we go.
Ha ha ha! I have no weak point you can penetrate. Alright. Now we need to backtrack because, as described, there is a life support system in the room. Whatever the fuck that means. That means he's invulnerable to damage while he's inside of that room. And he can come through any of these doors. And you see, this is the tension now. Now we have to remember which keycard opens which door. And he can come out of any of those doors.
Oh, that's funny, because the map guide, the one that's just the pictures of the maps, just says, oh, go back so you have more room to fight.
No, you absolutely need to do this, otherwise he has the... Carmen asks, how are you supposed to know what to do? Because Nick says that you need to get away from the life support room. It doesn't tell you exactly how far away you need to get. The life support hint is supposed to imply that this is what you do. And then it's the Souls of the Feet, which tells you you need to use mines, specifically.
Yeah, Souls of the Feet, I can glean from that. The life detection thing is still vague enough that I would have thought, oh, there's something in the room you have to destroy. That would have been my first assumption. So it is still too vague.
But this is the final boss fight of the game. Final proper fight, anyway.
You know, I'm going to look at one of these other guys and figure out if there's a use for the smoke bomb.
Yes, there is. There is one specific use in beating the game. His attacks are tedious.
Okay, I see what its use is. It's not a smoke bomb.
Yeah, that is also something of a misnomer. Now, theoretically, I could just stand in front of him and do this. In fact, this is the preferred way for me to engage with this fight. All right, I need to switch to the body armor, though, when I'm... because it does decrease the amount of damage you take by a few ticks. And there we go.
Warning, Metal Gear 2 is operable. Personnel are to go to the underground shelter.
This song fucking rules. The steel drums, so fucking good.
Oh, you know, Konami, even with the weird limits that Nintendo had where you weren't allowed to add chips to NES carts in the North American releases, they knew how to get amazing sound out of this.
Fuck. What's the door and what's the key card?
Wait, where are you supposed to... Okay,
there we go,
you need to go back. Yeah. So then 4, 5...
Yeah. Now...
Okay, I see. Yeah.
I will say, this song in particular, very cool, has been ruined for me by a YouTube video, by a YouTube cover of this song that... Well, we'll talk about it. Here's Jennifer. Thanks, Snake! You can go into the secret plant from here, from this door. She'll even point to it.
I'm going to wait to say something nice. They, for some reason, put a lot of attention into that sprite when she was tied up. I could very much tell it was a lady. A lady!
I don't even think we need a weapon at this point, but... Alright, get on this.
But yeah, I don't know why Nintendo had that thing of, like, in Japan you were allowed to put custom chips in carts, but in North America you weren't.
Transceiver? Hardly know her. Snake, follow Jennifer's instructions on entering the secret plant. Use copter missiles to blow up the wall to enter. The spot is marked by a flare. You must not fail. Alright, flare. Nope. What they meant to say was smoke bomb. So if you didn't have this, you couldn't beat the game. If you forgot to pick that up, you'd just be fucked at this point. What else is new?
Would it actually have a separate fail state, or would it just wait until the time cuts down kind of thing?
I think it would just wait until the time ticks down, and you would just have to realize that you have, like, fucked up egregiously at some point or another. Come on, I'm just catching a breath. I mean, like, you know, escape sequences always cool in a video game like this.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, all the better when it has, like, banger music to accompany it. So, it's just rocking out a little bit. So if I listen to my head, I can't help but hear something else start to... Warning. The first attack points are New York, Tokyo, and Moscow.
Woo! UK safe. Okay, is this a keycard door?
Yes,
If
this
it is.
this
Number
is.
2?
Number 2? Not number 2.
No, number 6.
No, number 6, of course. No.
Okay, map maker.
7. Timer's still ticking, by the way. And here's where we can take a wrong route and completely fuck ourselves.
Yes.
So we need to know exactly which route to take here. Otherwise, it's...
Left up.
All right, left up. Got it.
Again, this map is sometimes great, and then sometimes... No, as in the...
Nope, not left.
No, as in the left up.
Okay.
You see what I mean?
Yep, I see.
Okay, go left here, and then you're good. These maps were really good, but sometimes they just don't color the doors right. It's happened a couple of times. So yeah, I just guess on this one because it was run last time.
Number 8.
There we go.
Okay, hold on. Let me end the bit real quick. So we can appreciate different song. Here it is. Here's the Metal Gear fight. This is what we missed out on in the original NES Metal Gear. Finally, the error has been corrected, and we will now fight Metal Gear. How do we fight Metal Gear? You know, you shoot some rockets through a fucking hole, and then...
I mean, this is at least evident that the limit that programmer thought about why they couldn't have Metal Gear in the game, oh, we need to put this chip in, wasn't the case. Oh, when I was thinking that history section, I was like, there's tons of NES games that do, like, big enemy sprites.
Yeah, they ran out of sprites in their sprite bank, is I think the implication.
Yeah.
It's okay to waste a few missiles here. It takes way too many missiles to destroy Metal Gear at this point.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, we were watching a video of someone doing this, like, perfectly, and...
Yeah, it is possible to do it perfectly.
Missile rocking, like, frame-specific timing on this bit.
Oh, God, I'm getting worse. I'm deteriorating, is the problem. Ugh.
I'm trying to figure out what the big cauldron is on the top of the Metal Gear there.
That's presumably where the missiles come out of.
So it's like cannonballs come out there, maybe. Also, I like there's a little smiley face on the top of the... I assume that's like the head, the cockpit bit.
Have a nice day. Ugh. It's back. You can rock it, but you have such little room to rock it back and forth that you really can't fucking rock it. Oh, I accidentally hit myself there.
Whoopsie.
Ugh. This is embarrassing to be this bad at this.
But I mean, this is why you stock up on those missiles, because...
And not a second too soon. After the completion of Operation 747, the UN declared World Peace Day.
And America voted against it.
John Turner was listed as MIA and removed from the Navy records. Nick Meyer was promoted 3 ranks after dying while in Foxhound.
Oh, hey there, remember the Foxhound? Alright,
That's
let's
it.
look at these fake names. Oh, wow, real names. At least real looking names.
That's the end. We'll save our thoughts for after the credits, but yeah, they sure fixed that anticlimax problem from the original NES Metal Gear conversion, huh?
Oh yeah, we didn't get a follow-up on Snake there.
Or Jennifer, for that matter. Or the pilot, who's like gets the most character in this game. It's the most to say.
Mike! I'm just gonna assume it's Mike from Resident Evil 4. I mean, I'm glad to see developers actually get credited, because they often didn't these times.
Special thanks to the Konami PC team, which would have been their MSX team.
Yeah.
Ah, he smiled. And you said we don't know what happened to Snake. He put a smile on his face. That's all you need to know. And this is, of course, where the game would hang. Oh, accidentally. That's not the game. That's me. I was accidentally pressing buttons and I cycled through the pallets. But no, you can fast forward here is what I meant to do, and it'll just hang here, so you can take a photograph of it. So you can get your camera out, take your Polaroid of the screen.
I do kind of miss this. There was something kind of mystical to me about just like the game being in these like end states.
You know what I'm missing? My fucking screen. And there we go. That is another game in the books. Quite a long one, but I wanted it as a one and done. And by God, we got it done.
And rightly so. Rightly so.
Hell yeah.
Ooh, let's duck out of frame. Only to pop back into it. Johnny, share with me your thoughts, your final thoughts on Snake's Revenge here at the end of all things.
So, the first thing I'm going to say, in a kind of a concise wrap up and then expand on, is I think this is a sequel, follow up to Metal Gear NES in the best and worst possible ways. Because, like I said, I'm mostly new to this by reputation. This game is far more like that NES version than I was led to believe. Like, I thought the game was like going to be closer to like NES, like Ikari Warriors or that kind of style. And no, like it is mostly trying to do it, but in a way that a lot of Metal Gear NES is like a shoddy take on what the MSX original was. This is a shoddy take on a shoddy take. So it's like a Russian nesting doll that's just like degrading the further you go in. Like there's some minor ambition in like presentation stuff. Like the opening sequence was where most of that is, but there's some fun stuff on the train, and you know the fact that they figured out, oh okay, we know how to get a big enemy background sprite for the Metal Gear model at the end, and you know they even did a couple of like in-game cutscenes, which was nice. You know, like characters moving around and trying to tell story that way. So those are the positives, and the music is pretty good. It's definitely not that Metal Gear-y. I obviously only had the one game to base it off at the time.
Yeah, there wasn't really a template necessarily in place.
Yeah, but like you could have put most of the soundtrack would apply to like most of Konami's like action stuff at the time. But it was still pretty good. But yeah, it was just every issue that the original game had, and especially the NES version, was just worse here. The main edition, which is the side-scrolling stuff, is a drag factor. It is just a worse. It's just a worse playing game that you're forced to have to do every so often. There's so many bullshit like damage check, resource check sequences. Though they kept the codec call system, so little does the game actually give you advice when you need it, like telling you like key stuff. Like they sometimes mention it, say, oh, there's a secret here, but that doesn't tell you, oh, you can blow up objects in environments to find like tunnels. Like that's a completely that's a completely different hint. But yeah, it's I want to though like be somewhat fair and like think of how this would have been to North American audiences that wouldn't have had that MSX comparison and not compare it to the original MSX game.
Sure, who only had the
But
NES
I
game,
but
yeah.
I can still see how anyone who would have got this, like the confusion of just trying to figure out this was a sequel to that first game, but also just like, yeah, you would have come to this and just been like immediately like, oh, this is just a jankier, shoddier, like weirder version. Like even just like the mechanics of the stealth, how line of sight works, like how projectiles and hitboxes, like all that stuff seems so buggy or unclear. Like I know because people have mentioned it's been cataloged. It's not random. There is a system behind it. It's just so bad that it looks like, oh, it just randomly fails sometimes, or like their vision cones or whatever you would call it would change. And that's like the worst because it feels like you're not messing up. It feels like the game's just deciding on you. Oh yeah, you messed up. And but like it does in a lot of ways, like it does have more Metal Gear spirit to it than I was led to believe. And I think that if any positive was going to be said, it's like there is some of that there. It's just the worst possible take on original Metal Gear you could get out of like you I guess the three options would be the original, the NES, this, and maybe if you want to say Ghost Babel on a technicality. But definitely the worst out of like the options of games built around how Metal Gear 1 are played.
There is one worse. The DOS version of
Oh,
Metal
right,
Gear,
I
that
always
is
forget
the
about that.
NES, that is basically directly based off the NES version, but it's just way more unplayable. But that's again, like that barely counts. I wouldn't count that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right. Guess it means it's my turn.
Oh, last thing, yeah, like most of this sprite work color stuff was rough to look at as well. There's some
Yeah.
nice parts, but it's mostly a rough looking game, especially for like late 80s, early 90s when this would have come out.
At the very least, let me say this about the graphics. I do have nice things to say about this game. I will start with the positives. One, it's good that Snake is red, because it means there's never issues of contrast with the environment, which is something that was
readable.
legitimately an issue in Metal Gear Original, especially the MSX2 version where you're wearing the green fatigues and most of the palette of the background is green, even in rooms that are like, it's like standard tiles. Like, you'll blend into fucking everything in that game. They do mostly solve that in NES Metal Gear by using the most bright shade of green for Snake in that, and then not using that so much in the environment. But this is all this to say that, choosing red, while it's not the most camouflage color that I could come to think of, it at least like this demonstrates that they're just trying to like completely sidestep any issues of like reading the environment, of reading where Snake is. And you can just picture in your head that he's not actually wearing red. Just understand that, for the purposes of showing up on screen, he is red. So
Yeah, it's funny. I didn't remember he was red until you said it.
yeah. So I think presentationally it does some pretty strong stuff. I think the fact that it has so many environments packed into it, that you go from place to place to place to place, it is definitely an improvement over, Metal Gear 1 in its MSX2 or NES capacity gets very samey very quickly. And so I feel like that was a conscious thing they wanted to get better at with the process of doing this. Even Metal Gear 2, the official, it does do some variety stuff as well. It definitely is changing up the biomes. You're going through a swamp at some point in there, and some of the different buildings have different aesthetics, but there are parts of that game that also get a very much samey. But even in this game, even like within the same building, they'll change tile sets from floor to floor. Which is, they didn't even have to do that, but they did, because it speaks to some want to make each area visually distinct as much as they were able with the limited capacity of what they had. And by the end, the goofiness factor, I think, is something. There's something to be said for it. The fact that Big Boss turns into a cyborg twice his size is something we kind of just like had to move quickly past in the rush to finish the game. But I mean, come on, that rules. That's great. That's hilarious. That is the funniest thing they could have done. And the fact that before that you're dealing with fucking marble statues that are like turning to face you and laughing at you while they're shooting rockets out of their fucking backs. You know, the getting on top of the cable car. You're doing such extreme ridiculous things in this game. Even like, you know, when it's like reined in, if you really stop thinking about it, blowing up a whole fucking boat, you walk away, you walk 5 feet away from your explosive in the ammo dump at the bottom of the boat. You don't wait to detonate it when you've reached the surface, because you know it'd be cooler if you blew it up while you're standing right next to it and then have to get from the bottom of the ship to the top in the 60 seconds that you have. It's just doing shit that, in abstract, you know, whether these things translate necessarily to fun gameplay, they don't, that are in abstract cool, that if you were on the playground, if you were bragging up this game to your friends and the things you've done in it, you could tell your friends, I blew up a fucking boat, then I got on a train, and I rescued my comrade, but it turned out to be a bad guy, and he was shooting like claymores at me, and there was a huge gap in the middle of the room, and I'm tossing grenades over it. You know, to describe any scene in this game makes it sound cool. This was a game designed to be explained in cool ways. That is what the set pieces serve to do in this game. Riding the top of the cable car. Yeah, I just got on top of it. I was crawling. They kept looking up, but I found a safe spot where they didn't see me, so I got to the other side, and there's something to be said for that. I think there is legitimately something to be said for moments that are cool to describe to your friends and trying to sell them on the game. Now, would I want to sell a friend on this game in particular? No. I wouldn't wish this on my enemy. When it comes to the actual gameplay part, it's bad. Bad in many of the same ways that Metal Gear 1 was, but worse, for sure. Metal Gear on the MSX2, one of the things that got lost in the NES version was the punching enemies to get rations and other supplies out of them. In the NES version, they just exhumed that feature, they removed that feature to bring it back in this. And the balance of the game being such that you're constantly wanting to engage with the fisticuffs, that the knife you get is completely useless because you don't get the item drops you're using it. So why would you use anything other than the fist? Why does the fist need to be a dedicated B button at all times? That's a whole other story. But the fact that you are constantly putting yourself in close proximity to try and knock people out, to desperately try to get your ration count up and keep your ammo topped off, and the fact you have to kill so many enemies, and the fact that it presents so many opportunities to break stealth, and that you will break stealth, because it's so inconsistent, because the hitboxes are so untenable, because they are so bad, because they make no logical sense in space and time, because their perspective is so wretched, because you can't account for what your actual hitbox is, or what the enemy's hitboxes are, the amount of bullets that just phase through enemies, all these things just in the top-down gameplay contributing to just a core gameplay loop that is non-functional. At least as far as the melee is concerned, mostly as far as like the gunplay is concerned. By the time you're using like the SMG and shotgun, if you choose to use those, then sure, whatever. You can just like, you know, clear enemies off the screen, and maybe you get some vicarious, you know, exciting thrill for doing that, for wiping out so many enemies. But ultimately, the way the game is meant to be played is still completely antithetical to triggering the alarms, because you're only getting so many goddamn rations, you only have so much supplies, you don't know what you're going to need from screen to screen unless you've beaten the game before, unless you've already mapped out and understand, like, okay, well, past this point, bullets are kind of just for dealing with enemies. Like, I'm not using the shotgun or the submachine gun on bosses, right? That's never something that you need to do. And so it ultimately becomes a game of explosives past a certain point. And so those guns exist for the sole purpose of dealing with enemies. But even then, like, to use them is to break stealth. So I guess the ideal gameplay loop would be you fuck up, you get too close, you get detected trying to punch someone out or just like otherwise messing up a cycle, you switch to your shotgun or your SMG, and then you just take out all the enemies that come onto screen, you figure out where they're going to spawn from. You know, we could have done that, but like, it's also tedious to go through the menus and want to do that when the pistol is going to one-shot most enemies anyway, and it is also suppressed. So like just having those extra weapons is basically completely pointless if you think about it. If you really get to the brass tacks of it, having that shotgun and SMG, they're just not going to get used ever. And they don't even let you use them in the side-scrolling sections, which are by far the worst part of the game, which are definitely the thing that is the biggest innovation and also the biggest downfall of this game, the biggest wasted opportunity. The moment in which you are meant to feel like an action badass has the biggest consequences for getting caught, in that it'll electrocute the water or spawn so many enemies at such angles that you can't deal with, to make it like basically like untenable to try and survive or try to engage with those as action sequences. And the fact that, you know, most of what you're doing in those side-scrolling sections is not the combat or stealth. It is just endless underwater sections. It is just endless crawls through water, dodging the same two things, the rolling mines and the things on the surface of the water that electrocute you, and then just blowing up pillar after pillar after pillar, or watching this oxygen meter tick down. It's just, there's nothing fun about that. There's not a single thing fun about that. There's not a single thing like exciting, or it's not even like tension. It's not like it's building like some sort of like, oh no, is my oxygen gonna last long enough did I carry enough oxygen tanks with me? It's just, fuck, I didn't take enough oxygen tanks with me, so now I gotta go all the way fucking back. Gotta go back, not through this whole side-scrolling section, but go back like 17 rooms to remember where I left the oxygen tanks and fill up on that. And while I'm there, I might as well grind out for some more rations. And also I gotta get some fucking more plastic explosive too, because I'm probably gonna run out of that. It's just adding shit to your to-do list. And that's not exciting to me. That does not strike me as particularly compelling gameplay, when so much of this game is busy work. But I think by volume, at least in the back half of the game, 50% of the time spent is either doing the keycard shuffle or going in and out of the same room grinding out an item, is honestly what it feels like. Like that last section is so drawn out. It is unreal how bad this game, how badly it fails to stick the landing with this final section. That, again, is not a test of your skills, even though they're tossing new enemies at you that realistically you shouldn't be seeing because you don't want to get detected anyway. The fact that it is just a trial of carrying capacity and how many times you are willing to walk in and out of a room, how many keycards you are willing to cycle through, at least up until the point where you get to Big Boss. You know, it's not the most compelling fight, not the most exciting fight, not the most difficult fight either, for what it's worth. But, you know, at least like in the last, like literal last seconds of the game, the last minutes, Big Boss through to the escape, through to destroying Metal Gear. Even the Metal Gear fight is also underwhelming. It's at least like something, going out on some sort of high note, I suppose. But that doesn't make up for how bad that last section is, how bad the last headquarters is, and that labyrinth. It's not even that labyrinthian. Metal Gear 1 was always more labyrinthian, was always worse about that sort of stuff. It is just, you know, the going around in circles, going around in a loop, and then, like, walking past rooms that you will pass through later as you...
That area in particular where those long side-scrolling sections are needed to get to areas, and you can go to areas and then not have enough to complete that area, like that was the worst of it, for sure.
For sure. Yeah, it's a bummer, because I do think there is the kernel of an idea here, the kernel of a good Metal Gear squeakquel, the concept stage of an idea of a theory of what could have been potentially some sort of sequel to Metal Gear. You know, in the alternate universe where North America is really responsive to the Metal Gear and we get a more action-oriented game, in the alternate universe where they like really like double down on the action, make the side-scrolling sections play more like a Contra or something, but with like health points. I don't know what you do to make those side-scrolling sections better, other than just saying completely redo it, like from the ground up redo those, completely scrap them and do something completely different, is what I would say.
Yeah, I just cut them, honestly.
And then the top-down, I think a big thing you can do with the top-down sections would just be like to expand the hitboxes, to be more generous, to let you, let your punch just like hit from like a few pixels further away so you don't have to get as up close and personal. Would have been a massive like game changer just in terms of like convenience. Something else that, Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake does is that as enemies are about to turn around, You can see their heads start to turn in the direction, so you have at least some idea of what their cycle is going to be, where they're going to be looking next, in a way that you don't get in Snake's Revenge, where the patterns are so unpredictable in so many cases and are so mistimed with other enemies on the screen. You know, you need a sort of routine for this sort of thing. For this kind of stealth game, for this sort of primitive stealth game, you do need very set routines for these enemies that this game just doesn't traffic in. And even when it does, even when the routine is observable, you'll still find some way to fuck up when it comes to the melee striking, leading you to not, you know, get yourself the resources that you desperately need until the point in time which you choose to commit to grinding out for rations or what have you. Anyway, I was going to say that there's like the kernel of an idea of a good game here, right? I was getting to some sort of like wishful thinking where this game turns out to be like something. I don't think it would have caught on. It's for the best that it didn't catch on. It's for the best that Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake is what it was, and was like such a game changer and allowed Kojima to continue building this world and these characters, that the direction they decided to go with. You know, it's so cute when this game tries to throw the plot twists at you. It's adorable the way they felt the need to do the plot twist with John Turner and Nick getting killed and Big Boss showing back up and all that. It's adorable.
He's called John Turner.
Because he's a turncoat. Oh,
Ah.
Subtle foreshadowing. It's cute. And, you know, in Metal Gear 1, it's also mostly just cute when Big Boss turns out to be the bad guy. At least they kind of build it up in the last minutes of the game, like where he's giving you the misinformation. And up until that point, you really haven't had the idea that he could possibly be like, he's been your only like, you know, real constant line of communication. So to do that was at least like something. And, you know, obviously with development of this, they felt the need, well, we have to do that again, because that was a big part of the original game's success, clearly. And, you know, Metal Gear 2 has its fair share of Kojima twists, as all of his games would go on to do, but they make more sense and they mean more to the story. The twists in this game mean absolutely nothing, because you're not attached to any of these characters, so when someone turns out to betray you, it doesn't really fucking matter, right? And, you know, ultimately, the stuff that Kojima doubled down on, what he chose to do with Metal Gear 2 was to, like, double down on the esoteric puzzles and weird contrived solutions to stuff, to make it more like an adventure game and to have that community aspect of, like, community problem solving to figure out these obtuse puzzles, to double down on, like, you know, the messaging of, you know, how he feels about war. That's a message of his that really begins to, like, to actually take hold in Metal Gear Solid. But you see, like, the beginning inklings of that, of him talking about, like, you know, child soldiers and, you know, the price you pay for being a soldier, is he starts to explore those ideas of Metal Gear 2 in a way that Metal Gear 1 is just obviously completely devoid of, and that this game doesn't even attempt to traffic in, because why would it? So you start to get like a more defined voice out of him. And obviously he had Snatcher before that, and would have Police Knots after this, before Metal Gear Solid, where you get more of the sense of Kojima as the writer, Kojima as the storyteller. But I still stand by Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake as having like a really just like tight, concise, good story, for what it's worth, for what it is. And I mentioned Kojima again here. You know, because he is obviously the voice of Metal Gear. He is the Metal Gear developer, and the games outside of his vision, outside of his development, outside of his hands are what they are. Some of them have some merits, like Metal Gear Ghost Babel, which I think actually has plenty of merits, or Metal Gear Acid. Even Metal Gear Solid Mobile had a couple merits going for it.
Revengeance falls under that as well.
Revengeance, absolutely. And, you know, Snake's Revenge, I'm sure there was someone who loved this game, who was a big fan of NES Metal Gear and just wanted more of that. And I'm sure this served someone.
I read a review of Metal Gear Solid 1 that talked about how much better the first two NES games were than that. So I know at least one.
Aye. So I'm sure this game has its fans. I've met them. I've seen them. They do exist. Any bad game we play on the show, there's going to be people who defend it, who grew up with it, or whatever other excuse they need in their heart to continue to like these games that are objectively awful in some very key ways. You know, that's not to say the entire thing is awful. You know, the experience of it. I could see someone like that review that compared it to The Legend of Zelda, someone who's just in it for the adventure, who gets invested in the stakes of the story, in the character, you know, for as little character as there fucking is. Snake doesn't speak in this game. That was the joke, by the way, that I was going to be like, all right, I got my Solid Snake voice ready, and then not have to voice a single line for Solid Snake in this game. So
yeah,
But you know, I can see people who can look past or who can like master the gameplay, the core gameplay to the extent that they understand like intuitively how the hitboxes work, at least long enough to get through the game, and then they can lose it from their minds when they're done playing it and feel like they've been satisfied, feel like they mastered it or what have you. I'm sure the process of mastering this game, of becoming an expert, of learning how to clear it efficiently, effectively, concisely, can be rewarding to some. Sure. Here's my question. Kojima implies that he beat this game. Kojima implies that he got through portions of this game. Kojima also claims that he could not infiltrate the base once in the original NES Metal Gear. Kojima's a fucking liar. Kojima, as I wrote in my original article, and I do have to stand by this and defend this, that Hideo Kojima is a petulant egomaniac. That's not like that's not really a fresh revelation. Even as someone who loves the games that this man has made, it's one of those things you just have to accept and realize at a certain point in time. But this is a special case right here. This is Kojima lying to the audience to get them to play this game by going back and forth, by waffling on whether this game is good or bad, and ultimately landing on, yeah, the game's good. It's not that bad. What is he doing there, if not painting a primrose path for people to find their way to this game, to play it for themselves, and to be the judge? And invariably, what will their judgment be? That, man, these games without Kojima's hand in them fucking suck, right? I think this is the best thing that could have happened for Kojima, was for this game to come out, not just because it supposedly inspires development of Metal Gear 2 with that fateful conversation on the train. I think what it shows is it showed Kojima, like, look at these fucking idiots. They don't realize that the reason why the first game is successful is because of me. I'll let them make this squeakquel. I'll let them make their little NES game, and I'll be working on this one, and we'll let the two vie against each other. We'll let the market determine which of these ones they go forward with, and I'm pretty sure, in my mind, that I'm gonna make the better game than the people who are just being completely derivative. Thank you, Joe DeReal, for bringing that back. I think this was all part of Kojima's master plan, to get people to play this game and to recognize that his voice and his direction is what makes Metal Gear Metal Gear. Snake's Revenge was not his baby. It's not an original idea or concept of his. It's a game that's completely derivative of his previous ideas, but with none of the nuance or personality that he would employ if it were given to him to create. It's the soulless, emptied husk of a Metal Gear game, this Snake's Revenge, as occupied by an entirely inferior product. And in that sense, It is perfect for the purpose of Kojima being able to point to it and say something like, you see, this is what happens when I'm not involved. So that's my theory.
Because I will say this about Kojima, like, he is very creative, but he also does have a business sense about him. You can definitely find comments where he'll talk about the business reasons and the marketing reasons for doing things. Also, just look at how often they've done sponsored, like, inserts into the series. I definitely think at a certain point in time, he realized that leaning into like the auteur Hideo Kojima game thing is just good for marketing.
It's good for business,
regardless of how much. Yeah, like, who knows how much he truly believes in it, but it sells the product. So I'm sure at a certain point he realized, by kind of leaning into that and like at certain points being more positive or negative about these other games, only like emboldened the brand to a certain point. So I think he's a bit more shrewd about it. It's, than necessarily just like assuming the comments at, face value kind of thing.
Sure, I'll grant that.
And who knows, maybe he also mellowed out when he was later talking to Nintendo. It's like, oh yeah, it's not that bad.
I will also say that, you talk about his business sense, and he's a great designer, great director. He has. We can talk about some of the flaws in his storytelling, his treatment of women, etc.
Oh, sure.
But the biggest one is that the man has no idea how to balance a budget. That was Kojima. Yeah. That was the reason why Konami and Kojima were on the outside. The man has no idea how to budget for a game. That is non-negotiable. That this man has no idea how to budget for a game. But that's a whole other discussion again. I think ultimately, where I land on Snake's Revenge is probably where Kojima does, which is to say, like, hey, look at this game that is entirely soulless, that is Konami trying and failing to recapture the magic that comes with a man with a singular vision. And yeah, lacking that singular vision, lacking that man's direction, this game fails in all the ways you would expect, and all the predictable ways that a game like this could and would and did fail. But at the end of the day, you could still play it. It's theoretically beatable without even necessarily a guide. You could probably map this one out. I think there are the blowing up, like the things that the things in front of the doors that magnetize together. I think that shit would be like the moment that most people, that 90% of players would fall off the game. I straight up think that first door that those things get in front of, who's going to think to try 5 or 6 blocks of C4 on those? I think that might be the moment that loses most players, if I had to hazard a guess. But if you can get past that, you can get past the rest of the game.
I could see someone maybe also having to look up when they get to the sandbags you have to blow up. Unless the X-ray, whatever,
you don't have the
X-ray
X-ray.
highlight them.
I don't.
There you go.
No, you do.
Yeah.
No, you don't, because you get them off
the
train. The train comes after. You get them on the train.
Yeah.
And the train is after the sandbags. So, yeah, there you go.
Yeah, because there was literally no in-game indication that was a mechanic.
No, it's a guy telling you about the secret passage. And that's it. You have to divine all the rest from it. Bad translation. A better translation with more clear hints could have gone a long way. More codec calls, more radio transmissions that tell you what you need to be doing at a moment in time. The ability to call people from any screen and get some sort of answer from someone. But, that's just putting bandages on like a gaping wound that is like this bad design. That is just like bad underlying design of things. Straightforward enough. It at least moves like in a mostly linear fashion in a way that is like less annoying than original Metal Gear can be, honestly. Especially in the first areas of the game where you're just like fucking clearing them out. You're just like going through those headquarters. You're like, okay, here, back and forth, got it. I know I'm going to take this key card there. I go down one floor. Everything I need to do is on this floor. I don't need to go back anymore. They cut down on the backtracking in a major way in this game, and that's good. That's inarguably fucking great for this game that it does that. But that's the last positive I'll give it.
Yeah.
That's the last thing I'll say about it, too. Because, by God, we've gone long. And, I'm feeling fit to say at this point in time, folks, thank you for tuning into this, for sticking with us through Snake's Revenge for the Nintendo Entertainment System. We got through it. Hot damn. And I'm going to assume that Charky loved it. I'm going to assume that if Charky were here, they would have said that it was actually their favorite Metal Gear, that Metal Gear Solid can go suck it. That they should have kept Kojima off of those games because their 2 favorite games are this and Metal Gear Survive. I think they told me that previously. Well, we'll get them. They'll give us an update, I'm sure, if I'm somehow wrong about that. Thank you, folks, for tuning in. Let's take a look at the stream schedule, why don't we? Somehow we're going to continue streaming after this. Saturday, April 11th, will be a Virtual Insanity, the Virtual Boy retrospective, the conclusion, the 4th episode, where we will finish out the Virtual Boy library as far as official releases are concerned, including some of the worst releases. That's 3D Tetris, the worst fucking game ever made. As well as some homebrew games to close things out, to round out that episode a little bit. That'll be Charky's last episode of the show proper before taking their 2-month hiatus. So please tune into that. We'll have a proper send-off on there, I hope, I assume. And you'll also be sending off that little long-form series, the Virtual Boy in Virtual Insanity series. You can join us Monday, April 13th, for a casual Monday. Every Monday is a casual Monday here in the Bad Game Hall of Fame. Talk good games, bad games. Oh, wait, no, that's wrong plug. It's a show where we play good and not-so-bad games and shoot the shit casually and so on and so forth. VODs for that one go up on Patreon rather than on YouTube. They are a backer-exclusive thing. Or you can catch it live and catch it live. Tuesday, April 14th. Johnny, it is time to go underground. It is time for Medal of Honor Underground for the Game Boy Advance. Because, again, this is one that Sharky did not want to touch with a 10-foot pole, so we are taking the opportunity to just get that game done, to get that over with, for us to commiserate and suffer over that game. So please tune into that one, folks. It's going to be a hell of a thing if your eyes can handle it. As for Thursday, April 16th, I have that listed as a pending here. We need to do a new patron poll, but I would also like to have time to, depending on what wins our patron poll, like do research if I need to do a history section or what have you. So we're gonna come up with some sort of filler program for Thursday. We'll run our Patreon poll in the next few days so that we have more time, a bigger a budget of time, a bigger, more time to figure things out with that. But there will be patron polls coming soon, and we will have something for Thursday when we have it. It's always something on the Bad Game Hall of Fame. With all that said, hey, if you like what you saw here tonight, might consider joining our Discord server at discord.gg/bghof, a community of connoisseurs. Talk good games, bad games, every game in between. Talk things that aren't games. That's my favorite stuff to talk about. I like food, music, sports occasionally. Just anything that's not a video game. God, I can't stand them. Or, you know, if you really are in it for the video game thing, I guess there's a bad game club where folk this month were meant to play Snake's Revenge, where we set the challenge for folk to play through Snake's Revenge on their own and solve it.
Well, they got a little walkthrough now.
Now they have a guide they can follow. Now they don't need to play the game for themselves. So we tied it in. We'll see how this does. We'll see if this is something that we'll do potentially in the future. I'm glad to finally get to play a Bad Game Club game at the same time as everyone else. I've not had the chance to do it previously for the past few games. So there, we made it happen. It took a stream to do it, but we did make it happen. Anyway, every month we have a new bad game selected for the Bad Game Club for folks to play and commiserate over. We'll have a new one up for the month of May, when May rolls around. So join the server and stay tuned for that if you're not interested in playing through Snake's Revenge. If you really like what we did here tonight, if you really like what you saw, you might consider financially supporting us, pledging on Patreon, subscribing on Twitch, becoming a member on YouTube, and your all of the above will grant you access on that Discord server to a Patreon Saints channel, wherein you can vote in polls to determine the direction of the patron playthroughs, what games we wind up playing. You can make suggestions that will help steer the direction of the show, much like a missile being steered by one solid snake. You will gain access to exclusive content, primarily VODs at this moment. The Casual Mondays archive is nearing 150 plus hours of exclusive content over on the Patreon for our patrons, so on and so forth. So that's certainly a lot of content. And we're working on further offerings for more stuff we can put out, more ways to get at those archives and whatnot. And you know, you'll also be appreciated by us. By financially supporting us, we will recognize you. We will know that you have helped to keep the lights on here at the Bad Game Hall of Fame, and we will deeply appreciate you for it. And we do. If you can't financially support us at this current juncture, though, we also completely understand. If you're looking for a way to help us out that is free, one of the best ways to do so is to mosey on over to our YouTube channel. That's youtube.com/@BadGameHallOfFame. And find our suggested viewing playlist on there. It's one of the first things you'll see on our YouTube channel, as a matter of fact. 20 handpicked episodes on that playlist, handpicked by us as representative of the show, make for some of the best onboarding onto this here show of ours that are fit to share with folk you know who you think might go for 3 to 4 to 5 to 5.5 hour video game stream archives, as the case may be. Or maybe you know someone who's a big fan of the DOS version of Metal Gear, and they're always wondering, what game came after that? I've not heard of this Metal Gear Solid what? I was just waiting for like some sort of like DOS sequel. Well, guess what? The sequel didn't come out on DOS. It came out on the NES. Show them this playthrough. Finally, the closure to that story that they've been waiting for since whenever that fucking DOS version released. I don't know. This is a very strange theoretical I've come up with. This is a very strange person I've invented. Anyway, we leave it to your discretion, dear viewer. And again, we thank you for considering doing that for us. I'm wiped, Johnny. What do you say we end it here? I have been Colonel Cacacity.
And I've been the latest new character from auteur Hideo Kojima, Johnny Bagman.
Very good. Thank you, folks, once again. And until next time, this is Snake signing off.
Toodles!